Still open. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to the Global Workplace Wellness Summit. I am so glad that you're here, and I want to give a welcome to the official opening ceremony of the Global Workplace Wellness Summit 2020. This year, the summit is hosted live from Winnipeg, the capital city of Manitoba, Canada, where we dwell on the original lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and on the homeland of the Métis people. My name is Joyce Odedison, founder of the Global Workplace Wellness Summit, and I want to bring you a global welcome. I want to extend my thanks to all our speakers of the 2020 Global Workplace Wellness Summit. You rock. Please help me thank them. There are so many speakers who came up to the plate and say, Joyce, I want to partner with you for 2020 because we have so many issues in our world and in our communities to look at and to address. So thank you. I want to also say thank you to our sponsors and our official sponsor, Interpersonal Wellness Services, Inc. Interpersonal Wellness Services is a workplace wellness education coach and training company with a focus on reducing the negative interpersonal and relational impact on the psychosocial well-being of employees at work. So the conflict, the difficult transition, those are some of the issues that interpersonal wellness services help organizations with, and the wellness education on how we can manage and reduce these issues. Our neuroscience sponsor is the Apollo Neuroscience Technology. And you will hear today from Dr. Rabin that this is the new wave of mental health. You will learn more about him as he's our keynote speaker today. Our other sponsor, Wellness at Works Canada, you'll also hear from in a few minutes. A big thank you to all our registrants and supporters and well wishers. You make this program possible. A special thank you to Patience Hemingway, our morning energy break provider over the next 3 days. The workplace is the best place to engage the minds and hearts of a population. Since everyone has to work, we spend a third of our lives working. Work is the best place to reach people and to make changes. Work is also synonymous with learning. This makes it the best place to capture the attention of any population. The workplace is the best place to change the mindset and build competencies for a healthier population because people take things home from work. And if you haven't heard my story yet, I usually tell my students a story about the young mother who had gone home to work. She was on maternity leave and she had a younger child home, and she went off on maternity leave. And you know how we do with our babies, we go in to show the new baby, and to everybody gushes over the baby. And so she went in with her new baby and her young 5-year-old. And when she introduced her young 5-year-old to everyone, and then she said, "Oh, here is my boss." And he looked up at her and he says, "Oh, mommy, that's the asshole." So people do take things from home, from work to home. So remember that what we do at work will reverberate in our society. Yesterday was our pre-summit roundtable, and we had two amazing panel discussions and presentations on eradicating systemic racism at work. Responding to most of the, when I think about what has been happening in our society, I know in my lifetime, I have seen the most intense social unrest in our communities around the world. And so we took the opportunity to focus our roundtable, pre-summit roundtable day yesterday on exploring ways, strategies, tools, and ideas on how workplaces can be a part of the solutions to help heal our society from racial disparity in the future. Because as I said earlier, if you want to capture the mind of a population, you do so at work. There is no mistaking that our world population is unwell. We are currently been on mute all this time. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am so glad to welcome you, officially welcome you to the opening ceremony of the Global Workplace Wellness Summit. This year, the summit is hosted live in Winnipeg, capital city of Manitoba, Canada, where we dwell on the original lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Oji-Cree, Dakota, and Dini peoples, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. My name is Joyce Odidison, and I am founder of the Global Workplace Wellness Summit. I want to bring you a global welcome. I want to extend my thanks to all our speakers at the 2020 Global Workplace Wellness Summit. You rock. Let's give them a big hand. I want to say thank you to our sponsors. Our official sponsor, and you will see our video, our sponsors are going to be broadcasted throughout our session where you will see their names, but I want to give attention to them. Our official sponsor of this 2020 summit is Interpersonal Wellness Services, Inc. IWS is a workplace wellness education, coach, and training company with a focus on reducing the negative interpersonal relational impact on the psychosocial well-being of employees at work. So we spend time helping employees to deal with the interpersonal challenges and difficult transitions. Our neuroscience sponsor, Apollo Neuroscience Technology, is the new wave of mental health. You will learn a lot more about that today from our keynote speaker, Dr. Rabin. Wellness Works is also one of our sponsors, and you will hear from Victoria later in a few minutes. A big thank you to all our registrants, supporters, and well-wishers. You make this program possible. Special thank you to Patience Hemingway, our morning energy break provider over the next 3 days. I believe the workplace is the best place to engage the minds and hearts of a population. Everyone has to work, and we spend a third of our lives at work. Work is also synonymous with learning. This makes it the best place to capture the attention of any population. The workplace is the best place to change the mindset and build competencies for a healthier population because people take things home from work. Yesterday, our pre-summit roundtable, we had two amazing panel discussions and presentations on eradicating systemic racism. I don't know about you, but what I've seen was the greatest social unrest in our time and racial unrest and difficulties. And so we took the opportunity to begin exploring how workplaces can be part of the solutions for healing our societies. You may say, Joyce, how can workplace help? As I said earlier, There is no mistaking that our world is unwell at this time. We are currently in lockdown here in Manitoba and around the globe in an attempt to suppress the most virulent virus of a century. Our mental health that was already fragile is continuing to be agitated by Donald Trump's presidency and the physical and social distancing measures that has been enacted by the pandemic. We are losing friends, loved ones, and co-workers to the virus. It is time to shift to a wellness mindset more than ever. If you missed any of our sessions, please pick up a VIP pass that will give you an opportunity to get all the recordings for the session. And you can do that in our marketplace. I must tell you about our marketplace. The marketplace is where you will be able to access programs and services from our speakers at a bargain. I have convinced all our speakers to share a special offer with you, our audience. So check our website, the menu or the homepage, and you can follow the slider to access the marketplace through the summit days ahead. Next week, you will be able to access a free product, which will be a collection of free offers from all our speakers in the summit marketplace. And this will be ongoing. We will send you an email when this is up. There is already some free items you can access there, and there will be more to come. Our goal is to bring you the most comprehensive collection of workplace wellness tools and resources by adding new items to our marketplace library. As you know, workplace wellness is something that's dear to my heart. In my presentation, on Thursday, I will share with you my experience and what drove me to become a champion for workplace wellness. Many of us are champions for workplace wellness. I know those of you who have woken up early this morning to be here with us are champions. And those of you who have purchased your passes and will be looking at the recordings later and sharing with your workplaces, I acknowledge you for championing workplace wellness. This is a time more than ever for us to support workplace wellness and employee well-being. Not just because we are in a global pandemic, but because we're also in an economic crisis, and we also are in a climate change crisis. We have to do all that we can to help those at work. Because every day when we wake up, when we get dressed and we go to work, we have an intention to make a difference. And millions of people around the world do so. The working population is large around the world. Just here in North America, Canada has 15.4 million people in the workforce. And the United States have over 160 million people in the workforce. This is why I believe the workplace is the best place to teach health and wellness, resources, tools, competencies, and shift the population mindset to wellness. Wellness and healing is the way to unite our world, to become more well in our communities, in our homes, and everywhere else. So this morning, I want to thank you for being here and for participating in today and tomorrow and Friday. We have incredible speakers. Each day you will find our video will be highlighting our speakers, a little bio on them, what they do, and there'll be many opportunities to connect with our speakers. As I said, we will be having free packages from them available in the marketplace. I do acknowledge that we have work to do. We have a world that is very unwell right now. And like no time as we do in our present time, do we have to work as hard to combat the illnesses and diseases we face in our world. And the workplace can be the most efficient place to do so those of you who joined us later and haven't heard, my name is Joyce Odidison, and I am the founder of the Global Workplace Wellness Summit. And thank you and welcome. We are excited to have you join us. At this time, we're going to have Victoria Granger, who is the founder of Wellness Works Canada. Victoria, we will have you share.
Thank you, Joyce. It's really great to be here. I was participating in the session yesterday, and I was so inspired and motivated by it. The conversation on race relations and addressing systemic racism at work was really moving, and it was real, it was passionate and really powerful. So, you know, for me, some of the comments and the amazing takeaways that I took from yesterday were around how it's so important to have equitable representation on boards and at leadership, at the leadership table. And I also really love the inspirational words of how, you know, we may go out to go change the world, but if we change ourselves, we can sometimes change the world. And that was powerful for me as well. So today's presentations and conversations on rethinking wellness at work in response to the mental health crisis, I am no doubt, will be just as inspiring. It's really close to my heart, this conversation and this topic around mental health. You know, we've heard that I'm in Alberta, Canada, and I've heard that there have actually been more deaths recently related to suicide and opioid crisis than there have from the pandemic. So definitely we have a mental health crisis, and there's a lot that we need to do about that to support people in the workplace. In general, you know, the networking, it's just so great to be here at the Global Workplace Wellness Summit, because it really gives a platform for us to have these powerful conversations, to be able to share that research and network. And it also gives voice to the fact that employee well-being, as you were saying, Joyce, really is an absolute strategic imperative for workplaces, because all of us, you know, so much of us spend so much time at work, and it is really a great setting to influence the health of the community, and it can help support organizations and leaders and employees and families. And so, you know, and even going further than that, you know, when we talk about mental health of employees, it's, you know, the mental health of our employees is really the intellectual capital of our organizations. It's really everything. It's the life core of an organization. So it's so important that in this global pandemic that we take a unified approach, right, to doing more than impacting physical health, which of course is also very close and dear to my heart, but really focusing in on the mental health as well. So yeah, so I'm really looking forward to and excited today to be talking about, you know, and hearing about the information on how we can support and address the mental health crisis. And because I know that if we all are supported, we can do more than survive this pandemic, right? We can come out and we can thrive, and organizations can thrive, and we can go ahead and reach our potential. So really the Global Workplace Wellness Summit couldn't have come at a better time, right? When we're experiencing this economic crisis, physical health crisis, mental health crisis, the pandemic, even an obesity epidemic. It's really powerful. So, you know, as I think we saw yesterday, it's such a powerful forum for voices from around the globe to come together to share these leading practices and to share research and to really build a healthier work and community population wherever we are. So I am really excited to hear the amazing lineup of speakers here today, and I'm excited to join the conversation and share with you all tomorrow how to build a healthy, high-performing workplace. and be giving people a business case and toolkit and practical strategies to support a healthy culture wherever you are. And I guess I didn't introduce myself too much, but Joyce, thank you for the introduction. I am with Wellness Works Canada. So we're your nonprofit workplace health and performance association. So we support professionals in the industry with resources and tools and education and connection to help you thrive, and also we small support organizations as well to build healthy, high-performing work cultures. So thank you. I'm so thrilled to join the conversation and to hear more of what's to be said today and all of the speakers. So great to be here. Thanks, Joyce.
Thanks, Victoria. It's a pleasure having you, and of course, we're so excited that you joined us as one of our sponsors this year, Wellness Works Canada. So we thank you very, very much for all your efforts and our partnership. That it takes a village, right? It really does. Takes a village. It will take all of us. It will take our entire community to be able to do what we need to do to improve wellness at work, because people come to work, and as I said, work is synonymous with learning, so they are ready to learn. So thank you very much. All right. So let me tell you a little bit about our agenda before I open up our keynotes, what to expect today. Today we will have we are going to start with our keynote at 8:30 p.m. I will be introducing our keynote speaker. We'll be having an energy break right after our speaker today, and then we will move into having our morning workshops. Will start out right after that, and we will move into our day. What we've done is actually add a stretch break, a little bit of a stretching and moving before each of our presentations, because this is wellness at work, and it's important for us to demonstrate what we are encouraging others to do. It's very important for us to ensure that our employees at work have the time, or they're encouraged and they're motivated to stand up and to stretch and to do breathing. So we'll have our breathing session, as I said, by Patience Hemingway. Then our lunch break is at 11:45 a.m. Central Time, and we'll be back at 12:30 p.m. But I'll be leading you through the session, but just want to let you know what's coming up. We finished today at 8 p.m. with our last speaker coming to us from New Zealand, because we have people joining us from that part of the world. So because we're global, we tend to have speakers from different time zones, and we extend the agenda, so they will, but we will have a supper break for an hour between 5 and 6. But at this time, I am going to introduce our keynote for today. I am very, very excited to introduce Dr. David Rabin, MD, PhD, a board certified psychiatrist and neuroscientist. He is the co-founder and chief innovator officer at Apollo Neuroscience. So you're asking, what is Apollo? I'm wearing mine. Apollo is this incredible technology that Dr. Rabin's genius has brought to the world, and I'm sure he'll be telling us more about that. It is the first scientifically validated wearable system to improve heart variability, focus relaxation, and access to meditative states by delivering gentle layered vibrations to the skin. And a little bit more about Dr. Rabin. He's also the co-founder and executive director of the Board of Medicine and a psychedelic clinical researcher currently evaluating the mechanisms of psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy in treatment-resistant mental illnesses. My goodness, we are looking forward to hearing more about that. Dr. Rabin, welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, Joyce. It's a pleasure to be here.
My
Can you hear me?
pleasure.
Should I share my screen?
Yes, I am going. You can share your screen.
Okay. Let's try that. Can you see this?
We can.
Full screen?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for having me again. I really appreciate it. And to everyone who took the time to throw this event. These events are a ton of work, particularly now with the added stress of COVID and how to navigate that. And, being a healthcare practitioner myself who is under a lot of stress and who has a lot of colleagues who are under a lot of stress, I think we, feel a lot of the pressures of work, the benefits of workplace wellness, the pressures of added workplace stress anytime there's a global pandemic or any kind of, dramatic shift in our society that results in more people going to the hospital and more people seeking mental health care. So I think I'm really excited to talk to you today about new ways that we can tackle burnout and how wearables are helping us shape the next generation of workplace wellness. I don't need to go through my disclosures, but basically, as Joyce said, I am the Chief Innovation Officer and co-founder and the co-inventor of the Apollo technology out of my research at the University of Pittsburgh, which has subsequently turned into about 7 patents on the Apollo technology. And I'm also the executive director of the Board of Medicine, where we focus on better ways to deliver, basically with the leadership of a group of world-renowned experts, one of which you'll be hearing from today, tomorrow, Dr. Joe Maroon, who's also a leading expert in burnout in healthcare workers and folks in general. We work together to help provide information to doctors, clinicians, and patients about how to access healing with more minimally and non-invasive approaches like complementary alternative plant medicines, plant medicines, and psychedelic medicines, which are now in FDA phase 3 clinical trials for very hard to treat mental illnesses like PTSD. So before we even get to the mental illness stuff, I think it's really important to talk about, what is burnout? And because so many of us are facing this today, and, this was just declared in 2019 as a major key point in terms of human suffering to pay attention to. And they talked about work-related stress due to burnout as a major issue. And this was really coined back in the early, I think it was 1990s, and with Maslach, Christina, where she said, burnout is an erosion of the soul caused by a deterioration of one's values, dignity, spirit, and will. And she characterized this as exhaustion, which in the case of the healthcare providers, physicians' physical and emotional energy levels are low, in a downward spiral. A common thought process at this point is, I'm not sure how much longer I can keep going on like this. Many of us have asked ourselves that question, I'm sure, but usually we can find one of the 3 of these that fits us. Depersonalization is signaled by cynicism, sarcasm, the need to vent about our patients or our job. And this is also known as compassion fatigue, where we're not able to connect with other people as easily or give of other people to listen to them and to really be present with them because we're so caught up in everything we're thinking about all the time about work or responsibilities or whatever it might be. And then lack of efficacy, which is that we begin to doubt the meaning or the quality of our work and what we do, why we do what we do, and sort of thinking about things with respect to almost like hopelessness, like things are never going to change. And I think we've had some moments of hope recently that have been really promising, and we'll see what happens. But ultimately, chronic stress is really a significant problem that we face on a regular basis and will continue to face for some time, particularly as we transition from the traditional office, in-office approach to many of the jobs that we have or in hospital or wherever in person to almost entirely remote or in good part remote. And one of the reasons why transitions like this are so complicated or tough for us is because we don't have the old threats that we used to have around us, like saber-toothed tigers and bears thousands of years ago, where we only had to worry about stress or threat once in a while. in where we had to escape from something or find food or water or shelter. That was not typically a moment-to-moment daily stress that we thought about all the time. However, now that we don't have those kinds of immediate stressors where our body quickly ramps up to deal with the stress and quickly ramps down to then enter recovery mode, we now experience stress all the time. And so this is sort of an example, I think, of a common image that we think of folks, when we're stressed out, that and this overactivates our fight or flight or stress response nervous system, which then suppresses the recovery system over time. And the first things that we notice are that we can't sleep, we struggle to focus, our mood goes down, and we can measure this as heart rate variability going down. And these are all common in burnout. And when it really comes down to it, there's something like 120,000 actually calculated deaths that are attributed in the US to stress every year. We know that it's more than that, but ultimately that's just stress-related deaths every year. So we know that stress kills, and we know that HRV and makes us feel miserable in terms of depression and anxiety and mental illness. And we know that HRV, heart rate variability, which I'll talk about more in a minute, is basically the rate of change of our heartbeat over time. It's how much our heart rate goes up or down in response to changes in the environment. So what I was talking about earlier, effectively, when a threat comes at us, we want to quickly react, quickly have our heart rate, blood pressure go up, and the blood flow to our muscles and to the key parts of our brain to get us out of that situation to safety. And then when we get back to a safe situation, safe setting, we want our heart rate to come down quickly, our blood pressure to come down quickly, and we want our body to adjust to the safe environment to start its recovery process as quickly as possible. The higher that our heart rate variability is, then the better we are at adjusting up and down quickly and responding smoothly and effectively to the environment. And low heart rate variability correlates with an increased risk for depression, anxiety, cardiovascular disease, and sudden cardiac death if you've had a cardiac procedure before. It also correlates with poor performance under stress, physical and mental. It also is now being correlated to ADHD in children, and it is definitely correlated with one of the strongest groups is PTSD, and people with severe trauma have low heart rate variability. And it turns out that the lower your HRV, the less likely you are to recover. So this has become a key metric of how we can track and understand mental illness more effectively. And what's really interesting and why we know it's becoming so important is because this metric has been around for over 30 years, but now all of these different big companies are starting to take it on as a core measure that they use. Polar was one of the first ones actually to use HRV and show it to people in their fitness strap data. And now the Apple Watch does it, Whoop, Oura Ring. Personally, I think, Apple Watch is definitely coming along. Fitbit's, meh in terms of its measurement, but the Oura Ring in particular, which I wear regularly, I think this is an incredibly elegant device that in terms of devices that actually track our bodies. And this device, like the Whoop and the Apple Watch, measures heart rate, sleep, activity, but its real and heart rate variability, but its real focus is sleep. And that helps us to track how our bodies are doing over time, and really actually have objective data to show that we're getting better or worse over time and how to understand our bodies more effectively. But these devices still do not make HRV better. They really just track heart rate, HRV, and they track heart rate, and they show us a health state of our body. They still require us to really make the decision to improve the stress in our bodies, our reactions, our responses, how calm we feel, how awake we feel, how well we sleep. And so there's a lot of factors there that once we have the data, sure, we're more informed, but we don't necessarily have the energy or the motivation to change a behavior pattern. And that's exactly what's happening in our bodies, is that chronic stress trains our fight or flight nervous system to just focus on being active to address any perceived threat that comes our way, which in our case, most of the time is like family responsibilities, work responsibilities, emails, constant pings and texts and Slack messages and all of these things that we have to do to, that we've set up for ourselves in this modern life that we currently live, which is good in some ways because but in terms of the technology and the resources we have, but in other ways, it really does take a toll on our ability to maintain our sense of calm, balance, and really balancing our circadian rhythms, which are our sleep and wake cycles, which are directly interfered with by bright lights, TV, any screens, and blue light type emitting devices. And then also loud music, noise pollution, light pollution everywhere. I mean, there's so much, and then chronic stress from everything else that's going on in the world all impact our body's ability to maintain its regular circadian rhythms with melatonin secretion and all this stuff. All of these are ultimately symptoms or downstream symptoms of chronic stress. And the sleep stuff comes earliest with the loss of creativity, and the loss of empathy, and the addition of irritability, which we often find in ourselves or in our friends or family when we're stressed out. Down the road, and so we see this also as loss of emotional control, and you can measure this with low HRV and increased blood pressure and heart rate. And what's interesting is when we look at what happens when we do the opposite, when we boost our recovery response system with different activities. And some of these activities include things like biofeedback, deep breathing, meditation, float tanks or sensory deprivation tanks have been shown to improve parasympathetic rest and digest recovery, nervous system activity. Yoga and movement meditation, touch and massage is one of the most powerful, which we'll talk about in a minute. Sound, vagal nerve stimulation, empathic listening, just really connecting with someone eye-to-eye contact in a very meaningful way, and cognitive behavioral therapy. And then there are others, but those are sort of the main ones that we really think about when we talk about the primary ways to activate the safety response system or the parasympathetic recovery nervous system in our bodies. And what this does in many, many, many studies has shown, and for probably over 100 years now, that these activities have been shown to help us be more in control of our emotions, have improved sleep, better focus, and then we can measure this by seeing now that we have wearables and now that we have a lot of studies on heart rate variability for 30 years, we can measure this and see that these people who practice these techniques on a regular basis, and even in the moment in the cases of biofeedback assessment, have improved heart rate variability and decreased blood pressure and decreased heart rate, particularly under stress. And so this became a really interesting pattern that we really wanted to characterize better and try to understand better, in terms of this idea of homeostasis, which is the way that our bodies maintain a balance over time. It's the reason why when the temperature changes outside, that our temperature in our bodies stays at 98.6, because even though it just got colder, much colder or much hotter, our bodies have an internal temperature regulation mechanism that's involved in this system here that's always keeping our bodies in balance. And that goes for almost every part of our bodies in the interior. Claude Bernard called it, I think, the milieu interior, which Dr. Maroon will talk about later. So, I think that there's this idea that we've known about for at least 100 years, that the body maintains balance or homeostasis between all of its systems over time. And that's why if you look down at the bottom of the slide, it says me, because that's us, where we detect imbalance, and we have the ability to detect imbalances in our body and then balance the nervous system with activities like breathing, meditation, yoga, mindfulness exercises, soothing touch, soothing music, all the stuff we talked about earlier. And so what happens here is that there is a balance between these two parts, this parasympathetic parasympathetic rest and digest recovery nervous system on the left, which decreases heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory rate, and decreases physical and mental restlessness and anxiety, and also results in increased creativity, focus, energy, recovery, attention control when activated, especially on a regular basis. And that's in balance. That recovery response system is in balance with the fight or flight sympathetic nervous system, which results in, under stress, increased heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory rate, physical and mental restlessness, poor sleep, et cetera, and decrease creativity, focus, energy, and recovery, which we want, because we don't want to be focused on reproduction or digestion or creativity when we're running from a lion. Evolutionarily, we just want to get out of that situation. So we want those resources diverted in this balance. It's very important for our survival on a day-to-day basis. However, when those fight or flight sympathetic stress responses are activated by emails or our kids or our partner or our work colleague or whoever it might be, that's when it's getting to a point where it's actually worsening our ability to recover, and it's resulting in an increased risk of burnout. And that's really what this all comes down to is, right, how do we understand the way that neuroscience now understands burnout and what to do about it? So burnout is this imbalance in the nervous system that you see in front of you, where chronic stress is constantly pushing the sympathetic system up, which again is diverting all of our body's resources, blood, oxygen, nervous system activity, and hormones, and all of our neurotransmitters are all directed to only the systems that are required for survival and getting to safety, which are the fight, flight, or freeze response. Just like in the olden days in the jungle. This is the only part that matters when we're under stress to our bodies, physiologically, evolutionarily. That's where all of our resources go. And so this is so important to understand, because and why all the studies show that worrying, for instance, shortens our lifespan. Worrying makes us really, really unhappy on a regular and long-term basis. And so the less we can worry about things that we don't have control over, and the more that we can spend time, quality time, rather than worrying, thinking about the things we do have control over, then we really cut anxiety at the source. Because the more we spend our precious waking energy and time spending time, for instance, thinking about things we can't control in our lives, then the less control in our lives we feel. And the more time we spend of our waking consciousness, awareness, thinking about things that we do have control over, then the more in control of our lives that we feel. And so that's really, breaking it down to the most reductionist sense, this fundamental balance is so important, and the role that we play in it to be able to change the way that we think, change the way that we breathe, change the way, and just by paying attention to it, allows us to be able to shift this balance to favor the parasympathetic system. And just to give you an idea of how easy this is for us to do, even though it is hard under stress, don't get me wrong, even well-trained people who at breath work and meditation and yoga and these things, they have trouble getting into a meditative state when they're stressed out. However, what I will tell you to encourage you is that any of us can access, we're all born with the ability to access these states of restoring the balance in our nervous systems with breath and touch, by just directing as much as we can, ideally all of our attention in any given moment, to the feeling of air coming into our nose and mouth and lungs, and then going down all the way and filling our lungs, and then feeling that air going out of our lungs and into our windpipe and trachea, and then out of our mouth, and doing that a couple times. And as we do that, believe it or not, sends an instantaneous subconscious signal to our emotional cortex of our brains and our amygdala, the fear center, that says, if I have the time to pay attention to the feeling of this air, to this air coming into my body right now, and the feeling of this air in my body, I can't possibly be running from a lion right now. I can't possibly be in actual survival danger, because if you were in actual survival danger, our bodies would not allow us to direct attention to our breath in that way. Or in the case of soothing touch or music, to the sound of delightful music, or the sound of, or the feel of soothing touch on our skin. Our bodies would not allow us to pay attention to that if we were actually running from a bear or in a serious survival situation. The system has evolved to protect us in that way. So we thought, well, all right, this is how we can activate this system. We know that touch does this in this way. We know that breathing does this in this way. We know the rhythms of touch and the pathway from the skin to the brain. We know And this was years of research at the University of Pittsburgh that I was conducting with a research team and trying to figure out how to think about chronic stress in a way that was more consistent with the way that our bodies work and what we can do about it in terms of interventions. We started looking at the pathways of music and activating the system, the pathways of touch, activating the system, and all the decades of research that have been done in this area. And we thought, well, this is all well and good, but breath work is hard, and touch generally requires someone else to be there. And meditation is also hard, and yoga is hard, and they require us to take time out of our day to do these things. As great as they are as activities and as free as they are as activities for our health, they are wonderful. They are difficult to do and integrate into our day-to-day. So we thought perhaps we can create a technology that was safe enough, that could be used anywhere as often as you want every day, that would be controlled by the individual, that they could take with them out of the office or into the real world in their day-to-day, that would give them a similar benefit to boosting this parasympathetic system, especially under times of stress or in real time when the stress is happening or before or after. And it would do so by activating the touch response system to help us feel safe, which allows the recovery response nervous system to turn on. So going from the touch receptors, just like somebody holding your hand on a bad day or giving you a hug on a bad day, all the way through our skin to our brains, saying, if I'm safe enough to feel this feeling of soothing touch, then I can't possibly be running from a lion right now. I can't possibly be in a actual survival situation right now. And most of the time that thought is a subconscious thought that becomes conscious over time. It's not necessarily something we're aware of right when it's happening in terms of that response. But ultimately that technology became Apollo. And we found in multiple clinical trials now and in thousands of cases in the real world that Apollo is facilitating balance in the autonomic nervous system that helps to restore us and enhance recovery in the body. And so this is kind of like the funny slide of how Apollo works, is that it sends gentle waves of vibration that kind of feel like an ocean wave washing over you or a cat purring on you, that the body detects through our touch receptors in our skin as safety, and then reminds us that we're safe enough to not necessarily need our stress response system to turn on full blast in any given moment. And that reminds us at the same time that we're in control of our experience, and makes it easier to enter mindfulness states. And so, this is sort of what the wearable looks like. And this is what some of the people are saying about it, because it really is changing people's lives and helping people feel empowered to control how they feel, which is really what this is about. I want to make sure that, when you see these settings that say like energy and wake up, clear and focused, social and open, rebuild and recover, meditation, mindfulness, relax and unwind, and the one that you can't really see is sleep. All of these settings activate different gentle layered vibrations that are delivered to the body, kind of like music that's composed for the skin rather than for the ears. And none of us would listen to the same kind of music we listen to when we work out or when we go out to dance or hang out with our friends than we would when we're going to sleep or meditating or winding down. We wouldn't mix those musics because they interfere with our goal state that we're trying to access, relaxation or working out or partying or energy or sleep or what have you. And so this is the neuroscience of music that we worked on from 2014 to 2018 at the University of Pittsburgh, and then figured out how to compose that music into frequency patterns that are just low frequency sound waves that the skin, that are basically in the bass range of music, that the skin detects as soothing and then calms the body and helps nudge it into one state or another in terms of energy and activity level or focus level. And by modulating this balance between the autonomic nervous system and also, very importantly, helping the user who feel in control of how they feel in any given moment. And I can tell you, because I wear it every day, this is the new one that's coming out in the next 6 months, but this is the one that I'm usually wearing, and this is the one that Joyce has on, is a small pod that's a little bit bigger than, or I'd say it's about the same size as an old Fitbit, And so you can wear it to basically help. I use it for public speaking, to be honest, because it's one of the things that I was never that comfortable with, but it helps me realize that being in my head when I'm giving a public event doesn't really help. I might as well, people are here to hear me, so I might as well just talk, right? And so, what's really interesting that we see when people track their data, especially in terms of heart rate variability, and this was data from a friend of ours who tracked their data with the Apple Watch when they were, working on their startup and had a pregnant wife at home and was in the process of buying a house and flying across country, and they were so stressed out and they weren't sleeping when they started measuring with their Apple Watch, and they weren't sleeping and they were stressed out and distracted. And then they got on the plane and they were he was texting us and he was like, hey guys, what should I do? Like, I feel like crap. And we were just like, oh, set your Apollo to this mode. And it was on the clear and focus mode, and he put it on the plane because he really needed to work. And he had like the most productive time on his flight and felt rested when he got there. And then this was his HRV tracked over time over the course of one day. And he went from being at a minimum in the beginning of the day when he got on the plane to having a much better HRV towards the end of the day. And it correlates with how he feels. And that was what we showed in our very first clinical trial at the University of Pittsburgh, which was a double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled crossover study in 38 healthy subjects, because we wanted to see how this affects regular folks first before we put it on people who have any kind of condition. And we wanted to do the most rigorous study that we possibly could, which is this kind of study design, this double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled crossover, where all 38 subjects experience all the different conditions, and then we compare between subjects and within subjects. So we compare the subject's baseline performance with the placebo and the no vibration. The placebo vibrations were vibrations that were supposed to induce either wakefulness or calmness, like a cell phone buzz and tapping, but they were not layered in the specific way that we found the Apollo frequencies needed to be layered in to induce the desired effect that we found with feeling better. And we thought that it would improve cognitive performance under stress, which is this PACE-AT task that we did, which is a PACE auditory serial addition task, where we ask people to add single-digit numbers over and over and over again every 2 seconds for 3 minutes. And then those single-digit, and then they have to click on the sum on the screen of the last 2 numbers they heard for 3 minutes. And then they have to do this 12 times. With different vibration conditions each time. And they don't know what the vibrations do, and we didn't know which vibrations they were getting, and they didn't know that the vibrations were supposed to increase their performance or not, or which vibrations they were getting. Everyone was blinded and randomized. So this was the most rigorous study design that we could do to show us yes or no, is this actually worth our time to spend working on? Because at this point, there was no company and there was no investors and there was no product. It was just an idea still in the lab. And so we did this study. And in 2018, when we completed the majority of the analysis, we found that what was really exciting, which was that heart rate variability, this metric of balance in our nervous system, improved by 1.5 standard deviations from the mean in the average user, which in a statistically significant fashion. And what that really means practically is roughly 2 to 3 times of heart rate variability improved within just 3 minutes under stress, which is very unusual because under stress, heart rate variability either stays the same or typically goes down. And so and that correlates with performance outcomes. And so we thought, well, all right, well, heart rate variability went up. That's interesting. It went up in 80% of the subjects, and it went up in a significant way. So what happens to cognitive performance? And cognitive performance went up to 25% within 3 minutes on this task, which is so interesting and it went up proportionate to the amount that heart rate variability went up. So the more we balanced the nervous system, the more that heart rate variability went up in the 3 minutes in the subjects, the more their cognitive performance on the task went up. And to give you an idea of what a 25% increase in cognitive performance really means, this is the level that in this task in particular, this task is one of the most difficult tasks that's used to test cognitive performance because it's so frustrating. It just makes everyone want to give up in about 60 seconds. Even if you're good at math, it makes you want to give up in about 60 seconds because it's just such an arduous, difficult, mental mix-up task. And so this is a task that NASA gives to astronauts before they go into space to make sure they don't rip the bathroom door off when they get frustrated in the shuttle, and they can perform really simple tasks under extreme stress. So just to give you an idea, and the only thing that increases performance on this task up to 25% within that time frame is amphetamines. And we're seeing an amphetamine-like shift in cognitive performance with just 3 minutes of a gentle vibration on the wrist or the chest, which was really incredible. And also people reported improved mental clarity, which we then retested in another study with meditators and showed that we could make non-meditators' brainwave patterns look like expert meditators' brainwave patterns within 12 minutes, which was really fascinating because it shows that Apollo's accentuating and augmenting the ability for us to transition from one state to another, which was the whole idea of what it does. And this is really, I should say, very heavily influenced. I am also a clinical psychiatrist. In addition to conducting many clinical trials, I see patients on a regular basis, and you could check out my clinical practice website to learn more about that at drdave.io. But I think it's really important to note that my work, predominantly, I work with people with treatment-resistant PTSD, a lot of veterans, a lot of people with substance use disorders, depression, anxiety. It's really important to note, I think, that the work that Apollo was developed for was for these patients of mine, mostly who were veterans with treatment-resistant post-traumatic stress disorder, and traumatic brain injury, who all have low heart rate variability. And they all have basically the same symptoms in a different variety different intensity amongst every patient. They all have the same symptoms, and they rarely get completely better. And so working with these people and understanding how they dealt with chronic stress and they overcame their symptoms and what helped for them, and how they use their coping skills to really overcome and get better when it worked, that dramatically inspired and motivated us to do this work at the university. And this was the summary of the results from the trial, which were that we saw HRV went up significantly, and HRV increases correlated with performance increases in a significant way, which also correlated with people feeling calmer on the self-reports, but that did not actually change in a statistically significant fashion. And I think what's really interesting, in addition to this, is that when HRV and performance went up, the utilization of cognitive resources became linear with performance. So what's really interesting under tasks that are frustrating, many of us have this experience where we try harder and harder and harder, but we're start to have thoughts like, oh, I'm so annoyed about doing this, or this is so boring. When is this going to be over? Maybe I left the stove on. I need to go walk the dog. What am I eating for dinner? All of these different kinds of thoughts that start to come into our heads when we're either stressed or bored doing anything, like doing paperwork or taxes or some kind of any mundane task, fill in the blank, that we have to do on a daily basis. So what happens is during those moments, our cognitive resources, which you can measure by looking at the movement of the pupils, our cognitive resources go up dramatically, which is basically how much effort we're putting into the task goes up dramatically. But our performance under those situations where we're having all these extra thoughts about why we don't want to be doing what we're doing when we're doing it, those thoughts all result in taking our attention away from the task at hand and decreasing our performance in the short and long term. So we actually do worse. And on tasks like this, you can really measure that. So typically what we see in this task is that cognitive resources are through the roof, but performance actually declines and heart rate variability declines and calm declines. And instead, we saw that cognitive resources goes up and people do better, which actually showed a linear trend. So there was like an ounce for ounce effort, an ounce for ounce formula, basically, that we can show mathematically a trend that we could show that reliably, as people put in more effort when they're using the Apollo frequencies, as they put more effort into this task, they get a ounce for ounce output in performance, which is really fascinating. And the more that their HRV went up, meaning the more they responded to the two frequencies that we tested in the study, then the more performance output and the more efficient their effort got. And so from there, we thought, okay, this is really interesting. We got to do more clinical trials, which are now all ongoing at different levels. And we have 3 complete so far, one replicating the results we found here in HRV in elite athletes at the University of Pittsburgh, and then another one with the meditators that I told you about. But I think more importantly, what we really wanted to find out is this technology going to be used by people in the real world? Because we want to get this out to as many people as possible. There are obviously implications for this beyond healthcare. My wife and I were wearing it every day. My wife is the CEO of Apollo and has the business brains between the two of us. We wear the device every day. Our whole team wears it every day. At the time, we were wearing these clunky prototypes that worked really well, but they were, quite clunky and basic, very MVP. And we were wearing them all the time because they helped us so much. They helped us sleep. They helped us stay focused when we were tired, and we were working so hard. I was, working at the hospital and working a little bit on this in terms of research. And then Catherine was, really running the business, raising all the money from scratch as a first-time CEO and doing all this. And so she ended up helping us figure out how to raise money from the university. And then she brought in additional capital from our initial investors when we got the results back from that first trial I showed you, that we then were able to make 400 prototypes. And then those prototypes, like I described to you, went out into the world to doctors, to patients, to regular folks. And we sent them to over 2,000 people prior to January 2020 when we launched. And the results were completely consistent with what we were seeing in the lab. People were sending us data showing that from their biometric wearables like Oura Ring and Whoop, that their data was changing when they used Apollo. It was getting much better. Their sleep was getting better. Their heart rate variability was getting better. And then people were telling us their symptoms were getting better when they were sick, particularly with PTSD and these trauma-related disorders. And so from that, we got tons of user feedback from our beta testers that were super helpful to make and improve on what became the commercial product launched in 2020. We now have just over 15,000 users in the world of all ages. We have over 1,000 long-term users with over 12 months of data come from the real world use, which is really interesting in that people don't get tolerant to Apollo. They actually become more sensitive to it over time. And there's a learning effect. So as they use Apollo, just like as you train in deep breathing or meditation, you don't necessarily notice the effects right away. Some people do, but then over time, as you use it more, you become more sensitive to it. And the effects actually get better over time, which is really interesting. And we find use it less over time. So they learn using the device to feel calm in situations that would otherwise have been stressful. And then people learn how to get back to those states on their own. And we had 3 clinical trials completed as well, I think 5 more currently ongoing around the country, and no adverse events. And what I think is most interesting in particular about what we've been doing with testing in the real world is that Apollo, we've learned so much from our real world users. We've arguably in some ways learned as much as we've learned from the lab studies and the clinical studies. And the one thing we learned is right here in the center of this slide, which is that there are waveforms that we developed in the lab at the university, or I should say that we originally conceived of and then ultimately developed a year, maybe 6 months or a year later in 2018, that helped to allow people to fall asleep. And that when people used Apollo, it was hard to do sleep studies in the lab. They're very expensive. But when we put Apollo on people and gave it out in the real world, we found that sleep is actually the reason why people use it the most. And that is something that is really fascinating because sleep also results in the biggest heart rate variability boosts over time, and is our best place. And if you can optimize sleep, that's the best place to optimize recovery and optimize our circadian rhythm functioning like we talked about earlier. And so a lot of doctors and healthcare providers have been using Apollo. Dr. Maroon has been using Apollo himself as a world-renowned physician, burnout expert, and elite athlete. And the neurosurgeon for the Pittsburgh Steelers, he's very concerned with optimizing physical health, tracking physical health, and making sure that he's able to sleep and be awake and have energy when he needs it, like many of us. And so he used Apollo himself for a while, and then now we're doing studies with the frontline, with the residents at the University of Pittsburgh and the frontline healthcare providers there, who are on the physicians on the front lines with COVID patients. And we've also been working with nurses in nursing facilities who are under extreme stress and things of that nature. And then this is just a quote down here from Amy Edgar, who is a family nurse practitioner who works and started a wonderful pediatric and adolescent psychiatry clinic with one of my physician colleagues in Allentown, Pennsylvania. And her model in terms of, even though everyone's trained in traditional psychotherapy and psychiatry, her models really focus on how to keep kids off of prescription medicines and do everything they can to characterize illnesses in a way that allows them to use non-invasive approaches rather than prescription medicines. And Apollo, she's been studying Apollo for a while, using on herself, and also has found that because it has no risk or side effects, that she's able to use it as first line with some of these kids who really struggle to get to respond to medicine, which there's a lot of cases. I would say it's probably, anywhere from 30 to 40% of kids with different diagnosed mental illnesses don't actually respond to the medicine as described in, the DSM or the gold standard guidelines for prescription, because a lot of the medicines that are used in kids for mental health are used off-label because the clinical trials are unethical to do on children. So a technology like Apollo is really interesting because, it's unique now, especially because it's the first of a new generation of wearable technologies that not just tracks the body and tracks our trends over time in terms of sleep, which Apollo will start tracking sleep in 2021 with the current wearable. But I think the idea is that it provides an actual therapy. It's an actual intervention that's non-drug, that's not addictive, that helps us to access meditative states or states of soothing calm and relaxation more effectively, and states of focus and creativity more effectively, without and getting better sleep to help optimize our peak recovery and prioritize our peak recovery the same way we prioritize our peak performance. If we only focus on peak performance, which is sort of the motto of our society, then we use up all our reserves, and ultimately we must prioritize recovery, and especially peak recovery. I can't emphasize that more, because that is the way that we sustain the temple. That is the way that we sustain ourselves to be able to peak perform when the situation calls for it. And ultimately, just to wrap up, collaboration is critical between many different groups. Ultimately, the statistics are really pretty astonishing when we look at how long does it traditionally take technology to get out of the lab from a discovery into the commercial world, into the general consumer marketplace. And it's anywhere from, and not just technology, this is technology, medicine, psychotherapy approaches. It can take on average 17 years. That is way too long, particularly for things that are safe. Like, it's one thing if you're developing a medicine that could have severe long-term side effects, then we want obviously to have it go through the trials, long-term, short-term follow-up, due diligence that makes sure that medicine is safe, especially if it's going to be distributed to a lot of people. However, when it comes to things that don't have side effects, many psychotherapy techniques, things like Apollo and other neurostimulation devices that are safe, and other wearables, we do not need to wait 17 years or even 10 years or even 5 years to get this out. We can provide the technology to the community right now and then do the trials, the additional trials in tandem, like the FDA trials, which we're now conducting for kids with ADHD and kids and adults with ADHD and PTSD that we're currently submitting to the FDA to start the trial in 2021. So this is a way that we can do this. And Catherine, really, to her expertise, Apollo's CEO, she really demonstrated, and this is her expertise, is tech transfer. She really demonstrated that this is possible through, public-private partnerships, that she could accelerate the the transfer of the technology that we developed at the university from there to a private company to a product that is helping thousands of people within just 2.5 years. I mean, that is tremendous, but that does not happen within a siloed environment where business is separate from the university, which is separate from investors, which is separate from all the marketing and media people that need to be involved to make an operation like this happen. And so multidisciplinary teams are critical for solving these complex problems. We need to work together. We need to work with you guys. We need to work with the business people. We need to work with the funders. We need to work with the CEOs and the entrepreneurs and all of the people who are doing things that scientists and doctors are not trained to do, because you are the ones who help us actually execute on the great tons of great ideas that come out of the lab that would otherwise get stifled or caught up in the university. And these teams that we put together help us solve complex problems quickly. It helps us innovate. It helps us integrate with current systems more effectively, and it helps us actually make changes and make products and make things that people will use in the real world, which is, again, going back to why we are so appreciative of our early users, is that those beta testers really helped us to understand what do people want, what will people use, how will people use it? Because we're in this together, and if we make something that seems cool to us, but no one uses it, what the heck is the point, you know? And so this is where we're going in the 2021, which is really exciting, which is being able to see and track your data in one place, being able to have data input from your Apollo itself, tracking your sleep, and then also from wearables like the Oura Ring, which will be probably the first wearable that we integrate with to visualize for you, because it's one of the most accurate sleep trackers, and really to show that how, as you use Apollo over time, as you use the technology, you actually get better over time, which has never really been done before in the technology space. Being able to actually track how an intervention is changing our bodies, how something that we wear, that we use can, and when we use it, is actually changing our bodies and helping us feel better, helping us perform better, and really guiding our health and incentivizing us to be healthy in a positive direction over time, improving our energy in a lot of ways so that we can feel healthy, and we can make the right choices. And so, I invite you all to join the Apollo Research Challenge, because this is how we get incredible stuff done. We work with our community, and we invite people to contribute data, especially in the times of COVID. Most of our studies were remote before, but now all of them have to be. And we have learned so much from our community that we invite people to join us and help us, make the technology better, to give, to help us to build these data visualization portals, help us to build our sleep algorithms that will actually be able to not only help you fall asleep, but help you fall asleep on schedule. So you can set when you want to go to bed. You can have when you want to go to bed, and it will wind you down before bed, so that by the time you get into bed, you're ready to hit the pillow. And then it will be able to wake you up in the morning instead of an alarm, with a gentle vibration that helps you feel energized and without feeling like all, jazzed up from our loud alarm clocks that bother us every day. So there's lots of settings like that, lots of settings where the Apollo will actually start to learn about us over time, which is what I'm most excited about. And this is looking at late 2021, early 2022, where we can start to implement knowledge about how you sleep, and then have the Apollo turn on automatically to help you sleep better if you're starting to have a nightmare or wake up restlessly in the middle of the night, by learning about you. Again, that's like 2021, 2022. But the more data we get from our users, the more incredible we can make this technology to help people who, like us, who work hard and who are really struggling and having a hard time. So what we invite you to do is, if you're interested in and we're doing this right now, actually, with Oura Ring, I should say, we have just over 500 Apollo users who also have Oura Rings like this, and they're contributing their data to our Oura Ring portal. So if anyone is interested in doing that, we can invite you to participate in that study as well. But ultimately, the idea is to do a study like that together, specifically for folks who are part of the Global Workplace Wellness Summit, where you can get a discounted Apollo on behalf of the Global Workplace Wellness Summit at apolloneuro.com/global workplace. And then you can try it for 4 weeks and provide us anonymous reports, if you like, on sleep, quality of life, mood, anxiety scores, if you want to, and then biometric data when you have it available, if you have an Oura Ring or something like that. And we invite you to share your data with us, again, so we can make the technology better. And if you don't see the kinds of changes you're looking for within 4 weeks, we're happy to give you a full refund on the device. So we know that this works because we've seen it in the placebo-controlled trials and we've seen it in thousands of users. And so we just want to offer this to you because we know how critical it is to have as many tools in our toolbox to prevent burnout as possible, and helping us regulate our sleep and wake cycles, helping us have energy when we need it, helping us feel tired and relaxed and being able to wind down and transition when we need it couldn't be more important than it is right now. And I can tell you that from firsthand experience. So I really appreciate everyone for having us and for all the incredible work that you have all done to put this on and to educate people about workplace wellness. And I will open it up for questions.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for participating and paying attention to Dr. Robbins' presentation. I got so much out of it. I've had my Apollo now for several months. And it's funny because last night when we had our call, he's like, I hope you're wearing your Apollo. I'm like, yeah, I'm actually going to charge it up because I'm really going to need charging. And so what we have some questions. There was a question. It says, do data blockers interfere with the effects of the device? So if you want to answer that question. Now, someone mentioned data blockers. Like, did you want to give some more specific in the chat what you mean by data blockers, or do you get it, Dr. Robbie?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. So you had a question about beta blockers. Beta blocker.
What is that?
I don't know. Did you want to tell us more about that question, the beta blockers? Heather?
Beta blocker.
Yes.
So beta blockers what beta blockers are is they are a medicine that's very commonly used to treat high blood pressure and a lot of atrial fibrillation and a lot of other cardiac issues, and they block beta receptors adrenergic receptors that are in the heart muscle. And so they basically, simple way to think about it is they reduce the sensitivity and reactivity of the heart and put a cap on how fast it can beat, depending on the strength of the dose that you are taking. And under an emergency situation, it would likely go up to at least close to what it should be, but it is technically blocking those receptors. So, hopefully it will go up, hopefully, but you don't know. The body is chemically activated in that way for the duration of the medicine's effect. So yeah, so beta blockers will decrease a little bit the effects of Apollo. Some people who take beta blockers are very sensitive to their bodies, and so they still notice the effects. Other people not as much, but I think it's just the only thing that it does is it decreases how much you notice the effect of Apollo, but it doesn't actually necessarily decrease the effect. We don't have any studies to show that at this point that the effect is decreased by beta blockers or that you don't get benefit. So they can be used together.
Okay, good. Thank you for answering that question. So there are some things that you talked about that really intrigued me. You talked about changing our bodies, how using the Apollo device can help us to change our bodies. So tell us a little bit more about that. Does that mean that if I have bad sleeping habits and then I now train myself and Apollo starts winding me down at a particular time, half hour before bed, I get a sound asleep. Will that change my body over time? And if so, what are we looking at in length of time? You're on mute. Not quite sure.
Oh, thank you. That's a great question. I think the best way to think about and understand this is, and we should be taught this. We should have been taught this a long time ago, but for some, even in medical school, I don't think they taught this very well personally. And ultimately, the way we need to be thinking about memory and our bodies and how we learn things is that practice makes perfect. Just like our moms told us when we were growing up, probably, and this is absolutely a truth for how the nervous system works. So much so that Eric Kandel won the Nobel Prize in 2000 for showing that this is how we actually store and learn habits and memories. So this is a really incredible finding. And if anybody's interested, I invite you to check out Eric Kandel's autobiography, because it's actually one of the best books I've ever read. And I tend to not like autobiographies, but it's called In Search of Memory. A really, truly incredible history of neuroscience and a lot of the stuff we're talking about today that he breaks down into a way that, most people can understand, I think. But ultimately, yes, the answer is that Apollo, just like deep breathing and just like doing a sleep meditation, for instance, will train our bodies, and by training our nervous system to address sleep in a different way, right? So if you, just by nature of showing yourself that you, for example, say you are not able to sleep for 5 nights, and then I give you a breathing exercise, like the slow inhale, 5-second inhale, and then 7-second exhale type of breathing exercise. And then where you try to just get longer, each breath, you try to make it a little bit longer than the one before. And this breathing exercise helps you fall asleep, right? All of a sudden, you're going to associate sleep with the idea that I can do this if I breathe properly, right? And so it starts to change, literally, it rewires and starts the process of rewiring our neural networks and our synapses, which is what Eric Kandel's work was really, truly, critical for showing. So the more that we practice feeling safe, as another simple example, in situations that are normally stressful or what we perceive as threatening, then the safer we feel in those situations, and the better decisions and the more clear we're able to be in those situations, right? So that's the same with sleep. The more we know that we can sleep because we've done things that help to show us that we can, and we can calm ourselves. And it's really about safety, right? Sleep is a physically vulnerable state of mind and state of body to be in. It's the most vulnerable we are physically at any time. So to allow ourselves to be able to sleep, our bodies have to recognize that we are safe enough to allow ourselves to be vulnerable to access a sleep state. We wouldn't want our bodies to allow us to sleep with like a bear outside our cave or tent or whatever, right? So this is the evolutionary pathway, and why it's so critical to practice these safety-inducing techniques like breath work, like self-touch, like soothing music, whatever it is that works for us is great. But for many of us, those don't do all of the tricks. So Apollo is another tool that works really, really well that can help us access those states more effectively.
Amazing. Wow. I'm, it's one thing to read about neuroscience, and we learn about retraining the brain, and we learn about safety, but when it all comes together with a technology that something simple that we can wear and there are no side effects, I think that's just brilliant. It really gives us, because otherwise we would have to take a pill or some other medication that could have a side effect and counteract with something else. So I do very much like the piece. And who here has never had to worry about burnout? Put yes in the chat.
I think it's also important to note that a lot of us, especially, and we saw this measured during the times of COVID. Yeah. Particularly in the beginning, a lot of us do self-medicate with everything from alcohol, tobacco, nicotine, cannabis, any number of other kinds of drugs. We self-medicate when we're not feeling good. And this is a common thing that goes up significantly when we're stressed, when we're not working as much, and when we're overwhelmed. So having any tools in the toolbox that we can use on a regular basis that are not those things, going to those things, is a huge help. And we do see people using less substances when they use Apollo, which is really great. Not to say that you can't use substances and that all substances are bad. As you know, I'll never tell you that, but I will tell you that it's important to regulate our usage and make sure that we use everything in moderation and not to extremes, because it's on the extremes that we really put ourselves in the danger zone.
Yes, it's so true, and so very important for us to remember that, because more and more we are looking for ways to combat stress, to combat burnout. We've been told over and over again how difficult it is, how much stress is life-threatening to us, and what we need to do to reduce stress. And having a technology like neuroscience and the Apollo technology that's actually being studied, and it's actually evolving, and that's the beauty of it. I like that it's still evolving. There's still research. Tell us a little bit about the ring. You said I don't think we quite understand how we can get the ring.
I'll put it in the chat here. I think it's
okay. Good. Yes.
Let me see. Oura Ring. Let me just get their actual website. But the Oura Ring is it's just auraring.com. It's a wearable biometric measurement device. So it's like this is like where the newest generation of like a Fitbit like device. So it doesn't actually send any signals to the body, but it does measure body temperature, heart rate variability, sleep metrics, and activity. Although the activity metrics are not, I wouldn't buy this to track activity. It's not the best for activity in terms of accuracy, but it is pretty fantastic for sleep and for tracking and trending heart rate and heart rate variability over time. So that's sort of why we recommend it. And I think, one thing we really like about Oura Ring is the company is a very friendly company. I think it's very like health and wellness focused. And so and sleep focused, which we help with sleep. So being friendly that they open up their data to us so that we can do studies together. Okay. So that is another reason why it's
collaboration. Okay.
Well,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I'm a Fitbit user. I use Fitbit as well, and so I was curious about that and how we can. So, any other questions for Dr. Robin before we wrap up his session? You just type it in the chat, and we will be able to. No? Okay. Well, I thank you so much for that amazing presentation today, Dr. Rabin. And those of you who are interested in have mercy. Those of you who are interested in in getting the video,
the Apollo. No worries.
The Apollo device. I put the link in the marketplace in the chat, so you can take a look at the device a little bit more fully, understanding there is also a 15% discount that you can get with this as well. So we're going to switch into our breathing session, but before we do, I want to just remind us that today is Remembrance Day. So wherever you are, I'm going to invite you to just stand with me as we do a moment of silence. Around the world, we all celebrate Remembrance Day. So I want to just invite you to stand with me, and we're just going to recognize a 30-second moment of silence in respect of our fallen heroes who've given their life for us, for our safety and our well-being in this part of the world. So we'll start right now, and we'll go to 30 seconds. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be living in a free world. So what we have coming up next is our energy break with no other besides our energy provider. And I told you this morning before we started that Patience Hemingway is our Patience. I'm not seeing you on here. Is our okay. So can you? I'll unmute you. And I'll just read Patience bio here for you so you'll get a sense at what this woman does. Amazing work around the world. Every time I look, she's speaking somewhere. So we're very fortunate to have her with us today. And I really, really thank her for participating in today's session. So Patience Hemingway MS International best-selling author and speaker, corporate trainer, ICF certified coach, and master serenity coach at Patience Serenity Group. As a survivor of the storms of life, a mother, leader, and wife, Patience reached rock bottom as an immigrant, a single mother, graduate student working 3 jobs, experienced miscarriages and bullied, stress, panic attacks, and burnout became her middle name. How did she stay calm in an ambulance when her only daughter nearly drowned and was unconscious while her husband just got discharged from a hip replacement surgery that same day? Well, Patience has found the secret tools for success that successful leaders have used to overcome stress, anxiety, and burnout in their personal and professional lives. So this is why Patience will be with us over the next 3 days at this same time, exact time, helping us to get our groove on in our breath. So Patience, take it away and teach us how to breathe.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Please turn on your camera with me. I have only 15 minutes with you and I will need to interact with you. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, Ali, Amina, Kathy. Thank you all for turning your cameras on. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please turn on your camera. Please turn it on. Thank you. Layla, thank you. Please turn it on, turn it on, turn it on. It has to be interactive. I have 15 minutes. Guys, help me. Help me. It's not the kind of energy that you think. You're not gonna sweat this, I tell you. I'm waiting. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Kathy, Lisa, Crystal, Cheryl, Ebenezer, Daniel, Tina, Cameron, I'm waiting. Thank you. You guys are amazing. All right. So thank you for the opportunity to share. I appreciate for those who turned on their camera. I appreciate you. We are going to go inwards, okay? We take time to do everything outwards. The emotions that we feel. When you see a colleague sitting behind the desk, or you yourself, or me, as you read my bio, a few things has happened in my life and they are all emotions, right? They are kept in the file and they are stored. Like your desktop, you have folders, right? And in your folders are files. So every emotion that we receive, it is gone, it goes into our brain and then it is stored in a part of our organ. So today I'm going to talk with us and lead us through the breath work. I'm not going to talk a lot. We'll just hit the directions and we'll do it together. Everybody agree with that? Is that okay? Is that fair? All right, thank you for the nods. It helps me. All right, so what we're going to do today, we will tackle the lung, okay? The organ of the lung. May I show you my assistant? I have an assistant right here. In case you've not seen your lung for a long time, this is your lung, okay, right here, all right? You have the left lung and the right lung, okay? So that's my assistant. So that is the organ that we're going to focus on today. There is repressed emotions that we keep in there. And in that lung, we keep sadness. That is the smallest part, and that it ranges through grief all the way to depression. It's stored in the lung, okay? You know, the seasons are changing. People real workers, co-workers, people in the workplace. This is workplace wellness, global workplace wellness. So we're talking about real things happening. People are behind the desk and they are having these emotions. So we are going to heal ourselves through breath work, through sounds, frequency, and vibration, targeted for the lung today. And then tomorrow we'll move to something else, and then Friday. Every day there'll be something different. So I invite you to take this serious, take note, and do it every day. This might sound very simple, but it's the simple things that build mighty things like cells, right? Your cells need the energy. They need the ATP to provide you the energy that you need to go through the day. So without much ado, I will invite you to close your eyes with me. Look inwards. Look inwards right now.
Join the meeting.
Senses inwards. Your eyes, your ears see something inside. I want you to focus on your lung as I showed you. It is right there for the ladies. All from it's located, okay? So look at it, look inwards, use your eyes. Now we're going to move our eyes from right to left 18 times as we're looking into the lungs. This is looking and scanning, okay, to delete files. That is how you do it. The explanation is going to be too long. This, I take it in my 31-day Anxiety to Serenity Transformation Program, which is my course that I teach. So just take it as I'm saying. All right, so now move your eyes with me from right to left whilst you're looking into your lungs. Okay, let's do it. 1, move your eyes from side to side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Good job. Now, I want you to lift up your hands in front of you, in front of your lung area like that. Now we're going to circulate, okay, our hands in front of our lungs, all right? So we're going to go clockwise, meaning that you move in your eyes to delete the file in your mind. We're dealing with depression, we're dealing with sadness, we're dealing with grief. There are stored emotions that you don't remember that are in there, but as we're doing this, I tell you, it is working. Believe in your heart. This has been tried and tested. It has been in ancient science for a long time. So just keep doing it, keep following instructions, and let's go. So move your hands facing you like that, your lungs, and we're going to move clockwise, okay? To the north, south, back up again, okay? 18 times as your eyes are moving because the files are in here and we're going into the organ, okay? Let's go. 1, move those eyes, it's very important. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Move those eyes. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. You have done a great job. Now I want those hands that you just used, right? I want you to place them palms on your knees, okay? Put your feet apart, okay? Feet apart and your palms on top of your knees like that. Now we're going to inhale, right? We will lift up our hands gently over our heads, and then we'll turn it, I don't know if you can see in the camera, we'll turn it upside this way when we get there, all right? So now let's put it back on our knees, please. Close your eyes. Inhale with me and lift up your hands very slowly like you were in a slow motion movie. Let's go. Inhale, inhale, inhale. When you get above your shoulders, turn your palms up and look at the back of your palms. Let your fingers point to each other. And now I want you to exhale the sound S. That is the sound that vibrates and releases any repressed emotion of sadness, depression, grief, and sorrow in the lungs. It's, everybody do it with me. Exhale. And bring your hand down slowly, slow motion. Bring it back down. We're going to repeat that in case you didn't get it, okay? Good. With your, now relax your shoulders. One more time. Inhale, arms up slowly. Let's go. Fill that belly up, fill it up, fill it up, fill it up slowly. Turn your arms up, look, open your eyes. The eyes are the window, look. And exhale, release. Bring it back down slowly. You are doing great. Good job. Now bring your palms to your knees again and now rock from side to side. Rock your spinal cord, okay? Your spine. In the pelvic, when you sit in on your pelvic, right? The pelvic is where we store all the hidden emotions. You know, they're like, oh, forget that. It happened. Someone didn't speak to me right. Someone bullied me. I wasn't appreciated for the job that I did. They're all repressed emotions. You're hiding them in your pelvic floor. So rock it side to side, side to side, side to side. Okay. Now, as you're doing this, it is moving. The energy is moving through your thighs, through your knees, into your ankle. And where does it go? It goes into the earth, okay? The earth is receiving all the negative energy that we do not need, the repressed emotions. And what does it do? When you give something, you receive. So you are receiving kindness, you are receiving courage, you are receiving righteousness, all right? So as we receive this, now we want to multiply it back into our lungs. So imagine a white light, okay? Pure light emanating from the earth up through your legs again into those hands that are on your knees right now. And now pick it up and circulate it, okay? Clockwise over your lungs. Imagine love, joy, happiness multiplying in your lungs right now. Give yourself a big, big smile. Receive it. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale it all in. You have so much courage. You are capable of doing everything that you set your mind to. Everything. Workplace wellness. You are so well full of courage, joy, peace, righteousness, sincerity. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. One more time. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Now put your hands back on your knees and rock. Rock, rock, rock. To the left, to the right. Release. Listen, some things they hide. So this is, you are invited to do this as often as you can. It helps physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Physically moving your spine is very important. So it aligns it and moves the energy around. Emotionally, of course, we are releasing these negative energies that we don't want, and we are putting in love, light, righteousness, courage. Spiritually, you are being energized and charged. So you'll be the best that you can be in the workplace. You'll be the light right there. All right. Now we're going to take it over again. Hands up, inhale. Over your head, look at those fingers. Imagine yourself releasing, exhaling the sound. release and let it go through those fingers right there. Let's do it. Exhale. Bring those arms down. Right there on your knee. Bring your arms down slowly and gently. Awesome, awesome, awesome. How was that, Lila, Margaret, Ali? Good, 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 good.
Thank
Keep okay?
This was so great. Now I'm so mellow, I have to keep myself awake. But I'm sure it was great for Ali, who is our next speaker, our next presenter. And I'm so, so grateful. So those of you who are here, we've learned that our emails we've been hearing from corporations that they haven't been receiving, they register on our website and haven't been receiving our emails. So we're still trying to figure out what's going on. But those of you who made it, we're grateful that you're here. And we will worry about that after. We are not going to stress about this. We're going to just work with what we have right now. And there's always going to be something, whatever you're doing. And you have to learn how to focus on what's important and not worry, because this is all being recorded, and we'll keep in connection with those on our list and let them have opportunity to see. Thank you, Patience. I'm so glad that you were able to join us. Patience will be with us again tomorrow and on Friday morning at the same time. So if you have friends and colleagues who you think may benefit from this, let them know to join us at the summit. We're also streaming live on YouTube. And so that's also another option. The Summit's YouTube channel, we're streaming live there. And but you get to interact with us inside of Zoom. So those of you who are here, feel free to, of course, share in your social media network, tell those in your network the exciting time you're having here and how much you're learning. I keep learning stuff. So our next speaker, Ali Nathaniel, is a leadership and productivity consultant who specializes in building emotional resilience. Ali is a best-selling author who sold 60,000 of her books and the creator of Emotional Business IQTM. Her BA is in business management and psychology, and for many years, she worked as a recruiter for the Israel Defense Force and managed HR and technology teams in high-tech companies. She is also a motivational speaker and mentor. Ali, thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to your presentation.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Joy, so much. And I'm going to ask you as well to turn on your cameras. This is going to be an interactive workshop. And the more if I can see you, it's easier for me to connect with you. And also, I want to know that you're here and that you're listening and absorbing. So thank you, Lila and Antoinette, for turning on your cameras. Everyone else, please do so. It's always, hi, Daniel, thank you for turning on your camera. It's so much better as humans to connect with each other, with each other when we actually see and feel the energy. So that's going to make it so much easier for me. It's going to make it so much better for you if you're fully participating in this workshop. So I'm going to share my screen. Joyce, can you allow me to do that, please? Oh, yeah, I can do that. Perfect. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me know, either in the chat box, let me know that you can see it, or, give me thumbs up that you see it. If you have, thank you, Patience. If you have any questions during the presentation, make sure to type them in the chat box so I can answer them later, and Joyce will monitor the questions. So I'm not going to stop in the middle just to keep the flow going, but make sure to ask the questions because I want to address them and I want to make sure that you get all the answers that you need. So thank you so much for being here. And this presentation is about the power of emotional resilience and how you can become an influential leader and create change by embracing your emotions. And I like that is connecting to what patients just did. We store a lot of emotions in our bodies, and it really holds us back from going after what we want, what we need, and play big in this world. So, just a sec. Okay. So I'm going to talk about leadership because I'm helping leaders become better leaders. And leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. That I didn't say that. John F. Kennedy said that. And this is completely true. When you're leading, whether within your organization, your family, a group of friends, it doesn't matter where you lead, you need to constantly keep learning and learning about new things that can serve you as a leader. So I'm going to talk about the emotional business IQ today and about emotional resilience. And I want you to keep open mind about learning because that's why you're here today. So I help leaders build emotional resilience to avoid burnout. If you ever felt burnt out in the workplace, type in the chat box yes, because I know I did. And that led me to learn more about this topic and to figure out what can be done to help others avoid that. We don't want to be burned out. So a little bit about myself, so you know why I'm here and why I'm talking to you. I have a BA in business management and psychology. I worked as a recruiter for the Israeli Defense Force. I was born and raised in Israel, and we have no choice there. We have to serve in the army, and my job was a recruiter. I didn't know back then that it's going to lead me to so many other things. So I'm very thankful that, that's what was laid upon me. During the years, I managed HR and technology teams in high-tech companies. And that taught me even more about burnout and about emotional resilience and about what we need to do to manage teams and to keep people happy, because that's what it's all about. I'm also the creator of the Emotional Business IQ. I also wrote a book about it. You can find it on Amazon, the same name, the Emotional Business IQ. And this is about how to use that method, that system, to help you grow within organizations, or if you're an entrepreneur or whatever you do in your life, that's going to help you. And I was featured on Forbes, HRD Connect, the Training Journal, and I'm a contributor to Thrive Global. And I'm also a best-selling author. So someone is trying, okay, I'm admitting people as I speak. How exciting. So this presentation is for you if you want to learn what's really stopping you from leading big. And I'm going to talk about emotions and how to let them out, because most of the things that are not allowing us to move forward, to get to the next level, etc., are emotional. And we need to know how to treat them. It's also for you if you want to know how to eliminate the mental blocks that are preventing you from playing bigger. And I'm going to give you leadership tips to advance your career. Whether you're an employee or a leader, you're going to get a lot of great information today. So why emotional resilience is important? And by the way, feel free to type things in the chat box if you want to add something, or you want to comment on things that I said, or if you had a similar experience in your life, type it in the chat box. It's much better when we're interacting with each other. So emotional resilience is important because we need to learn how to develop helping coping mechanism, both mental and emotional, and maintain balance during stressful times. As leaders, and I'm going to assume that all of you here in this room today are leaders, otherwise you wouldn't be here. You want to learn, you want to get better at what you do. we always encounter difficult situation and crises, not to mention Corona or COVID-19, that is probably the biggest crisis most of us experienced during our lifetime. We had to figure out how to deal with it. And those people who had good emotional resilience were able to adapt much quicker. So this will help you become better leader or employee. Now, how to build emotional resilience? That's the $1 million question. I'm going to go quickly. This chart will show you what you need to have to grow your emotional resilience, to develop it. So first of all, it's emotional awareness. That's what I'm going to dive into today. That's the topic I'm going to tell you more about. But you also need to have perseverance. So you need to know that whatever comes in your way, you need to move forward. You need to be optimistic, because if you're not, if you're unable to see that the best is yet to come, or that it's up to you to achieve better results, it's really hard to move forward and to adapt. So optimism is critical. Also, sense of humor helps. We don't have to be super serious all the time. And sorry, I'm admitting people. So sense of humor, spirituality, I'll say that I'm very spiritual. And that's something that I became more and more spiritual as the years went by. But you'll find your way of spirituality, whether it's, church, synagogue, Buddhism, or believing in something beyond us. It is part of, good emotional resilience. Also, to have a perspective. Our perspective is not always correct because we see reality through our eyes. And it's good to talk to other people and get different perspective. So have the support that you need, and develop internal locus of control, meaning that you need to know that you have the power to change. It's up to you. People can do things around you or to you, but it is up to you. You control your reality. So all those are traits of emotional resilience, and I'm going to talk about emotional awareness today. The first part of developing emotional awareness is to identify your emotions. And this is not as easy as it might sound, because we know that sometimes we're mad, or we're happy, or we're upset. But I'm going to give you an example. Last week, someone asked me, when do you usually feel that you're powerless? And I said that sometimes I feel angry before I can feel powerless, because it's easier to get mad. Mostly for men, it's easier to get mad. For women, sometimes it's a little harder because we're not trained to show big emotions. So identify the emotion and always go deeper. It's easier to be mad than to feel grief. So always ask yourself, what else do I feel? What's underneath the feeling that I just recognized? And it's a very interesting journey that I suggest you'll do on a regular basis, because every day we have things that are re-stimulating us. Someone pushes our buttons. So ask yourself that question, what else is underneath that emotion? And the second part that I'm going to talk more in this presentation is about releasing emotions to gain rational thinking. What do I mean by that? Many times something happens to us in the workplace. Our boss says something to us that we don't agree with, or that we're not happy about, and it pushes our buttons. And for a moment, or sometimes for hours, we're unable to think clearly. We're just unable to do that. There's so many things going on in our head that we can't think about what's the next best step to solve that problem, or to start taking care of that crisis. because our brain is clouded because our buttons were pushed. So how many of you, in the chat box or raise your hand, had, a young person, a child in your family, or maybe you, when you were younger, behaved that way, had this big tantrum, threw yourself on the ground, yelled really hard, refused to go with your parents somewhere. I know people here are smiling, so I know everyone knows what I'm talking about. Whether you have children of your own, or you have nieces, or you saw kids on the street, kids are masters of releasing emotions to gain rational thinking. No one had to tell them what to do. They know that when they feel bad, when they feel disconnected, and that's crucial. When they feel disconnected, they're going to throw a tantrum, because we are all born to feel connected to our parents, to our siblings, to our community, to our workplace. We're always aspired to feel connected. And when we feel disconnected, we need to let those emotions out, because those are low frequency emotions. We need to let them out. Now, it's harder for us as adults to do what you see the kids here are doing, because society trains us that we're not supposed to behave that way. And we probably learned that lesson when we were 2 years old, maybe a little younger or a little older. But we figured out, you were super smart to figure out that you can't behave that way, because you're going to get punished. But the only way to get rational thinking is to get rid of the emotions that are clouding your brain, clouding your thinking. So always think yourself about the little child. We all of us have that little child inside us that want to throw a tantrum here and there. So make sure to pay attention to that little child and help them get rid of those emotions. You can't do it everywhere. You can't do it in the workplace whenever you feel like it, not even in your family. But some adults are yelling really hard at their kids. That's a tantrum, adult tantrum. So we're still trying to get rid of all the tension that is putting, on our shoulders from whatever happens to us in our lives. So leadership and the power of listening, because the basis of all that work is good listening. And why do we need to become better listeners? First, we want to build trust. When you listen to someone, when you feel listened to, and when people are noticing that you really listen to them, that's going to help you build trust. Whether we're talking about the workplace, to listen to your employee, something happened to them at home before they came to work. They bring that with them. Sometimes they just need someone to listen to them about that. And as you listen, you build trust. You create better relationships with them, because they know they can trust you. You're not just there to command them to do things. You can actually listen to them and understand, empathize with them. It can help us overcome cultural gaps. Think about teams, global teams. This is the Global Workplace Wellness Summit. When you meet with people from different cultures, sometimes things that you say doesn't make sense to them, things they say doesn't make sense to you. We all need to become better listeners. The best thing to do is to stay quiet, listen to them, and then ask questions. What do you mean by that? Does that mean that X, Y, Z? Listen first, ask questions next, and then figure out how to address the problem. And then it will also help you eradicate systemic racism. Yesterday, we were talking about systemic racism. And part of the problem, I'm a white person. there's no way I know what a person of color, what a Black person felt during their lives, because I didn't experience that type of racism. I did experience anti-Semitism, but it's not the same as racism toward people of color, for example. So the best thing I can do is listen to my Black employees, brown employees, we're all colorful. I'm not even white. I think I'm a little yellowish. So we need to listen to each other. And people who are in the hierarchy of society are the oppressor sometimes, like me. I'm a white person. I've been the oppressor for people of color. I need to listen more and say less and really listen to my employees. And I'm going to give you an example. I had an employee, and one morning she came in. I could see that she could hardly breathe. I think she almost had a panic attack. And I didn't know what's going on. But as a team, the team that I manage, we sat there and listened to her. And apparently she was pregnant, and she didn't want to tell us she was pregnant because she was afraid she's going to be laid off because she was pregnant. I never had that fear as a white person. Maybe as a woman, we all have that fear, but not on the same level she had that fear. And that's because of systemic racism. So we need to listen more, understand what the person is going through, and then address the problem and figure out a solution. And that's how you become a better leader and manager. Now, the pitfalls, and Joyce, I'm going to have like an exercise very soon. I want you to practice listening without talking. We're going to break out, and Joyce, let me know if you can do that. I know, we have technology issues sometimes. I hope we can break out into rooms and just listen to each other. Each one of you will listen to the other person for 1 minute without saying anything, and then you'll switch. So the other person who was listened to will listen for one minute without saying anything. So the pitfalls that we need to avoid as we listen to other people, employees, other leaders, spouses, etc., children, usually we talk more than we listen. Someone told me, you have two ears and one mouth for a reason. You always need to listen more than you talk. So that's rule number one, something we want to avoid. And we bring ourselves into the conversation. Think about a friend or someone at work. You started to tell them something. Oh, this happened to me yesterday. You just wanted to get rid of that emotional charge and share. And within a few seconds, let's give them 15 seconds. That's a long time. They jumped in and probably said something along those lines. Oh, that also happened to me. And they started talking about themselves. So we bring ourselves into the conversation more often than we should. And we judge other people for what they tell us. We all, our brain works, oh, they shouldn't do this, they shouldn't do that. We need to judge less, just listen without judging. There's a reason why this person behaved that way. And we think we have the answers, so we give advice all the time. Raise your hand if you ever gave advice to someone without them asking. We do that on a regular basis because we want to help. That it comes from a good place. We want to help them, but we give advice when they didn't ask us to give advice. So, Joyce, is it possible to send people to breakout room for 3 minutes?
You need to tell us how many people you want in the breakout.
So I want 2 people in every room. Now, before you send anyone to the room, the instructions are as the following. I hope you have a timer. So I want, all of you to set up a timer for 1 minute. So when you get into the room, just make a quick decision. Who's number 1? Who's number 2? And number 1 will speak first. and number two will listen first. When the minute is over, switch. The person who spoke will listen for 1 minute. And now listening means I don't want you to say anything. I don't want you to ask any questions. Just listen. And what you can talk about your workplace, your experience in the workplace. It can be something very general. If you're struggling with what to talk about, then tell them about where you grew up, where you come from, things that are general, but just keep talking, and the other person will only listen. So you have we're going to open the rooms for, let's say, 4 minutes, so you have enough time to make that decision who goes first, second, and we're going to call you back after 3.5 minutes. So by the 4 minutes, you're back to this presentation. So go into the rooms. Joyce, you can send people to the rooms. You're going to see a blue button asking you to click to go to the room. Make a decision who's first, who's second. Set up a timer for 1 minute. The first person will talk, the second person will listen, then you'll switch after a minute, and don't say anything, just listen.
Ebenezer, did you accept a room? Okay, great. So maybe you and, all right. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to be in a room, but we'll go for it. So who's here? 9 people. Are there some of you who didn't get into a room? So let's get you into a room. You should have a room schedule. So we'll get you into a room. Kathy, I notice you're not into a room, so I'm going to, where she is, who is not in a room? Ebenezer, okay. So let's ask. Lisa, would you like to join into a room? I think the rest of you here are coerced. I think a few people didn't get into a room.
Hi, Joyce. Nobody joined my room that you sent me into.
Okay, so Heather, you're in a room by yourself?
Yeah, so it wasn't very much fun.
No, okay, let me see. Okay, well, that doesn't make sense. Let's see. There is Lisa Francis. She's not joined. What room number are you in?
5.
Okay, I'm going to move Lisa into your room. Oh, you left already. Okay.
I left because nobody was there.
Okay. Okay. All right, because you left it. Okay, I couldn't join someone. Let me see who else I can join. Add into. Yeah, some people are just on, but um, they're not joining. So move to.
Laid off, but I have been. Oh, I just got moved to a new room.
Oh, so sorry. I think I moved somebody. Okay, you can switch back. Antoinette, are you not in a room?
I was in a room, Joyce, but there was nobody showing up. So I came back to find out what was happening.
Happened. Okay.
But back to 8. I think it was 8. Nobody showed up.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I assume that might happen because you never know who's really in the room.
I'm putting you back in room 7.
Because I was in 8.
Joyce, I don't think we have enough time. We actually need to call people back now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's close it back then.
Okay.
Yeah, that is always the challenge, is to get people into.
And Antoinette, you can connect with me after the session and we can just Zoom one-on-one so you get the experience.
That's okay. I kind of was preparing in my mind.
Okay. Joyce, can you let me know when everyone's back?
In 46 seconds, everyone will be back.
Okay.
I think
oh wow, I see your faces. Yay. Thank you so much for turning your cameras on, and please stay on with your camera because it's so much better. You can type, while we're waiting for everyone to come back, you can type, whatever experience you had, or, a word or two that came up to you when you were listening to someone else, or when you had a full minute to talk about yourself without saying anything. So we're gonna wait for people. Oh, I'm admitting people. Okay.
No, you're not.
Joyce, we have until 11:30, right?
Yes, we
yes.
go.
Okay. Yeah, so
we're
good.
actually on until 11:30. Yes.
Yeah, perfect. So that's perfect.
And don't worry about inviting people. We have people on board doing that.
Oh, okay, perfect. Even better. It's getting better every minute. So I'll assume everyone's back because I see many people here.
Yes, the rooms are all closed.
Perfect. Yes. So I'm going to go with my presentation. So how to listen well. Those are tips for you as a leader in the organization. First, don't talk too much. You had the experience of not saying anything for a minute. Imagine how it's going to feel like if you're not going to say anything for 15 minutes. It's actually very challenging. So I just want you to keep that in mind, that silence is gold. People will tell you much more when you don't say anything, and you'll be figure out what the real issue is here. They might start saying something like, this person is not treating me well, but that go much deeper as you let them speak. Ask questions about the person you listen to. So, as you listen, give them a few minutes, you don't say anything, and then ask questions about things they're saying. What do you mean by that? Keep it open-end questions. What do you mean by that? Why do you think that happens? Let them bring their mind into the conversation. Assume the other person is inherently good. That might be hard for some people to assume about other people, that, I don't know, they remind them of someone. Many times we don't like someone the second we see them, and we don't know why. I just don't like them. Many times they remind us someone, but you still need to keep listening and ask yourself, why this person is pushing my buttons. Does they speak in a way that reminds me of someone? Do they say things that was said to me when I was younger and didn't allow me to be who I am? So there's always other layers underneath whatever you're listening to and feeling as you listen. So ask yourself questions. It's a journey to yourself. And also ask, what can I learn from that person or this person? Because many times we just assume that the other person has nothing they can teach us. There's so many ism comes into it. They're not in the same, class as us. They're not the same color as us. They're not as old as us. Adultism. We assume they don't know as much. But let's talk about young people. They know so much, and I learn from my kids every day because everyone has a wisdom in them. Each one of you has a huge wisdom in you that you can share with others. And find a listening partner. What we did here was just, a quick experiment, but find someone you can actually exchange listening time with. Now, when we talk about leadership, there is the old way and the new way. Authority leadership is about telling people what to do, and servant leadership is about listening, finding solutions. So you want to go the new way. The old way still exists, but it doesn't work as well. And you'll still be able to see leaders out there telling you what to do, instead listening to you, getting your perspective, asking the team for ideas, etc. Emotional listening in the workplace. Why? Listening will help a person connect to their core, open up and find answers, because each one of you have the answers within you. You don't need anyone to tell you what to do. Sometimes you just need enough space to think, that can be achieved by someone else listening to you, not saying anything. You're going to get those answers. Doesn't mean that you're not going to ask for other opinions or perspective, but you have the answers in you. And emotional listening will allow you access to rational thinking and therefore the solutions. Now, I'm going to say a few words because I want to leave enough time for questions. But at the workplace, we're functioning better when we experience elevated emotions versus low frequency emotions. When we're happy, when we're content, when we feel love, it's easier for us to function, not only in the workplace, but everywhere else, at home as well, versus when you feel sad, depressed, oppressed, etc. It's much harder to function that way. So we want to help ourselves and our employees get to the state of elevated emotions. And emotional state at the workplace, just to say something about emotional state. Usually when people are depressed, they live in the past because they remember bad experiences they had in the past that didn't work out for them. Whether in the present time, present time is always benign, especially, I'm talking about here, US, Canada, other places in the world. We have roof over our head, we have food, we have bed. Everything, reality is benign. If we're living in the past, we might get depressed. If we're living in the future, we're going to get scared because we're trying to achieve something that we haven't achieved before. We get really scared. So every time you get scared about achieving a goal, tell yourself, here and now, everything is well. Just remind yourself that, and to your employees as well. And also, emotions are thoughts in motion. So whenever you have a thought, it activates emotions within you. And that's when you get sad or mad or disappointed. Change the thought, change the emotion. It sounds easy, but it's really hard to do. So you need to practice, practice, practice. Now, home and work are not separated. People, the separation is artificial. We bring ourselves into the workplace. So people showing emotion in the workplace is actually should be the norm. Of course, we need to be mindful about what we do, but as employees and leaders, we need to provide a space, safe space for people to show their emotions, to let them out. So my suggestions are always create that safe place. Give your employees mental health days. Let them know that if today they feel, I don't know what happened to them, a mental health day is acceptable. Please use those days. Create a meditation room so people can, meditate and relax. Also, I always recommend putting a punching bag in that room. So maybe you can create different doors, like noise cancellation doors. People can punch a bag, get rid of a lot of anger and frustration, and get their rational thinking. And you can have an emotional business IQ consultant in your firm to actually listen to people. If you can do that, if you don't have time, people still need that to let it out. Now, if you can send me an email to ali@alinathaniel.com and let me know that you want that feeling inventory to help people in the workplace and yourself recognize the emotions they have. There are many emotions listed here, to pin them down so you know better how to address them. Send me an email, ali@alinathaniel.com, and I'll send it out to you. I also made a free freebie at the marketplace where you can download a sheet where you can get ideas how to deal with remote teams, because it's much harder to manage remote teams these days. You don't see them, you can't feel the energy. Make sure to download it and get ideas on how to manage them better, to listen to them better, and different activities you can do. Now, developing emotional resilience, you have to get, those are the things that maybe you want to write them down. Get a good night's sleep. Without a good night's sleep, you'll never be able to think clearly and to function. My friend Ariana Huffington told me once, when I asked her, what's the best decision you ever made? She said to get 8 hours of sleep every day, because without that, your brain is not going to function. Now, a good exercise is to remind yourself of your successes on a daily basis before you go to sleep. Either write them down or count them in your head. Today I treated well. Today I gave myself a gift. Today I achieved this or that. I succeeded at work. Small victories, even if it is to get out of bed and dress up. Sometimes this is very hard, so that can be a success. If someone is, feeling sad or depressed, get out of bed is a success. So count them. Stop worrying, because worrying will not promote you in any way. Worrying is an illusion of doing. And by occupying your brain with worrying, you're not doing something else that would be beneficial. So just do something instead of worrying. Drink a cup of tea, write a letter, come up with a plan, whatever it is. Choose what to pay attention to. Our brain goes automatically to the bad things that happen to us because it is wired to pay attention to things that are not working well so we can save ourselves. But you know what? We are not being chased by lions anymore, at least here in North America. We don't have to save ourselves. So choose to pay attention to the positive things that are going on in your life, for example, by counting your victories. Help others. That's always a great place to start. By helping others, it makes us feel better about ourselves, because we're contributing to something bigger. So helping others is great, and meditating. So I just want to do like something quick before I'm done with this presentation. I'm gonna do like a quick meditation just for you to relax. So I want you to close your eyes. And once this is done, I'm going to open it up for questions. So let me know if you hear the music. Can you hear the music? Okay. So close your eyes. Breathe in. Breathe out. Know that you are safe and that you are in the right place. Inhale, exhale. Pay attention to your heart. Allow it to open wide. Allow the light to come in. The light will heal you from old hurts. The light allows you to accept yourself, to accept other people. Know that you are good and that your goodness is the answer. You have what it takes. You are the change. So that's it for this presentation. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Did I? I did. And
Ali.
You're most welcome. Joyce, I don't know if we have time for questions. It's up to you.
Well, we are going to head into a break time, so we can take a few more questions, and then we're going to have bathroom break. So people can go to the bathroom, they can go get a cup of coffee. You know, we do like to move and circulate our body. So we're going to do a breathing. So Ali's already done the breathing, so that's good. You've done your breathing, you're calming. So now we're going to answer any questions you may have for Ali. Ali, what is the common question that you get asked when you're in your presentations? What is one of the common questions you get asked?
So one question that I love is how I can implement listening in an organization that doesn't promote listening.
Aha. So how do you answer that?
Yeah. So that's a great question, because sometimes our bosses or our leaders are not on the same page with us. They don't have the same information as we do. So the great thing about listening is that you don't need permission to do that. You can just practice listening. Start listen to your employees. Listen to your boss about not wanting to promote listening. Why do they think that's not going to be beneficial for the organization? So you don't need permission. Just start listening to people, real deep listening, and you'll see that other people will ask you, what is it that you did right there? Can you teach me? So, if the organization doesn't promote it, you don't have to say anything. Just start using the tool. And you can read more about this tool in my book, The Emotional Business IQ. It's available on Amazon. So educate yourself and then practice.
Thank you, Ali. Any other questions in the chat for Ali? All right, but that was a really good answer. We don't need permission to listen. I really like that, because we can just listen whether they give us permission or not. It's something that we have control over. We can listen because it's a skill that we practice on our own. I'm really excited that you shared with us. So at this time, we are going to take a short bathroom break. And when we come back, we will be heading into our next presentation with Linda Crockett. And today, as you know, we're focusing on mental health. Today, our focus is on what are some of the strategies and tools that we can use to promote mental health at work. So I will see you back here in 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay.
Let's look at the soup and then look at it. What did you mix them?
Okay. I hope you're getting your groove on. Oh, wow. I love that song. Welcome back, everyone. I am so excited to introduce our next presenter. Linda Crockett has been a professional social worker for over 32 years. As a witness and target of workplace harassment and bullying, including mobbing and later violence. In her own profession, her career is dedicated to the development of a center which provides education, intervention, and restorative recovery options for employers and employees impacted. Linda offers a holistic perspective to addressing the diverse, multi-layered, complex phenomena of workplace harassment and bullying. Linda provides services to help people understand what bullying is today and what they can do about it. If you're just joining us, my name is Joyce Adidison, founder of the Global Workplace Wellness Summit, and I want to welcome you today to our morning workshop session and introduce our next presenter, Linda Crockett. Linda, thank you. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you for having me, Joyce. This is such an important topic. Thank you for including me. Do we go ahead?
Go ahead.
So do I share screen? Is that how you get this?
You are able to, yes.
Yeah. Which one? This one I did. Are you seeing that? Because I'm not.
You're coming across. Yeah.
We're good? Great.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. I'm just trying to make my slides switch. Is it switching for you? Because it isn't on my end.
No, it's stuck on that one slide. Did you want it to move? Are you changing slides?
Yeah, I'm trying to change slides. There we go. How's that?
Yeah, it did.
Oh, good. Great. So my name is Linda Crockett. I am the founder of the Workplace Bullying Center in Canada. I started this 10 years ago. And I started it because prior to that, I went through it. And at that time, I was already in my profession of social work for 22 years. And I felt that I should have known. I should have saw what was happening. It actually shocked me and put me into quite a state of confusion. I ended up with a diagnosis of PTSD as a result of the bullying I experienced. But it was at that time that I realized this wasn't the first time. 22 years in social work, I worked in areas of poverty, domestic violence, sexual assault. I worked in child protection, many levels. I worked in the hospitals. And I realized when I went through it that I'd seen it in all of those offices, all those departments I was in. I had either experienced it numerous times or I witnessed it. So I was quite shocked and confused and quite ashamed, actually, that I went through it. I'm supposed to be able to see these signs of abuse, but nobody trained us in the workplace to identify psychological harassment. We weren't even talking about it. Just like domestic violence and sexual assault, it was in the closet. It was very isolating, very silencing, and very shaming. And I think for some of us professionals who work in all these workplace systems, when we end up getting abuse, we even feel more shame because we feel we should have known better. It wasn't until I was well into my recovery that I understood the complexity and the insidiousness and the lack of language around workplace bullying. There are so many stereotypes and stigmas and misunderstandings and assumptions and myths around workplace bullying. So it's important to clarify that we're not talking about childhood bullying. Childhood bullying is typically more aggressive, more physical. There is some psychological as well, but it's primarily that physical. And you've heard about the meeker, milder child being the typical target, where you've got an aggressive, more dominating, overbearing child, and size doesn't matter in that issue. There's very small built children that could be quite destructive bullies. But that's your typical childhood bullying scenario. In the workplace, it is primarily psychological. Physical abuse, bullying, actually, it does happen in all professions. And I need to clarify that workplace bullying does happen in all professions. It doesn't matter if you are highly educated, highly resilient, highly outspoken, or soft-spoken. It can happen to anyone because of the insidious nature of it. So again, it's primarily psychological. It usually happens behind closed doors. As adults, we know we cannot be threatening people in public. We cannot be aggressive, but for some do anyway. But it's primarily psychological, which means it can happen in front of you. It's so normalized, you don't even see it. We have done that over decades, normalizing workplace bullying. It certainly isn't a new phenomenon. It's been going on since the beginning of time. But in our time, we are far more intelligent society. We have the internet now. I call the internet an abyss of weaponry. If you want to hurt somebody, you have all kinds of more sophisticated skills to bully other people. And that means we have far more damage, far more ways to hide it, and far more reasons to be afraid to report it. So we're going to talk today about what it is and what it isn't. We're going to talk a little about what to do about it. What does it look like? I want to touch on the target's experience, the bystander's experience, and even the perpetrator's experience. But we only have 40 minutes, so I'm going to really rush through the first part. Most of you probably know some of this information in the beginning, but I just want to touch on it. And then we're going to talk about what to do about it. We're also going to talk about how to repair and recover. My philosophy is we have to look at this in a holistic perspective. Sometimes these cases are very complex, multi-layered, and you need a good team of professionals involved. It can't be one brush that you identify the issues, one brush that you solve them. Every case is unique and every individual in the case is unique. So there's many layers to look at. So we're talking about, and please feel free to ask questions. I might not be able to see that, Joyce, so you'll have to let me know. I think it's important for us just to touch on the topic of what is psychological safety. And it really does just boil down to you being able to be you, for you to express who you are, for you to share your opinions, your thoughts, your ideas, your creativity, be who you are, and feel safe that you are not going to be humiliated, embarrassed, or your integrity or it's going to be compromised. That's what psychological safety is, and that's what we all have a right to in our workplace. Just looking at the Occupational Health and Safety Act in Alberta, I'm not sure where everybody's from here, but it's going to be similar depending on whatever province we're looking at, or state or country. There'll be some similar wording, there'll be some changes. So I'm going to touch on what we have in Alberta here. And I'm just going to look at the first part here. We just got this as of June 1st, 2018. So finally we have a definition of harassment. And we've included the word bullying in there. That was not in there before. Before June 1st, 2018, it was okay for me to come to work and call you a useless waste of space. It was okay for me to make fun of something that you were wearing, or the way you wear your hair, or the color of your skin. There was ways to do that within the protected grounds, that you could go in between those words and they wouldn't fit with the protected grounds. The protected grounds being the second section there. So today we have harassment, and it means any single incident or repeated incidences of objectionable or unwelcome conduct, comments, bullying, or action by a person that the person ought reasonably know would cause harm being humiliation or embarrassment. Now, I should reasonably know that if I come to work and call you a useless waste of space, that that's going to cause you harm. But people got away with that. So that is, there's a problem. I have a problem with this definition because it says any single incident. Harassment can be any single incident, absolutely. But psychological harassment is never a one-time incident. It can't be. It has to be several incidences. So someday I hope that we can see a subcategory for harassment that actually defines psychological harassment, which is bullying. You'll hear common terms throughout Canada: psychological harassment, psychological violence, mobbing, lateral violence, horizontal violence, or icing out, which is social exclusion and ostracism. These are pretty much the common language that we use here. I've created a definition that kind of simplifies a lot of the research around the world and the definitions that we are seeing. I don't know why that just changed on me. So when I talk about, tactics of bullying, we're talking about gossip and rumors and telling lies about people. A variety of these tactics that are repeated over a period of time. Like I said, it's never a one-time incident. So a period of time by research is 6 months or more. But we are seeing very valid cases of 3 months or more. So that could be a bit of a guide for you. A variety of these negative behaviors that are directed towards a target or a group of people with intent to cause some kind of harm, degrade them, humiliate them, diminish them, insult them. There's a long list that I could say of how that harm could show up. But we have to touch on that intent, that word intent. Some people are very intentional to cause harm, and that would be more on that psychological violence side of the spectrum, where you have potentially narcissists, psychopaths, sociopaths that are gaslighting and doing far more violent types of bullying. But the majority of the bullies that I work with, and the majority of the bullies that I see, that I believe are not of that category, there is potentially a disconnection or from their moral gauge that tells them their behaviors are wrong or are hurting people. When you get away with it for years and years and years, maybe even been rewarded for it, maybe promoted for it, maybe you were even hired to be that kind of a person in the workplace, you begin to disconnect from that part of who you are that tells you your behavior is wrong. So a good book to look at is Moral Disengagement. They're on my website if you want to look at them. There's some really good books on that. So that's the definition. The gauge I would use if I were you. Is it repeated tactics over a period of 3 months or more with some level of intent, conscious or unconscious, but it's causing you harm? Then we're looking at a case of workplace bullying. The different types of bullying, and you're probably aware of these, so I'm not going to read them, are physical bullying. I want to emphasize I do see that in all professions. All professions come to me. Nurses, teachers, doctors, lawyers, policemen, paramedics, construction, oil and gas, even retail, they all come to me, and there's examples of physical bullying in all of them. Verbal bullying, as you know, that screaming and yelling, name calling and teasing. Social bullying, that rolling the eyes, the ostracism, just excluding you, and electronic or cyberbullying and disability bullying as well. The term mobbing is used when 2 or more people are using bullying tactics against 1 or more. It really is that gang mentality, 2 or more, and that group of 2 or more could be a mix of all colleagues, equals, or it could be a mix of all leaders, or it could be a mix of leaders and staff. I've seen them all. So that's mobbing, just real kind of a ganging up on. And please feel free to ask questions if I'm going too fast. Lateral violence is simply peer-to-peer. Workplace bullying is an abuse of power, and power comes in many forms. So even if we were absolute equals, we have the same title, same days and years of experience, same amount of money on our paycheck, we can still have power over each other. And so peer-to-peer bullying is when these tactics are being used to sabotage you. For example, I could have a really good friendship there with Antoinette, and we go for coffee and she gets to know who I am, I get to know who she is, and eventually I start using her personal information against her. I want to sabotage her. Maybe she's a threat to me. Maybe she looks like she'll get the promotion that I want. And I can figure out how to sabotage what she's doing. Rumors, lies, gossip about her. I can look at some of her projects and give her misinformation. I can tell her about meetings and she'll show up the wrong day, wrong time because I gave her that wrong information. So there's all kinds of ways that we can sabotage Antoinette's relationships with her peers as well as her reputation as a professional. So the tactics of bullying, I'm sure most of you know all of these. I just need to put it up there. Name calling, starting rumors, telling lies, isolating, withholding positive feedback, and taking credit for all your hard work and leaving you to feel like you're just not doing good enough, but then taking credit for it. And that's kind of a common tactic as well. Sabotaging, I've mentioned that, those dirty looks, that verbal aggression, all those stuff. Criticizing your work, nitpicking, finding minor faults. I had a young girl once that was very professional, very smart, very intelligent, and she worked hard for 2 long years on very big projects, important projects. But unfortunately, she had 2 managers that constantly reminded her of one mistake she made. For 2 years, whenever they met, they would remind her in front of other people of one mistake, although she was successful at so much. All they kept reminding her was that she forgot to put enough felt pens in a basket for a speaker. And that is minor, but if you keep hearing that over and over and they do not recognize the goodness that you've done, what you've contributed, that starts to pick away at you and chip away. And that's what workplace bullying is like. The psychological violence or harassment is like, I don't know if you've heard that term, death by 1,000 cuts. That's what this is like, chipping away at you on a soul level, your integrity, your self-worth, chip, chip, chip. That's why I say even the most resilient can be impacted. And I want to talk about a typical profile of a target. I have seen well over 1,000 in the last 10 years, heard many stories, including my own and many others. And we have to be careful about that stigma and that stereotype so that we've got clarity on what it is and what it isn't. And sometimes people make that assumption that it's because you're weak, because you haven't spoke up, because you're not skilled enough. And that is absolutely not true when it comes to workplace bullying. I can validate the research with my hands-on work with over 1,000 employees. They are very typically, what I see, and the research says this, very skilled, dedicated, very loyal, ethical. They stand up and say that's unethical. They're usually very hardworking, multitaskers, used to dealing with many types of crisis. Many of them are shattered when this happens because they wonder, why have I managed all these years with all the different things in my life? Why has this taken me down to my knees? That's a pretty common question that I get from men and women that I see. They're often used to be very strong, but this has broken them. They're not perfect, but nobody is ever deserving of abuse in the workplace or anywhere in life. So anyone can be a target. Some of the typical things I also see is that the targets are overachievers. and they have high standards. And so their own expectations of themselves can't ever be met. Sometimes I use the example, I'm 5'2". I will never be 6 feet. And if I keep trying to be 6 feet, I'm going to constantly be disappointed. I'm never going to measure up. I'm never going to be good enough. So I say, make sure your expectations are reachable, attainable, not unrealistic, and not setting you up for burnout. Some can be very naive, politically naive, and need some coaching, need some help with strategically dealing with the bullying. We see some of that too, but I can tell you that I would hire 98% of the people that I see, because I think they are the employer's dream. They're so dedicated and they're doing the right thing coming forward. Oh, I went backwards. Sorry about that. I think it's important for us to talk about why people bully. That's a very big question. Why do people bully? There's a lot of assumptions up there, and I would say that some have been trained to be authoritarian leaders. Authoritarian leadership style is a high risk for bullying in the workplace because it's quite dominating, can be quite controlling and quite aggressive. And that was the common leadership style up until, I would say, the last couple of years. We are looking more at bringing in emotionally intelligent leadership style. It's very important for anybody who is in a leadership position to take a look at what is your leadership style. I have trained so many, and yet very few know what their leadership style is. You need to look and see what that is and where you need improvement or to grow or change, expand. So authoritarian leadership is one of the reasons people bully. They've been promoted, they've been rewarded, and they got away with it. Some are just extremely insecure, put in a position that they are not prepared for. They weren't trained. There's a lot of responsibility, and leadership needs to be accountable. But when you hire someone, make sure they're skilled and experienced. That means they're going to be confident and competent. And let's face it, confident, competent people do not bully. Do they? No. So we are setting up leaders to fail if we're putting them in positions they're not prepared for. And if we are doing that, we are also setting up the staff they're going to be leading. It's really critical that you hire for merit and you make sure your leaders are prepared and they're mentored and they're monitored as well. Some of these bullies might have suffered abuse as a child. We all know that any children that grow up in a chaotic home, whether they witness domestic violence or addictions or any other kind of chaos, grow up to have a higher risk of being a bully or being bullied or both. So that's something to be aware of, that some of them might have had some abuse in the past. I do remember a bully that I worked with, a perpetrator that I worked with, that suffered severe sexual abuse as a child and never dealt with it. And that comes out if we don't let our bodies heal from that kind of trauma. A lot of them, most bullies, I'd say true blue bullies, lack self-insight and lack a willingness to get any help and have very poor communication skills or anger management issues. They might have an addiction problem. They might suffer from burnout. They may have a mental health issue that was never diagnosed, or diagnosed, but they don't take their treatment. Some have borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder, and they're just not being treated. So there's, as you can see, there's a lot of reasons. I've got a long list more to add to that and some great examples. Or else they might be narcissists, sociopaths, psychopaths. And we certainly have those in all workplaces. It really does boil down to hurt people, oppressed people, oppress others. And that's how the pain gets passed through the generations. And it just evolves and becomes far more sophisticated over the years. As I said before, happy people do not bully. So if we see somebody acting out with these behaviors, we know that there is something lacking in their life. And I have told many of the targets that I work with that even if you were perfect, absolutely perfect, you would be bullied because you're perfect. It has nothing to do with anything that is different about you. It is something to do that is going wrong in that person's life. So we talk about risk factors, and the number one risk factor really is ignoring the early warning signs. And some of those early warning signs used to be abrasiveness, incivility, meanness, rudeness. Maybe it's even that horrible kind of sarcasm. There's a lot of those signs that are early. We used to brush off a lot of bullying situations by calling them personality conflicts. And actually that is a red flag. You need to see these red flags. That's your early warning signs, those behaviors. You need to get them there before it evolves, because it will evolve to bullying, physical bullying, if that, or psychological bullying. And if that's not addressed, then it's gonna evolve to physical. So here's just a few of those risk factors that I'm talking about for staff example. Job insecurity will absolutely cause some anxiety and frustration and potentially even resentments between employees. Unclear roles, people need to know what they're expected to do, where they start and where they end. And that's where you need a good job description. It is always a risk factor when there's not a job description of work imbalance. Some people just automatically do more than others, and that causes some resentments and jealousy and lack of trust if it's allowed. Extreme high stress. I know that we live in a society that is high stress, do more with less high stress, but we're talking above and beyond that. Negativity, hostility, rudeness, disrespect, policies not being followed or policies not even being developed. Those are risk factors as well. Increasing pressures, unresolved staffing issues where there's been resentments and there's been jealousy and there's been favoritism, those unresolved things, that piles up. It creates a message for employees that things don't get dealt with. And that's lack of trust and lack of respect. And that just, it's like that domino. Lack of positives too, and lack of team buildings. That's quite important to a healthy workplace. In the side of the leadership, when it comes to risk factors, again, I talked about authoritarian leadership style, but laissez-faire leadership style is also in a risk factor for bullying. And I kind of touched on that laissez-faire is that supervisor or leader who's sitting and playing solitaire because they have checked out long ago and they're not committed or involved or engaged in their job anymore. That laissez-faire where they just let the jealousy and the imbalance of work structure ferment and fester is a high risk factor. Leadership with lack of social skills or lack of soft skills, lack of skills, period, lack of communication skills. Those are risk factors as well. When the leaders are not present, we've done several surveys in this matter, and staff want to see their leaders. So even if it's just 5 minutes that you drop in or here and there, try to increase it and be more present. It gives staff more of a sense of being valued and that there is somebody there to support them. Transparency is very important to employees, and if you're a type of leader that is closed and doesn't communicate, doesn't share, then it's going to create some problems. Staff need to know what's going on and be included and be allowed to contribute. Favoritism is clearly a risk factor for building resentment and jealousy, and so is nepotism as well. So make sure that all leaders are on the same page. You're a cohesive team. You're treating all of your staff fairly. And if you do have family members that work with you, have a good, clear policy about how you're going to manage nepotism. And then there's just other agendas. For example, the narcissistic leadership who just wants to get up the ladder to the top of the ladder and is going to step on anybody to get there. So that's a couple of examples of risk factors. The effects on the workplace is important to talk about because it costs the organization productivity and reputation. Low morale will result if you're not dealing with workplace harassment, workplace psychological harassment and violence. You'll have a low morale, and that means low productivity. That means you have far more absenteeism and people on sick leave and costs there, as well as what about the cost to the employees that are staying and have that imbalance of work now because they're covering off for other people. So they're eventually going to end up on sick leave with burnout. You've got the costs of recruiting and retraining and all that stuff. And then you look at legal fees as well, the cost of that on the organization. For individuals, it's a loss of confidence, self-esteem, identity, loss of income, livelihood. They're far less satisfied with their jobs, less satisfied with the organization. They're actually fearful to come to work. I have many clients who talk about crying all the way to work, who sit in the parking lot and cry. I was one of those people. Cry, put the makeup back on again, get in there and soldier through the day, and then cry all the way home, and then go to your room and cry in there too. Work is now a source of stress and dread, and they're just less committed. So obviously that's going to end up costing multiple millions each year if we're not addressing this issue. And there's research to prove that. So I don't know why that's really getting the attention of most employers out there. The costs are atrocious, multiple millions each year. So I'm going to touch on the injury now. I don't know how we're doing for time. Quick change. And I always say when somebody's been targeted, I believe that the first thing to go is sleep. I think most of us as human beings, we typically lay in bed at night and think about our problems. We make decisions. We make a list of what's next on our plans or tasks, and we try to problem solve. So some of us can't get to sleep, or some of us wake up in the middle of the night and then we can't get back to sleep. We're ruminating about what happened. How do I make this stop? How do I make her or him see that I'm a good employee? Constantly trying to ruminate. And if you're not sleeping well, that automatically is going to affect your concentration, your focus, your memory, and that's going to affect your confidence and self-esteem and even your decision making. Sleep is so crucial. If you're not sleeping, you might as well show up at work drunk, because your balance is going to be off, your coordination is going to be off. You're at a higher risk of making a mistake and a higher risk of causing an injury for yourself or other people. Humiliation, embarrassment, debilitating fatigue, obsessive thinking is one of the symptoms that we end up with, trying to prove that the lies and the rumors are incorrect. We end up with headaches and migraines, changes in appetite, loss of appetite, gaining weight or losing weight. And it will end up with, like I said, PTSD. We have heart disease. We end up with gastro problems. All this stress shows up in our bodies. And there's lots of medical evidence that I would love to share with you, but there isn't enough time. But when our bodies are on high alert constantly, there's chemicals in our body that starts to attack our body and cause inflammation and attack our immune system. And before you know it, you've got colds and flus and pain, and it just progresses then probably to a diagnosis if we're not dealing with it. So we're talking along the lines of the injury. This is what some of our clients say to us. I felt like I was psychologically raped. I would rather have been assaulted. I am not the same person I used to be. And I've heard men and women say that. I don't know who I am anymore. I used to be so strong. I lost myself. That's kind of the injury, the voice of men and women who've been injured. It was like soul murder. Just want to touch on the injury of the brain here. If you look at this image, I have given you some links that you can go to read up and see more on this image and other. We finally have medical science to prove the injury exists. The normal brain is on the left there, and the bullied brain is in the middle, and the PTSD brain is on the right. And as you can see with the PTSD and bullied brain, there's far more red and far more white, showing the inflammation, the impact on the brain. That's going to show up with fatigue, memory loss, difficulty with decision making, slower thought processing, not quite keeping up anymore, not able to read and retain the information, far more emotional and mood changing. Now you see some evidence as to why that's showing up. And I think it's really important if you want to go and look at that link there. But I do have good news. I don't want to just give you the bad news. There is some good news here. Neuroplasticity. This here is not all hardwired. And same with even the bully's behaviors. It's not hardwired. We can change. We can grow and we can heal our brains as well through a lot of practices, meditation, yoga, breath work, nutrition, rest. Absolutely need rest. You might need some supplements, but you can change this, you can develop new neural pathways. You know, an awful lot of people end up with really self-defeating thoughts in their head that I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not skilled enough. When you continually tell yourself these things, you develop a real deep path in your thinking, a pathway. You can change that pathway by bringing in positives and affirmations and making that a habit and develop your own new pathway. But I just want to show you an example here. Before meditation on the left, you can see all the activity in that person's brain. But just after 10 minutes of meditation, look at the difference. 10 minutes. That's all we have to do. 10 minutes of meditation, 10 minutes of breath. You'll be able to regulate your nervous system and get clarity back. So that's the good news there. Going to move into what is not bullying. And that's important for everyone. We all tend to disagree in the workplace. We tend to not like everybody. We don't always get along. That's not bullying. What we have to do, though, is be professional and be respectful, be kind to each other. Even if we don't like each other, we represent the company. We represent the reputation of the organization that we work for. So we have to be respectful and kind, even if we don't like each other. Expression of conflicting opinions is not bullying. We don't have to agree. We can learn from each other's different opinions. Direct communication is often necessary in certain workplaces. That's not bullying. Corrective feedback is definitely not bullying. High performance standards is not bullying. Mutual teasing and joking with each other. I often get questions about when I'm doing my training, especially in construction. They'll say, Linda, does that mean I can't come to work and joke around? Does that mean I can't have fun? Work is going to become so boring. How are we going to do this? And I say, absolutely joke around, have fun, enjoy it. Just take the abuse out of it. That's the difference. We don't have to abuse people to get that shock factor. We don't have to, we can joke around just fine. There's a big difference between how I'm going to joke with Antoinette and how I'm going to joke with Rose, for example. What if Antoinette and I don't like each other? And what if Rose and I are great friends? Rose and I are going to be able to joke around quite a bit. Might even be able to push a barrier here and there because we like each other. But Antoinette, obviously, our season is going to be different. I cannot do the same with you as I would with Rose. So we know internally, we know when we're being inappropriate if we just listen to that gauge. So added training, perhaps you've been sent for a training course once, twice, 3 times. That's not bullying, unless all of these points are done with intent to cause you embarrassment. You know, so it's about the delivery, isn't it? I can ask you to do a course 3 or 4 times as long as I'm saying to you, for example, Joyce, I'm supporting you. I want you to be successful. I believe in you. I know you can do this. It's a tough course. A lot of people have done it several times. Now I'm supporting you. I'm not shaming you and I'm not embarrassing you. But if I was a bully, I certainly could use something like that to make you feel small. So there's a difference. Leadership has the right to evaluate and assess work performance, providing constructive feedback related to improvement. The right to administer disciplinary action. And sometimes tough leadership is necessary as well if you consider oil and gas and some of the things that they could do that could cause a lot of damage. So tough leadership is absolutely necessary. Workload changes, hours of operation, approved leave, layoffs, transfers, promotions. This stuff is not bullying unless it's delivered with intent to shame or embarrass and humiliate you. So it's about that communication skill we're talking about, the delivery and showing you that you're being supported, or are you being actually attacked. Making a legitimate complaint is not bullying. And yes, we do see people filing complaints against others for filing complaints against them. So we should have policies included in our workplace that talk about malicious claims as well, and how you're going to address malicious complaints or retaliation. So out of character outbursts is important because we're all human. We're all going to go through some crisis at some point in our life. We're either going to lose someone we love very much, or we're going to have someone we love become very ill, or we're going to get ill, or maybe we're in a car accident. We're all going to go through something, and that is going to put us out of character for a while. Could be a month, could be 6 months, that we are not who we are. If we're grieving, we can be very depressed, we can be very withdrawn, we can be very agitated. Depression can show up as anger, irritability, impatience. And it's really important for us to understand the signs of anxiety and depression and grief and loss and pain as well. Sometimes medications can make us absolutely miserable. It's not okay, whether we're going through grief and loss or a death, it's not okay to come to work and bully somebody or be mean to somebody because we're hurting. We need to take care of ourselves. We need to be accountable, and we need to get the help that we need. But that doesn't make us bullies. All right, it does not make us bullies because we go through a life crisis and we are agitated and grumpy and snappy. It makes us maybe grieving, it might make us depressed, but it doesn't make us bullies. We return to ourselves, we make amends, we come back to who we are, and we don't have intent to harm someone. Remember that definition, intent to harm. And deliberate tactics, that's not those out of character life crises situations, but just make sure you get the help and the support that you need and deserve. So I'm just going to touch on legislation here in Alberta, because again, it gives you a good example of, depending on where you are, what province you're in. I'm not sure where people are from, but some of our code talks about an employer must develop harassment prevention policy plan. And that must be enforced, or we can contact OHS and they can come in and take a look at your policies and procedures. And you could be given a fine if you're not up to date, including psychological harassment. So that's important to have updated and in place. An employer must train employees in the recognition of policies and procedures and control hazards for psychological harassment. So you must train your staff. And I honestly don't believe in a 1-hour webinar, check the box situation, because you're not going to be talking about prevention and intervention and repair. And it's always been my philosophy that you need to look at those pillars: prevention, intervention, and repair. And repair means restoration or recovery. So that must be in place as well. A 1-hour webinar basics is not going to help your employees create long-term sustainable change. And that's what you want. In the last section, every employer shall ensure that none of the employer's workers are subjected to or participate in harassment or violence in the worksite, that health and safety concerns are raised in a timely manner. So I think those are good examples of what policies should say. And if you do make a complaint, that's the stuff that you want to quote in your complaint. Love that picture. As far as supervisory responsibilities go, as far as it's reasonably practical, the supervisor should ensure that none of the workers under the supervisor's supervision are subjected to or participate in harassment or violence. Supervisors must report to the employer a concern about unsafe or harmful work site. They must cooperate with any person exercising a duty imposed by this act, and they must comply with this act. So that's about follow through. One of the, I don't know if you've read any research on this, but about 74% of bullying in the workplace comes from leadership. So I do emphasize what we need to do to make sure our leaders are successful. And follow through is one of those problems. We might have absolutely beautiful policies and procedures up until June 1st, 2018. Those were just pieces of paper because employers were not following through. Now with our legislation, they must follow through, and we must hold them accountable using these examples. It is the employer's responsibility to create a safe process for employees to file a complaint. One of the reasons bystanders don't want to file a complaint is because they've seen the process fail. They've seen it go nowhere. We must make it safe for them so that there's no retaliation. They know it's the right thing to do. That's what you want your staff to do. It's a responsible of the employer to address the complaints in a fair and consistent manner, very timely manner, to prevent bias and favoritism by contracting a third-party investigator. If your HR is going to be doing the investigation, make sure that they are trained. They have some trauma-informed training, and that they also have absolutely no bias. if there's any concern for bias, you are going to damage any kind of repair you're creating, because people are watching, employees are watching, and they don't want anyone who's biased doing the investigation. So follow through on policies. Again, your employees are watching. So you, cohesive team of leadership, will be following through on their own policies and procedures consistently, and maintain that training for new hires as well, so that the change is consistent. What you want to do about it, if you are being bullied, or if you are witnessing it, or even if you are witnessing it, you don't plan to complain, you need to start documenting anyway. Employees who are targeted or are witnessing need to document whether you're going to complain or not. Keep those documents off-site. Keep them in one place in your home. We tend to get very stressed out and we leave documents in the kitchen, in the dining room, in the living room, in the bedroom, in the bathroom. Try to keep them in one place. That is going to help you with your mental health. It is already very difficult when you go through psychological harassment. You go through some self-doubt, some loss of self-esteem, questioning what you're going through. You need some clarity and you need to have confidence. And if it's all swimming up here in your head and messed documents all over the place, it's not going to help your self-confidence or even help you sleep at night. So keep your notes in one place, in a binder, with your policies and procedures. Document the dates, the times, what happened, who was there, what was said. Do not put in, I think, I heard, maybe she or he. Put facts. Just imagine you're talking to a police officer. They want facts only. So get that down in your documentation. If you get a nasty email, print it off. Don't leave it in your email. Print it off and put it in your binder and keep that together. In Alberta, you are expected by legislation to report whether you are a target or a bystander. And so most our employers' policies need to align with that act. So that would mean your employer expects you to report. So learn what your policies and procedures say. And if you're stuck, you're not sure what to do next, you're fearful, or you've got other concerns, you could call someone like me. There are many people who do this work. If I'm not available, I can help you find somebody in your area that can help you process. When we're really stressed out, we only kind of see this much in our view because we're just trying to survive. We're just trying to stay alive. And we miss a whole bunch of information. And that's why I say, see a workplace coach, counselor, therapist, expert in this area who can help you gain some safety, some validation, feel confident, but also get your clarity. So that's one of the things that you want to do. I really do emphasize that you should see your doctor so that someone else is documenting what's going on in your story. For human resources, I say in your policy guide, create a chart so that people can follow through dates, times, they know what you want. If you want them to document, that's going to help if there is an investigation. I have a chart. If you want a copy of it, just email me and I'll send it to you. I would put an example of what you want, a document that's filled out the way that you want it in there. But I would also remind people of your policy against retaliation and have a definition of what retaliation is. Keep that in your policies as well. Don't approach, most employers want us to go and talk to the person that we're having a struggle with. They say, go and try and do that first. When it's psychological harassment, it's usually quite a bit into the process when you realize what's happening. Remember, it's subtle, it's insidious. There's quite a bit of offenses that have occurred by the time you realize you have a bit of an injury. I don't recommend going and talking to someone that you're afraid of. I don't recommend going and talking to somebody that you're fearful of. You could either bring HR with you, your union rep with you, a colleague that you support or that supports you and you trust, or you can refuse it and say, I don't feel safe. It's a psychological hazard, because you have a right to do that. But if you do choose to go and speak to them, make sure that you're in a good place emotionally. You're not like a balloon that's ready to blow, because this bully is looking for evidence against you. They're looking for anything. And if you get emotional and get upset or get angry and start to lose control, you're going to give them some good ammunition. So be careful about when you go, what state you're in, and where you're doing it. Be sure that it's in a place where there isn't a lot of chaos and a lot of witnesses, because that'll trigger stuff. Employees' responsibility is to work respectfully at all times, communicate concerns, improper or offensive behaviors immediately, know that you have the right to expect prompt action from your employer, you're entitled to be treated without fear of reprisal, and that you are to participate in the problem-solving process. These are the kinds of resources that you have. You have your workplace policies, you have occupational health and safety. You can call them and ask them questions at any time if you just want to sort of brief them on something that's going on and you're not sure. Or you can call me or someone who does my kind of work. Labor standards, call for information if you're ever concerned. You also have civil law, human rights law, and criminal law if things don't get resolved when you need them to.
Great presentation.
Are we done?
Yeah.
Oh, I still have more.
Well, maybe you can answer these questions, and of course, you can always add you are going to be adding something free for the audience in the marketplace, so they can get access to this later. Some slides. So, Linda, you have a question here. Could you comment on the volunteer work world? Is there any legislation in Alberta which covers NGOs which operate in a non-business world but do a lot of business-related work with limited staff, volunteers, and questionable intentions for why they have taken on certain leadership positions? I'm not quite sure what the last part is, but the first part is around, is there any legislation in Alberta which covers NGOs that for harassment legislation, I presume, which covers everybody, right?
Well, if I understand the question correctly, I think you're asking me, are volunteers protected as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if you really, before you take on a volunteer position, you should be looking at their policies and procedures, and it absolutely should be in there. Their policies and procedures for volunteers are the same as for workers because of the liability issues involved here. So they should be absolutely the same.
So the terminology they would be asking is, do you have a respectful workplace policy, or do you have a harassment policy in your organization? So that would give you a clue as to this is something that they are interested in, or something that they pay attention to in their workplace.
Yeah, you should, as a volunteer, just like a staff, you should know your policies and procedures.
Exactly.
Look through it, see if there's anything on harassment or violence.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not satisfied with what you see, then you need to ask those questions.
Okay, so Linda, can you just let us know, the audience know what you will be providing for them as a follow-up? If you're doing slides or just a PDF, or what it is you're going to be providing for them that they can download.
I can provide a PDF of the slides with an added piece on repair, recovery. The piece that I have missed, I'll add some on that.
Excellent. So we'll have that in the marketplace. It's a free download, and all of these will be up by Monday. I know Mina and the team have been working behind the scene to get those up, so they'll be up by Monday. You can have access to what Linda is going to be sharing with us. But Linda, this was such a great presentation. This is such an issue, and I think just to go back on what you said, that many people, especially professionals, feel ashamed of. When it's happened to them, the shock and horror of, myself, I've done many harassment investigations and bullying harassment investigations, and people are always feeling they need to blame themselves because it happened to them. So did you want to talk a little bit about that?
Well, self-doubt is one of the most debilitating parts of this, because you're in a situation where you, as the targeted employee, you see a train coming, you see a train wreck coming, and you know it can destroy your work, your career, your reputation, maybe even your personal life, because it could take your income. And you're telling everybody, do you see this train? Do you see this train? Everybody's going, there's no train. Stop overreacting. Stay under the radar. No, you don't see that. No, you don't feel that. No, don't say that. They're constantly giving you that message in the workplace that you're the problem. Yes. Because nobody's supporting you. Nobody's standing up for you. Bystanders have very good.
And I think to your point, Yeah, I think to your point earlier, you say often the bullies know how to harass you in private, right? They say this to you in their office when just the two of you are there, and not in the boardroom or necessarily in the lunchroom or in the presence. But we still have situations where they do it in public too, unfortunately. But they are very creative. Yes.
And it can happen right in front of everybody too. I've certainly
Yes.
had cases of that, but people are just afraid to come forward. And I think we need to talk about, the bystanders and why. But that's what
Absolutely.
self-doubt is all about. Nobody's talking about it. So you start
Yes.
to wonder if you're going crazy or not.
And I think that's what's important is the talking about it. Stop the silence, right? Don't witness it and say anything. There's another question here. What should you do when you become disabled and the organization do not have any accommodation for you to continue your work? That's interesting.
So I'm not sure what the person means by disabled. Does that mean like psychologically disabled, or there's a physical disabling? But there is a process. Call me if you don't know what to do. Give me a call and we'll talk about that. Sometimes, most times employers have an HR department. Sometimes you don't trust them. Sometimes they don't have an HR. Sometimes you have human rights. You can call someone like me, or you can call Occupational Health and Safety to debrief, or you can get yourself an appointment with an HR consultant in private practice. But there are people out there for you to talk to, just to brainstorm with and support you.
Absolutely, because there is a reasonable accommodation is required under the Human Rights Code. I know in Manitoba it is, and we also have workplace health and safety if it was a safety injury. So there are options. Absolutely, those are definitely there are resources for you. Most organizations with policy have a reasonable accommodation policy for their employees. So yes, those are great.
And if you don't feel it's reasonable, then you can look outside. And if you need somebody in your area, you can certainly call me.
Yeah, and we do have Manitoba Human Rights Code office. They do offer, if you're in Manitoba, and most of the provinces have their own human rights office too, because they do, disability does fall under the 12 grounds. Mm-hmm. So that's also an option. And if you're in Alberta, of course, you're going to be calling Linda. All right.
If you can't find somebody in your own province, call me anyway, and I'll help you find someone in your own province.
Okay, there you go. All right, everyone. Linda, thank you so much. This was very informative and definitely a topic that does lead to mental health, disease, and a lot of different psychological trauma in the workplace, and something that we need to talk about more, and something, 20-something years of doing this, and we still are having to talk about it, and people are still being shocked that is happening to them. So we do need to keep talking about it. We really appreciate you, your being here. And as I said, if you guys have any additional questions, we will have Linda's phone number, contact information on the handout for her as well. So you can reach her by email and phone, right, Linda?
Right. Email, my website, abrc.ca, will get you to my email or phone number.
Excellent. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow, this has been a very full morning. We started off with Dr. Robin, and then we did emotional resilience with Ali, and then we had this great presentation here with Linda. I'm so grateful. Thank you for those of you who've joined. We're just about to go into our lunch break. So our lunch break really it was supposed to start at 11:45. And that would take us into 12:30. So this time we are going to just answer any last questions that we have. Let's take away. Let's just do a reflection on the morning. What is one or two things that you take away from this morning? What stood out for you? What was impactful? And then we'll be wrapping up and our break, and then we'll be coming back at 12:30. So in the chat, let us know one or two things that you've taken away from, we'll start with Linda's presentation. What was two things that was impactful for you? And then we'll go to Ali's, and then we'll go to Dr. Robbins. So the one you just did, fresh in your mind. What were a couple of things that really stood out in your mind from Linda's presentation? In the chat, I am looking. So Margaret says, when I hear a presentation like this from people who have lived through such challenging situations, I feel empowered and know that we each have great contribution to make in our workplaces. Okay, that was great. That is definitely true. Even if you've gone through it, you can turn around and help others. Talking about what bullying is not. That is really important. And Linda, yes, that was so important because we get those calls. Well, my boss said I should do this better. Is that bullying? And it's so important to make those distinctions because you have a responsibility as a leader to lead. And then there is a good difference between bullying and requiring someone to do their work. All right, great. So just checking to see what you guys are taking away. What about Ali's presentation? What were 2 things that you took away from Ali's emotional resilience this morning? Oh, there was another reflection on your presentation, Linda, recognizing the so many ways in which people are bullied. Yes, it's definitely a lot of different ways in which people are bullied. And we do need to recognize that. And Linda was really good in pointing out several of them. So that was really, really impactful. All right. All right. What did you take from emotional resilience? I know the chat is a little bit slow coming up. Okay, yes. Writing to myself a small victory note each day. Yes, that was a good one, right? Or recognizing the things that you've done well each day. Excellent workshop, Linda, from Kathy. Great. What else? Seek support when bullied or avoid isolation. That was a good one as well. And you can just add them all in here. What did you take away from Dr. Robin? He talked this morning about neuroscience, and they are actually people who have have resistance to different medication and different pieces to actually get well, and using technology for neuroscience. So what was some key things that you took away from that? Seek support when bullied, avoid isolation. Great. All right. There's lots going on. Biofeedback is the future of altering our response to stress, and that we can change our brains. Yes, that was what we learned this morning. So there were some key learning points this morning. I like to do this exercise because sometimes we sit and we take in information and we forget to actually reflect on, what did I learn? What did I learn? And what am I going to do with it? How am I processing the learning? It's very important for us to do that because many of you have teams and workplaces that you're going to go back to. And what are you going to share with them? What are your takeaways? What are some pointers that you can take? And as I said, all of our speakers have pieces that you can get, handouts and stuff. So we'll have that package for you. You know, in the time that we have so much to teach, but we really want to create you awareness of the concept. We want to give you a few points that you can use. And then if you're interested in learning more, definitely an opportunity to reach back out to the speakers. Antoinette said, you missed one. I indicated on above, bullying. What was that? All right. Because nonprofit organizations, in Black communities need to look into their own policies. Absolutely. Many organizations lack the policies, whether Black or otherwise, but definitely we need to look at helping those organizations to do policies that are relevant, that follows if they're in Manitoba, follow Manitoba legislation, and if they're in Alberta or different parts of Canada. So each of the provinces have their own legislations. And then if you're in the United States or other part of the world, of course, you should be checking with your Human Rights Office and your Workplace Health and Safety. I know the legislations are different in different countries, but it's definitely something that's important to look at. Thank you everyone for your attention this morning. Thank you for your reflection. So we see that you've taken some key pieces away from our 3 presentations this morning. We're going to take our break now and be back at 12:45. And we will start then with our fireside chat on mental health. So we're going to be speaking with the mental health experts, and they're going to be sharing some of the tools and techniques. What do you do with individuals who have mental health at work? How do you treat them? And then what are some things you can do to further prevent mental health? So we have some really, as you know, today our focus is on mental health today. So all our speakers and all our topics are towards preserving, I like to say preserving mental health, because it's something that we have, and we can lose it if we don't preserve it. So thank you very much, everyone. Joyce Odidison here, and I'm just so excited that you spent the morning with us. Get up, get something to eat, stretch, get some fresh air, and we will see you back at 12:45. We'll start dancing now. See you. Thank you to our speakers this morning. All right. left it on so the music would sound on it again. Somebody waiting to be entered. Here's the mouse for this computer.
For this one?
Are you not showing me?
See the schedule that your lunch break is on. Okay, let's change it to 12:30. Hang on, let me see if I can delete it. Oh, she just corrected it.
this and respond to them.
For the chat.
With Cameron here, let him know that we'll make them co-host at 12:20.
12:20. I can type here, but I'm not seeing the message here. The message is not. That's fine. So which chat was it? Okay now. You can see it.
Use that keyboard, here's the mouse.
What do you want me to say?
Just tell him you want to go to the Cameron. Pull up Cameron Tyndall. Yeah, this is what you do. You go here.
Okay, why did you just sit down?
No, not eating. You can do that.
So what do you want me to
Type to him. Tell him we'll make them co-host that. Say hi, Cameron.
What's again? The Cameron. At 12:20?
In 20 minutes.
That's good.
Except if you want to do it now.
But I just sent it now.
Oh, I can wait. Yeah, I'll do them 10 minutes.
It's fine. This is confirming before you start. So if you can give them
Yeah.
15 minutes.
Yeah, they'll have time.
Sorry, I don't mind doing stuff like that because I know they'll stay. You know, I'm not doing anything, but I don't want to leave you guys. So,
I'll tell you something, but don't laugh.
Don't what?
Don't laugh. I feel healthiest when I'm eating beef.
You feel
Healthiest when I'm eating meat.
meat? Yeah, meat. Yeah, that's part of it.
No, this is low carb. This is all amazing. This is good. But I eat very better than not chicken. No desire for chicken.
That God sensitivity is on your side. I didn't really read it. I just skimmed through it. Is there something that you feel Okay, hold on. No, when you go in, close it. Yeah. No, the other one. Down a bit. No, just this. I'll do it later. Mic is up. Hello, everyone. Wow.
Hello and welcome back to the afternoon session of the Global Workplace Wellness Summit. My name is Joyce Edison and I'm a host today and founder of the Global Workplace Wellness Summit. It is such a pleasure that you have made the time to be here with us, those of you who are live here with us online, and those who are watching on YouTube. We definitely welcome you and look forward to a great afternoon with you. We had some very amazing, I don't want to overkill, very amazing. We had some great presentations this morning. We had Dr. Robin informing us of some of the technology with the Apollo technology. We also had a great presentation from Ali. We had an incredible breathing and emotional release session from our breath specialist for the 2020 summit, Patience Hemingway. And then that led us into a great presentation from Linda Crockett on the exploration of what is bullying and harassment in the workplace, such a painful topic. But then we had our lunch break. So I'm glad that you're back here with us and that you had a break. And so if you're just joining us, welcome back. If it's your first time joining, we know people are coming at different sections and coming in for different topics. We welcome you. It's been a pleasure. Yesterday we had some incredible panel discussions on eradicating systemic racism in the workplace. And today our focus is on mental health. And as we spend time to look at how can we manage, how can we maintain, how can we preserve mental health, it is such an important topic. So without much ado, we're going to have come up to introduce our panelists. We are going to have our fireside chat with a panel from Sarah Riel. The Sarah Riel team is local in Winnipeg, and they've been doing mental health work for several years, multiple years. They'll correct me when they come on. and so, Victoria, you're on.
Hi, thank you, Joyce. Hi, so if you haven't met me yet, my name is Victoria Granger, and I'm with a company called Wellness Works Canada, and we are a nonprofit association supporting workplace health and performance and healthy, high-performing cultures. So I'm excited for this afternoon to introduce the Sarah Riel team for our fireside chat. It's so timely that we're talking about mental health right now. So they're going to be talking about building supportive relationships for optimal mental health in the workplace. And so we've got Daniel Omolola, hopefully I'm saying his name correctly. So Daniel, he has a BA in Social and Behavioral Sciences from Booth University College. And he's been working in the mental health industry in various capacity for over a decade now. And over the years, Daniel has helped develop several mental health educational materials and facilitated different workshops on resilience and how people can build skills to manage their mental health, both inside and outside the workplace, because we know they're not one and the same. He is currently on an employment specialist at Sarah Riel Inc., where he supports people in identifying and resolving barriers that can impact their ability to be successfully employed. So Daniel believes with the relevant supports that each individual can fulfill their potential in life. I believe that too. Way to go, Daniel. So then we have Tara and Cameron. So Tara Berceau-Snyder is an executive director of Sarah Riel Inc., and which is a leader in mental health, substance abuse, addictions, and community support. So she serves as a therapist for Recovery of Hope, where she provides counseling on mental illness, marriage counseling, emotion-focused therapy, trauma therapy, and EMDR. She is the vice chair of Addictions Foundation of Manitoba as well, and she's a co-chair of the Rousseau Compassion Network and Manitoba's Mental Health, Substance Use, and Addictions Committee of Manitoba. And sorry, just making sure I get it all here. So she's on the she's a member also of the Manitoba Psychological Steering Committee and the Mental Health and Addictions Network. So quite influential. So Ms. Snyder is a member of the board of directors of the Royal Winnipeg Ballet as well, and chairs the RWB School Committee. So finally, we have Cameron Tyndall. So Cameron Tyndall has over 10 years of management experience in the developmental and mental health services field, with the last 8 years spent as a manager of mental health services at Sarah Riel Inc. So Cameron completed his BA with majors in psychology and rhetoric, writing, and communications from the University of Winnipeg in 2010 and began working with Sarah Riel in 2012. So he manages the employment services and peer mental health support worker programs, which provides one-to-one participant-centered community-based services to help individuals prepare for, choose, get, and keep employment, as well as develop independent living skills, respectively. So very excited to welcome the Sarah Riel team to talk about this topic of building supportive relationships for optimal mental health in the workplace. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. I guess I'm going to go first. And my name, again, like you've heard, my name is Daniel. And I want to talk about from the perspective of an employee. And Cam will come in to talk about from the perspective of our manager. And Tara will round it off from the perspective of the executive director. And then I think we will take some questions afterwards, if you have any questions. I want to say some few things before I go into answering some of the questions so that it will be easier for us. Number one thing is this: having a healthy workplace is everyone's responsibility. You know, whether you're a manager or you're an employer or employee, it's everyone's responsibility. And we need to work together to ensure that that is obtainable, because I believe it is achievable for everyone. Number two thing that I've learned as an employee is everyone has the right to be safe, you know, to be safe at work. You know, we need to have that is a right, you know, human right to be safe at work. And number three is this fact that the way the managers treat us as employees is the same way we are going to treat our people, whether they are our customers, whether they are our participants or clients. So those are the three things that I just want to get to us, so that at least we think about it in the perspective of creating a safe environment in the workplace. I'm going to start by answering these questions as a guide to my presentation. So the first one is, what are the needs of for an employee to feel mentally safe at work? I ask us under this. Number one, the employees, like myself, we need to hear this regularly, that employers care. We need to hear it, not only in words, but in action. We need to be able to feel that our employers see us, they hear us, they understand, and they acknowledge us. And they acknowledge us. Because like John Maxwell said, he said, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So employees need to know that somebody cares. And then part of the caring is to know and hear this continually, that we are here for you and you are not alone in your struggles. And I think that is what I hear most often from Sararia, from my employers, that we are here for you. So you can come in to us and discuss anything with us. You can come and share stories with us and share your fear with us, and even share your concerns with us, your ambitions with us. And I hear that often at work. Not many workplaces have this opportunity, but it's one thing that we hear, and the employees need to hear that from time to time to feel safe at work, knowing that they can have ambition and that they will not be judged. Another thing that during the aspect of care is this validation. There's one thing to say, I appreciate what you do, and there's another thing to say, I appreciate you. So employers need to know that you are not only appreciating what they do, but you appreciate them personally, because it's the person that does the work. So the validation, and one of the ways to validate employees is to listen to them. That you keep that open door policy where employees can come to you at any time to share with you, to share when they are stressed, when they are frustrated, because we are humans, and sometimes you come to work who want employer that can listen to you, to say, okay, what can we do to help you today that you are feeling stressed? Is there anything we can do? You have clients, how do we help you monitor and manage your client? So another thing that I believe employees need to feel mentally safe at work is clarity. They need clarity of the vision of the organization. Where is the organization heading? Is there any future in this organization? And those things can be answered by where this is what we are doing. And in creating the vision for the organization, is very always are carried along. And that's what we do as Sararia. I remember recently we just conclude strategic plans, and then where we are brought to the table to say, okay, this is what we are heading. What are your contributions? What are some of the suggestions? What do you see us doing? And then they invite us in, and then we're able to voice our contribution, our concerns and our suggestions, and they go to the management board and the board to take care of this thing. But bringing people in, we help them feel that they belong. We need to understand the fact that even our policies too, the way, apart from the vision, is our policy clear enough? Employees want to have clear-cut policies. Sometimes some policies, the language, the wordings are so archaic that nobody actually understands it. So as an employee, I need to know that, okay, this is what they mean when they write this. So as an employer, I want to encourage you in your various organizations to look into not only your visions, but to look at the policies that guides the day-to-day work that you do, to make sure that the languages are clear and they are simple to follow and easy to read. It's one thing to read policies. That's a lot of work to do. But reading it without you understanding it, it becomes a little bit of a problem. Clarity is the clarity of the job description. Employees want to know, this is what I am paid to do, or this is what you hire me to do. It has to be clear cut. My role as an employment specialist is to help people get and keep their job. That's my role. And I know that, and I take that, state that to my participants or my people on my caseload, that role. And sometimes many roles are so ambiguous that people don't really know why they hired them in the first place. It can cause people to be afraid. Am I doing what I'm hired to do? Am I even doing my job effectively? And even in management and supervision, it can cause a lot of rift too, because if you are managing people who do not know what they are hired to do, it becomes a problem. So employees need a clear job description, because it helps them to answer the question, am I doing my job? and am I doing it well? Or there are two days doing it well. And another thing that employees need to create a mentally safe environment is appreciation. Appreciation during using kind gestures like raises, like promotions, like generosity. As Sarah recently, the board just approved a wellness day for each of the staff because of this COVID-19 pandemic, which I believe is saying we appreciate what you do, we see you, and we appreciate your work. Okay, and another thing about clarity too is the freedom to do your work. Employees like myself need that freedom to do my work, where I'm not micromanage, clear cut of what I'm supposed to do. Don't micromanage me. Give me that freedom to be creative, to handle whatever I do, to tailor it to the needs of my client, from time to time. And part of creating that clarity is to bring about fairness. Employees need to have clear-cut expectations. This is what is expected of me. And then, the policies, and then the opportunities and vertically. And employees too need in honesty. They want their employers to be honest with them. I know that sometimes we have to have those difficult discussions, and we do not shy away from it. We call it as it is, but in an environment of compassion and love and care. But we need to have those discussions, because you are not going to help, employers will not help employees if they are not having those clear-cut discussions. You've got to let me know when I'm not doing my job as you want it to be. And then, in that safe and respectful, environment. Another thing that I believe is very crucial to having a mentally safe environment that employees need is an environment of trust. I need to know that my employers can trust me. I need to know that they trust me to do my job. Secondly, I need to know that I can trust my employers also, that when I make mistake, they will let me know, they will be honest with me. I need to know that my employers have my backing. There's one thing to know that when I make mistake, I will be punished, but there's another way to know that, okay, they will ask, okay, why do you make this mistake? What is going on? What can we do to rectify it? And I think that gave me a kind of sense of confidence when I started this work, where my employer will tell me at the beginning that, okay, we trust you, but if you have any issue, if you've made any mistake, or you are not sure of something, run it by us. We want to make sure that you succeed. And for employees, hearing that build confidence. Part of the ways you can create a trusting environment is to create team building meetings, activities, and different things to build that environment. And we do that at Sarah a lot. We meet almost every week now to talk about how people are feeling, to know what they are doing. We create different things to get people engaged, get people talking, get people relating with each other. Another thing that they do in the creation of that trust is to check the temperature in the room, to know when people are stressed. And thank goodness for the executive director. She's and the manager, she just checked the temperature in the room to say, okay, what's going on here? Are people scared? Are they afraid? Are they confident? And then they go to their management meeting and do whatever they want to do and come back with the results. That's okay, this is what we think needs to be done. And sometimes they ask for the input of the employees, to say, okay, what do you think we can do to create a different atmosphere, to set the tone? It's very, very important for employees to know that somebody cares, not only in words, but in action. Secondly, I'm going to go to the next question, is this. What are the things you can do as a colleague to support each other. Because like I said, mental health in the workplace is the responsibility of everyone. And I think what we do is that employees have to care for each other. They have to show compassion. They have to show that they care, and that's what we do. We listen to each other, and then have fun too, have fun together. Create an atmosphere where you can laugh at your mistake, where you can share your fears, where you can actually laugh at it. Create that environment. That's what we do in our employment meetings. We laugh, we share, we have fun. There was a time we were actually even doing birthday celebrations among each other. We bring cake to the meeting, or my manager, which is Cam, there was a time we had our meeting at the park, during summertime. I don't encourage it right now in the winter, but during summertime, we have our meeting at the park, and sometimes you can sneak in some donuts, into the meeting, just, for people to have fun, to bond together. Again, as a team, we need to respect each other, being co-employees, we've got to find a way to respect each other. Knowing this, though, that, we spend more days at work and more time with our colleagues at work than with our families. And that means we have to work together, we have to resolve conflict on time, and we don't spread gossip about anyone. Gossip stays. If you come share something with me, it stays with you, it doesn't go anywhere. And when people know that where you stand, they're able to respect you. So we don't share gossip, we share information, but no gossip. If you have any issue with anybody, go talk to them. And that's the environment that Sarah has created. Go talk to them, resolve it, address the issue, tell them how you feel and tell them what you want. Those are assertive, having those assertive communication helps a lot in dealing with employee and employee relationship. Many of the people that I've worked with over the years, I still keep in contact with them. We still exchange, things here and there because of the kind of relationship we've fostered over the years. Now, another thing is this: what do staff need from management to feel comfortable disclosing or talking about their mental health? I believe, is open door policy. Open door policy where they can come in and share their experience without, just listen, like we had this morning. Listen without wanting to provide an answer. They just listen objectively. I hear you. So when employees know that they can get that vibe from the employer, they will come in and share things with them. They want to know that somebody is genuine for them, with them. Something is genuine, that when I talk to them, they see me as humans. I know it's really understandable to want to say, okay, let's get to do this work. This is why you are hired. But it's the person that is doing the work. Though the attention should not be too much on the work than on the person. When we give attention to the person and they know that somebody cares, they will deliver most of the time. I would say maybe 95% of the time they will deliver. Is everybody still on? Are we still listening? Am I talking too fast? Can you just give, just let me know how you feel about what we're saying so far in the chat. All right.
We're still on, Cameron.
Okay, that's good.
I think that you guys are going to evenly share, so we're going to hear from Cameron now, or how do you split up your time?
Yeah, just one more thing before I go, because I also represent the union too, and the role of the union in the workplace is to create that environment of fairness and equality, where issues are addressed on time, issues are dealt with in a very respectful way without any discrimination. And that's what we do. When somebody bring a concern in, we address it, we hear both sides of the story, and we address it appropriately in a relevant and timely version. And I will turn it right now to Cam to bring the management perspective to the table. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everybody. I'm just going to stop sharing for a quick second. I'm having some technical difficulties, as I'm sure you noticed with the slide. It keeps changing despite not having my timings on it. But first, I just want to start by thanking Joyce for having us on and allowing us to be a part of this. Also, happy Remembrance Day and Veterans Day to everybody who has tuned in. So just 2 seconds here, start sharing again. See if this works. Everybody can see that? I think we're good to go.
Yes, you are on.
Okay, perfect. So over the last few years, I've been fortunate enough to be managing at Sarah Riel Inc. and overseeing our employment department. And I've noticed trends. Mental health has always been important, and it's always been something that we've approached employers with around trying to provide education. But the workforce is changing, in my perspective, from years before. People are more likely to talk about mental health. It's also something that seems to be on people's minds when they're looking for employment. And mental health is, especially now, as we're experiencing in Manitoba and all over the globe with the COVID-19 pandemic, we're working with groups of people where mental health is at an all-time high. So being able to respond to these things effectively is going to be key for any management team or any leadership to be able to be successful. So I've put together just a quick kind of 10 things that you could maybe look at to help manage mental health in the workplace. So the first thing is to educate. Education is where it all begins. You can't help someone or manage a situation that you don't really know anything about. So this doesn't mean that you have to have a university degree or any clinical training, but you should be familiar with what mental health is, some of the most common types and symptoms or experiences, especially anxiety, depression. Those are very common ones that for any management or leadership that you should be aware of, the prevalence of it, but more importantly, what resources are available to you or your staff team should somebody be dealing with a mental health issue. An important aspect of that education has to be the education around the effect of stigma and the impact that has on people and their willingness to ask for help. Over 20% of the population, and that's who reports seeking help, lives with or will experience a mental health issue in their life. So investing in this training, whether for yourself or for your team, is a worthwhile investment. Mental health first aid is a very good one, or an example of an introductory training course that would be very beneficial for managers. Secondly, talk about mental health often. The more you talk about it and the more salient it is, the more comfortable people are disclosing or talking about it. So bring it up in departmental meetings, invite a trainer to come in. A good place to do it is also, you can do it in a group training, but also if you have the opportunity to do supervisions with staff in a one-on-one environment. Wellness committees, that's another avenue that you can take. But the important part is to normalize the topic. So normalize people talking about it, get rid of the stigma around it and the taboo of talking about it in the workplace. This is a really powerful first step in my experience in creating a respectful and competent workplace when it comes to mental health. Next check in frequently, especially during periods of change and uncertainty. I know I'm speaking to a group of individuals who are pretty well versed in mental health, but uncertainty is one thing that can drive anxiety and make the workplace really intolerable for individuals. So COVID-19 is a perfect example of this. We're in a period of extreme uncertainty and a lot of change. We have changing policies. We have changing procedures for protective equipment. Our services have changed. Some are working from home, some's in the community, some's in our offices. And during this period, like Daniel alluded to, it's really important not to just check in on the work, but to check in on your people. So COVID-19 is changing our workforce. Is changing how it looks. We're dealing, like I said, with people that have additional and compounding stress and pressure. So we have people that are coming to the workplace already stressed and with high anxiety or depression or dealing with a multitude of issues. So we need to be sensitive and be able to respond to this. And the best way to do that is to be supportive. Staff, as Daniel said, they need to know that management has their back. They need to know that they can come to you and rely on you for answers and support when things are getting tough. That's kind of your role as a manager, right? Is to be the backbone, to be the support for your staff so they can do what they need to do. So if you can do these check-ins and you mix it with normalizing the mental health, this helps your staff become more open and trustworthy. And again, I can only go from my experience, but it makes people more trustworthy of your position, and it makes them more likely to come to you for help when they are dealing with something. So next one, and this has come up not only with Daniel, but in some of the other presentations, you need to be consistent and you need to be clear in providing your coaching and feedback. As Daniel had alluded to, not knowing what your role is, being unsure if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. If you're not providing your staff with feedback, clear feedback, I should say, it can cause a lot of chaos and confusion, and it can make people's mental health really skyrocket, especially with anxiety. So make sure that you're setting appropriate and realistic expectations, clear job descriptions and tasks. I would recommend reviewing these either, once every 6 months, or going over, you should be doing it annually with your performance evaluations, reviewing the job descriptions, but every 6 months, it's good to do a check-in and just kind of do a reminder. So giving and getting feedback, as I'm sure for anybody who's in a management role, can be very difficult. Some folks will immediately move to defensive, right? So there's a fine line between people perceiving it as feedback as opposed to criticism. And usually that dividing or deciding factor is your relationship with that individual. So it's really important that they feel that you have their back, that you can be consistent, and that you're giving clear feedback, so that when you do have to have a tough conversation or engage in a conversation to ask someone about mental health, that relationship is there and they don't feel that you're criticizing them or attacking them for anything. Next one, have a clear plan and process. So this has come up again in a couple of presentations, is that if you want individuals to feel safe and comfortable and engage in processes in a certain manner, you need to make sure that they have the resources that they need and they're fully aware of how the process works. So is it a phone call? Is it emails? What are the forms that need to fill out? How does it work with sick, holiday and sick time if somebody needs time off for mental health? So there's going to be 1,000 questions that people are going to have about what to do if they themselves or if a colleague needs assistance. So make sure that all of your staff are aware of the resources that you have. So things like EAP options, employee assistance plans, HR resources and supports. Or another thing, if you don't offer EAP or benefit packages, be aware of the community agencies that are around you. Community agencies often offer mental health services for free, and they can be an excellent resource for you and your staff if you don't have anybody access to any benefits. So this question comes up quite a bit when we're doing training or entertaining potential employers and stuff like that, is lots of folks don't want to ask the question or address this issue because they're scared that then they become their therapist. So lots of folks, when I've talked to other managers and stuff like that, or we're doing training, there's this kind of sense of like, well, I'm not trained in mental health, so I don't want to talk about it because I don't want to get myself into a situation where now I feel like I have to become their therapist. So first off, your job is as a manager is not to be a therapist. That's your job is to be a manager. So you don't have to be a therapist, but you should be compassionate and you should be a partner and someone that they can rely on to walk along them if they do need help. So, sorry, no one's going to expect you to fulfill a role that you're not trained in and that you don't have the resources for doing. So I would recommend that do not try to be a therapist if you're not trained in doing that. So in doing this and being a compassionate, supportive partner and really setting the boundaries of, I'm not here to, fix your mental health or do that, but I can help you get the resources and access the stuff that you need to be well. The next one, having the conversation itself can be very difficult. So you need to approach these conversations with genuine compassion, honesty, and curiosity. Again, this really depends on the relationship that you have with your staff and with the other things that have been listed previous to this. If you have that relationship in place and your staff feel they can rely on you and they feel there's a culture of support and they feel that they're not going to be reprimanded for disclosing, it's going to be a lot easier to have this conversation. So again, unless you're an expert, don't pretend that you are. Due to the stigma and negative myths that surround mental illness, people may become offended or defensive when you ask about it. So you need to really approach this genuine, authentically, from the perspective of, I've noticed this, and I want to discuss it with you from the approach of trying to get you some help. The next bit I find is usually where most managers have the most difficulty, is managing a mental health issue or working with somebody and working through the discipline, performance management, and the accommodation sectors. So when working with someone who lives with a mental health issue, it's important to know ahead of time any significant situations or anything that can trigger or exacerbate this. So one way you can address this, it's not something that's usually asked in an interview, but it's something that should or could be worked into your onboarding or your orientation process with staff. If you can set that example and set that precedence right in the beginning of asking someone, hey, here we recognize and understand that, many people live with a multitude or can live with mental health issues. Is there any type of psychological or physical accommodation that you would need to help you do your job better? Asking that question right off the hop can really reduce a lot of anxiety and give people the sense of, oh, so mental health is okay here. I can talk about this. It's not a taboo. It's something that I can move forward with. So in regards to this as well, with accommodation and performance management, I had mentioned in the beginning a little bit about the workforce changing. And now we're starting to see, in my experience, with some of the workforce coming in, that it's accommodation and flexibility is more important than money in a lot of cases. I've had staff, if given the option to have time off or get a raise, will gladly go for the time off. So you have to be in tune with your workforce as well. And, being able to provide flexibility of work from home options or a flexible schedule, these can go a long way in mitigating mental health issues before they even start. So like I said, meet these conversations with honesty and compassion, and be flexible to try to meet the needs of your staff. Next, everyone's experience will be different. So there's no one solution for everybody. As you all know, everybody's experience, nobody experiences anxiety the same, depression, PTSD. Everybody will experience these different. And given our differing life experiences and different personalities, we're going to respond to different issues in the workplace differently. So as a manager, you have to be patient, but you also may have to style flex, and you might have to be flexible to meet everyone's needs. So the best way to go with this is open and honest dialogue. But the only way this has happened is if there's a culture of understanding and there's an actual avenue that someone feels comfortable discussing with you. Mental health, as we know, is akin to a physical illness, and you may need to include health professionals to help you manage it. Not necessarily that's the legwork you have to do, but providing resources or making recommendations for someone to access supports, that would be your role as the manager. So although you can't discipline someone for having a mental health issue, obviously, you do have the right as an employer to address and discuss performance-related issues. And that's where I would start conversations around mental health, because usually there's a performance or a behavioral thing that prompts you to ask questions of what's going on. So my advice would be to start from there, start with the performance-related stuff, and then explore what might be impacting that. And again, the relationship you have with somebody is going to determine how willing they are to disclose or what they all disclose to you. And the last one, which I'm guilty of, and I'm sure anybody in a leadership or management position, is you need to take care of yourself. It's not, we often don't practice what we preach, right? We have all this care and concern, and we do all these things for our staff, and we're taking all these steps, but we're not practicing what we preach, and we're not doing our own self-care. So it's equally important that you're practicing, the self-care strategies and the recommendations you're giving to your staff. if you're exhausting yourself to the point where you're burning out, you're having your own physical or mental health issues, you're talking negatively, or you're missing deadlines, it sends the wrong message to your staff, right? Of what the expectations and what the culture is there. It can be very conflicting for staff for you to say, like, you know, pace yourself, do your self-care, make sure you're giving yourself time off. And then they're watching you work yourself to death, because then it sets an unrealistic expectation. But it's also confusing to staff to be like, well, you're telling me this, but you're showing me this. So what am I really supposed to be doing? So make sure that you're very clear with that, but also that you're taking time to take care of yourself. We're all human, and we can't really take care of anybody else until we take care of ourselves. So I know those are pretty quick to go through, but those are 10 things that I think if you're in a management or leadership position, those are 10 things that you could start to do or look at implementing that could help you maintain the mental health of your staff, and also in turn help you take care of your own mental health. So with that said, I will pass this over to Tara. And take it away, Tara.
Thank you, Cameron. Thank you, Daniel. I would just like to also thank Joyce Odison for organizing this wonderful conference and the introduction by Victoria. Sariel sits on Treaty 1, and I want to acknowledge that, and also Rose Roulette, who is a board member for Sariel. Today is Remembrance Day, and I had a grandfather that served in the war for 6 years, and when he came home they had a big celebration, and balloons were up and everything, and a balloon popped, and with the popping of the balloon my grandfather hit the floor. The war had not ended for him, and we have to realize on this day of remembrance that for many people in our workplace, their experiences and their life situations do not end when they enter into the workforce. And what do we do as leaders when we come across people who suffer trauma, who have triggers, who have had mental health experiences, whether it's genetic or environmental? What do we do? Well, there's 3 types of leadership. There's your transactional leadership, your rule-based leadership, and those are the ones that are authoritarian. They don't build positive workplaces. They don't allow people to flourish. And those are the workplaces where you're going to have a great deal of mental health problems. And then you have your second type of leadership, where the pendulum has swung so far into intimacy that we forget about boundaries. And then we result with power imbalances, emotional workplaces, commitments that are based where things are muddied and not understood. And that can also be very, very demoralizing. Where we want to sit is with transformational leadership, when we're talking about mental health. And that's the one where we know what our cultural norms are. We support openness and trust, but we also understand our job duties, our responsibilities, and we have respect for each member of the team and what they do. So leadership begins with taking initiative. It's a mentally healthy workplace, and it doesn't matter who is in it. It's healthy for everybody. And it's healthy because we live honestly at the workplace, we have authenticity, and we build bridges of trust and make accountability authentic. So how do we get there? The first thing for leaders to do is take a look in your own mirror. Look at yourselves. Are you providing the type of responsibility that is 100%? Do you live the values, and do you act your values day to day? Are you open to feedback? Do your staff trust you? And do you know them? And do you get accountability back? Do you involve them in understanding what is happening? Do they feel safe around you? And are you creating a safe environment? There's a few ways we can do it. The first is to really know who we work with, and leaders that go out and actually get to know people personally. They get to know what their paths are. They get to know how they see the world, to get to understand their commitment to work. Those are the leaders that can create safety. I had a colleague with bipolar disorder who lived with it. And many, many times she would head into quite severe depression. And it took me a while to realize that as she was asking for time, I would say to her, you know, we have this project that is needed to be done. And with that, that was what she was able to do to turn her depression around. And she would then be able to lift herself out because she had a goal, she had something to achieve. It's understanding when you work with people with mental health challenges, what they need in the workplace to support them. That might mean taking time off. That might mean needing an EAP program. That might mean having developed policies that are clear and understood. But it's the best way to reach people with mental health challenges or addiction challenges is to know them, to understand them, and to have trust. So one of the ways to build trust is to have everyone contribute and have everyone accountable. If you're seeing behavior that is detrimental to the workplace itself, hold the individuals accountable. You must be compassionate, understanding, and caring, but don't let it slide. And people need a reason to be at the workplace. Ask employees, why are you here? Do you understand what you are doing here? Do you understand the purpose? When every employee can answer that, then they know that they are in a safe environment. They know what they can do. And so also hire for character, hire for the values that are in the workplace. Make sure that you get people that have a clear agreement and understanding and know what is their expectations. And then do education, provide a lot of education. One of the key things is that we have such a stigmatized society. People are afraid to come forward with their mental health issues. When we actually advertise mental health for the family, you'll get a lot of people out because people don't feel as stigmatized when it's about family. But try and create that atmosphere where the leaders can talk about their mental health issues, managers talk about their mental health issues, and all employees are able to talk about their mental health issues. And that's where you can really, really address it. Joyce, did you want to do questions now? We can entertain questions if anyone has a question.
Okay, so we will open that up and you have several questions. So we can facilitate that now and go from there. So the questions you have, and I think the questions vary. They will go for all of you. And so you can each just answer the one. So we have on here. Hi, Cameron. This is from management perspective. So far, could you comment on what staff should do when the manager has mental health issues which are affecting them? Should managers be assessing themselves to see if they may need to seek professional help themselves? How much, how they share with their staff? What is their role and responsibility?
No, absolutely. Like I discussed, management needs to check in with themselves as well. And there's an accountability, just like we try to establish a relationship of accountability and trust with our staff to help keep them, to check in on them, make sure they're well. We have to do the job as well. And that, again, goes back to the clear policies and procedures, because if it's your manager that's impacting you with their own mental health, you need to be aware of what your options are. Is there a board that you can go to? Is there a policy about circumventing that and going straight to the executive director if you don't feel comfortable talking to them? But again, with the clear policies and procedures, there should always be an avenue where even if it's a leadership or a manager that's experiencing the mental health stuff, that staff have an option to address it, whether it be outside the agency with HR, like a labor board or something, or at the top of the agency with the executive director of the board. I don't know, Tara, did you want to comment on that at all?
I think that the more open that we can become and the more trusting, then we will develop that safe environment. When managers can self-disclose, and it's very important that they do, then it actually opens the door for other people to feel safe and to get that opportunity to be able to say, hey, I need to be supported. And it's about looking in the mirror again. When we are able to say, you know, this is what has happened in our lives, this is what we live with, we set the example, and we have to set the example in all areas of leadership.
I think though, there is to be some strategy around that, because as a manager, I know disclosing, we have laws against that, and we have protection against disclosing your own personal issues. But how should a manager at that level, who themselves have experience with mental health, how do they share that information? Is there a way that they can share it that is not going to scare the employees, that they can still benefit, maintain their role and still maintain the respect of their employees? I think there may be some dancing around that. Any thoughts on that question?
We don't have to disclose. You're absolutely right, and nobody does. But when we're trying to create a mentally health safe environment, if we have the practices that we can actually understand what people need, then that actually creates that atmosphere. So hopefully we get to that point where it's not something we need to hide. Just as you're not going to hide a broken leg, or you're not going to hide a heart attack, if you can be able to safely say, you know what, I have a diagnosis, this is what I need to be able to have this diagnosis supported, then we've reached that psychologically safe environment.
Wow. That's a powerful disclosure, but it will take a very good relationship. And I think what Daniel was talking about, safety in the workplace and support from both levels for that to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And that's where education can come in. So the more we all know about it, and you're starting to see that in society today, people are talking about it. They are actually becoming more open. But the more we know about it, the more that we educate, and the more workshops and everything else we offer, the more acceptable it will become.
Can I quickly add just one thing? Is the environment of that trust, that this is everybody's responsibility to help foster that relationship. That if a manager comes open to me, that I as an employee will respect that, to say, okay, wow, I'm not alone, or they are not alone. We are all in this together. Because, whether they are managers or employees, we are still people first.
Yes.
And that's common humanity. And I think that's the problem that I've seen with lots of management role, is that they think we are here and everybody is here.
Yeah.
And I know that's role, because that's positional role. But sharing from that perspective of common humanity, where we are people first before our roles, before our identity, can help create that thing, so that when I disclose in an atmosphere of vulnerability, nobody will, judge me based on that, to say, you know what, don't worry about him because, or don't worry about her because, those kind. But we come to say, oh, wow, how do we support? How do I make it easier for my manager to go through their struggles too, without being a pain to them or taking advantage of their weakness?
Absolutely. And as you said, because 1 in 5 of us will have a mental health disease. So that could be a manager, it could be an employee, it could be an executive suite, It's just, it has to become, we have to actually, like Tara said, it's the same like if you have a broken leg or you have a heart attack, we recognize that we have to learn how to deal with it. And I think it's the same, removing those stigmas and taboos around mental health is so important for us. There's another question. Hi, Cameron, would it be helpful to have mental health promotion days in work and volunteer spaces? What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. Any place you can promote mental health, like I said, talk about it frequently, talk about it, it's kind of a balancing act, but you don't want to make it a special presentation every time it's about mental health. You want to normalize it. So you want to address it and have it posted up everywhere and have those conversations in such a manner that it's natural, right? Like that's where you want to get your workplace to. So having it promoted and having it, whether it's volunteers, anybody who's working with your organization, whether it's a staff, a leader, a volunteer, or a participant, should all feel the same environment. There should be that welcoming, non-judgmental acceptance and understanding of mental health. So I would say promote it as much as you can. It's something that is coming to the forefront with mental health in the workplace. There's a lot more comfort about people disclosing it. So I think management and leadership needs to be ready to respond to that because for years now, we've been promoting mental health and mental health awareness. And we've got this, I always use the analogy of like, it's this beautifully wrapped present, but it's empty inside because we haven't done the backup education where people actually can take that knowledge and use it and apply it. So it's great to have the awareness, and there's been great campaigns and the information's been put out there and awareness raised. But like Tara said, now it's time for us to educate workplaces and people and staff and leadership about how we can effectively manage this. And like Daniel said, how it's everybody's responsibility from the top down.
Absolutely. So we had a question. Does Surreal provide guest speaker services to not-for-profit?
Absolutely.
All right. And there's another comment, disclosure could save a manager's job. So I agree, being absent from work to heal. One of the things that we see now is that many organizations, employees are able to go on that stress leave and get the time off to take care of themselves and to come back. And any tips for organizations on reintegrating people back into the workplace? Because we've had some situations where individuals have left for work and then they come back and they are, the integration process can almost stimulate that again. What are the tips or strategies you have around that?
One of the first things is not to ignore it. Because so many times people come back and they're expected to just pick up where they were left off, but you have to acknowledge that there is some healing probably still to be done, or you need to address the stress that might have occurred and may still occur. So that would take being able to talk and find out what that individual needs. It could be accommodation, but it could also just be having that conversation to know that you're there should somebody need more help or need more time in returning to the job. It also might mean doing the job in a different way. You have to find out what the stress was and why the individual left. So you may want to look at can you reduce duties right now? What are our priorities? How can you support? What can the team do? So many people, when someone comes back, they don't want to talk about it and they don't want to acknowledge it. And sometimes it really does need to be acknowledged. Just as, you might take flowers to someone in the hospital with a broken leg or heart attack. People with mental health challenges, they need flowers too.
Absolutely, and there's a comment in the chat that it's crucial to get the correct help when you are off on a mental illness. It's crucial to get that help, just like getting OT or so forth to help with you. And that's so true because someone I know is off on who's had a heart attack and is going through tremendous changes and transition, and I sent a message and said, I hope you are working with a counselor or someone for mental health, And that person responded, it's like, well, I am a counselor, so it's kind of it's hard. And last month I did a presentation for human resources and in HRPA group. And one of the things we were talking about how to stay healthy and maintain their own mental resilience, because what often happens is those of us who actually help people, we tend not to want to get help for ourselves. And that is such a challenge. So what are your tips, your suggestions around that for the human resources professionals and leaders that are on here? Because those are the individuals, we have a lot more stress and probably are more prone to mental illnesses. And how do we give up and let go and get the help we need?
I always like to think of it as like the caregiver's paradox, where you provide all this help and such compassion, and compassion fatigue is something that has come up more and more in the last few years about, the cost of caring is often what they call it, is that you can bankrupt your compassion bank. If you're not spending time to do the self-care to take care of yourself, you can bankrupt yourself of your compassion, and then you're doing more work for less. And it can be frustrating. And then you get into other problems like burnout and the such. But I think, sorry, I lost my train of thought. What was the question again?
I was talking about the leaders, the people who care for others and who take care of others, how difficult it is to take care of themselves, or to even just admit they need help when they do, when they've been impacted with mental health.
True. I think it's part of it is acknowledgement. Like I said, that caregiver paradox, that we are usually supporting people, and the information that we're hearing and the stories of their lives are often traumatic and very, they impact us and can lead to vicarious trauma and stuff. But I think it's just having that awareness that our baseline of when we think we're ill is much lower than the average person, because A, we perceive ourselves as more resilient, and B, compared to what we're hearing every day, it seems like, oh, well, it's not really that big of a deal. And I think that's where having really strong mental health supports in your workplace, because I can be honest that I know Tara has caught me sometimes where I'm not practicing where I preach, and I'm stressed out and I'm not catching it because I'm so focused on getting things done that it takes something from Tara or a colleague to be like, are you doing all right? Like, you seem stressed. Like, you seem like you're running around. Like, are you doing okay? Not work wise. Like, are you doing okay? And sometimes it's just that stop from someone else to ask that question that makes you stop and think like, oh man, yeah, like I got to take care of myself. My team's relying on me. So sometimes I think in leadership and management roles, we have this misconstrued perception that we are more resilient than we are sometimes. So having strong mental health allies and stuff in the workplace, but especially having your leadership check in on you is super important.
So true. Thank you. There's another comment here by John. He says, what is the best approach to getting past bad defense mechanism in coping mental wellness? Shame of family, friends finding out, or feeling that others don't care about your problems. And mental health is certainly more common than we think. I think it's almost like we're not aware. I had someone call my office a couple of months ago, and this is someone I had met in the community in a leadership role, and said, I have been struck with mental health disease and I don't even know what to do. I'm stumped. I had another young woman approach me. I was in the hospital. And I think people don't know where to go and what to do when they find themselves with a diagnosis of mental health disease. And I'm just curious if they are your coworkers, if they're working with you, if they are, it's people, how do you respond to them? If they're feeling ashamed or embarrassed or fearful, how do you message that to them? How do you say I care?
I believe as a colleague, I think one of the things that we can do is to just create that atmosphere to just listen. Somebody said, I'm struggling, to listen, not to fix it, but to just listen. let them pour their heart out to say, okay, what I do, I can't fix the problem now, but here are some resources. Or can we talk to somebody else? But I think like you said, people called your office because they are confident that somebody is going to listen. So, and I think that is the very foundational place to start, that I'm going to be a listener and I'm going to work intentionally to listen. And then when people know that you listen, then they will share, then we can now share resources, because I'm not going to fix it. I don't have the power to fix it, but we can share resources. These are some things you can go, or these are some things you can do for yourself. Before Cam comes in, or Tara, just one thing to take care of ourselves is to find a way to disengage. Sometimes managers, or people as us too, as employees, we take work home a lot. We can't just did right what we did wrong. But the time comes in where we have to put that demarcation in. And I know it's a struggle, but you can practice it to say, okay, work is work. And when I leave work, I debrief inside the car. And then when I come to my house, I have to intentionally and deliberately work at letting go of the day so that I can recharge, recuperate, and be ready for the next day. There's a training that we provide that speaks to, what you can do as somebody, to take care of yourself.
Thank you. Wow. Guys, let's give them a hand. Wow. This was very, very well done. I really, really appreciate you guys joining us and sharing so much information. Will you have handouts for us to share with the group? Is that something that you guys were planning on doing? You can send that to me, and we will make sure everyone gets that information. Yes.
Absolutely. So yeah, I got my emails on the screen there, our websites on the screen as well. If you got any questions or you want to do a follow-up or just talk with us, we love talking. We're very passionate about mental health, especially mental health in the workplace. So yeah, send me an email and I'll send off the slides and stuff to you.
Okay, so thank you, Tara. Thank you, Cameron, and thank you, Daniel. We really appreciate your presentation today. And guys, what are you saying in the chat? Let's give them some love. Thank you. High five. What are some comments? One comment in the chat, one takeaway, one thing you take away from this presentation. All right. Excellent. Thank you, everyone. All right, great. Well, we are going to just take a breather right now. I'm going to invite everyone to stand up from your desk or your chairs, and we're going to take a couple of deep breaths because we're going to go into another presentation by Ria Dark, and we're going to look at mental health and other aspects. She's going to talk about the cost of mental health in the workplace in the next few minutes. Very to listen. There was a comment that you guys were very easy to listen to. So we've learned so much about breathing today and in the last day. And so let's just stand up and let's just stretch our arms over our head. And we're going to lift our head up and we're going to turn our hands palm up and look at the back of our hands. And we're going to take a deep breath and then we're going to let it out. And bring our hands down. We're going to shake our shoulders from side to side. Move our necks. Take another deep breath. And we are going to get ready. So if you need to get a glass of water or something, we're going to start in 1-2 minutes. We're going to have Ria with us. All right. Ria, I believe I saw you on here. Ria, are you on here? Can you message me if you are? I'm sure I saw you. Okay. I hope she's not having connection problem. Oh, we'll have some music while we wait for Ria to join us.
Joy, this is Joyce. You're supposed to be in next.
going to have a bit of a mental health quiz, and you're going to be putting your answers in the chat section. So as we go through this quiz, we're going to see some of the things that you've learned, some of the things that you know already, because you know what I find from doing this work is that oftentimes the people who show up to these sessions are the people who are already doing the work, the people who already are interested, who have been doing the research, who have already been working in the field, or probably doing a lot or most of what they know they should be doing to get ready for and to protect themselves. So this time we're going to have a little bit of a quiz, and you get to put your answer in the chat. And the first question that I have is the number of us who could expect to have a mental health disease in our working life, because mental health is not just something that affects any particular group. Most of us in our working life actually can find ourselves with a mental health disease, or we're more prone to that. So the number is 1 out of 5, 1 out of 10, and 1 out of 20. So put the answer in the chat. Which of those is correct? It's I've given you A, 1 out of 5, B, 1 out of 10, and C, 1 out of 20 of us can expect to have a mental health disease in our lifetime. All right. So we have the answer. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3 people answer. The others of you, okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1 in 3, 1 in 5, depending on the source. Yes, it could be 1 in 3 too, but we did 5, 10, and 20. So you are all mental health scholars. Those of you who answered, everybody has chosen 1 in 5. Wow, that's a great. That shows exactly what I was saying, that you guys are already doing the work, already recognizing that we are all vulnerable to a mental health disease. So the next question that I have for you is, when we get faced with a mental health disease, we should A, hide and not tell anyone about it, B, seek medical help, and C, hide it from our family, workplace, and friends. Which is the right answer? So A, we're going to hide it from our, right? We should seek medical help. Yeah, number B, absolutely. We need to seek medical help. There is one other thing that comes up often, and something that we get a lot of questions on is, I have mental health, and who should I talk to? Who should I tell that I have a mental health disease? Who needs to know? Who must know? So in the chat, who must know? Who should we tell? Should we tell everybody? Should we tell our employer? Should we tell our family and friends? Which of those would you tell first? So we believe supports, medical professionals, employers, absolutely family and friends. And sometimes it depends, right? It's a tricky question because it depends. You're right, Ebenezer. Those you are comfortable or safe with. because sometimes family and friends are not the ones we feel safe with. Sometimes our workplace isn't safe, and that may be the place that we were not able to share with them because we're worried. So we've had lots of situations over the years where people don't feel safe because they don't feel that their family and friends or their work employers will be the safe people. So yes, you can then go ahead and share with the people you feel safe with. And Monica said only direct report in that is if that is appropriate, depending on the size and depending if they're trusted individuals. Absolutely. So the key thing here is about trust. Who do we trust? Because it is a vulnerable. And this morning, it was very interesting when Dr. Rabin spoke. He talked about when we go to sleep, we are in our most vulnerable state. That struck me. I don't know how many of you guys caught that, but it's true, right? We are vulnerable when we go to sleep because our eyes are closed and we go into, especially when we go into REM sleep, we don't see and hear, we don't know what's going on. And it's the same, we humans like to be safe. And so when we are vulnerable, especially when when we have a mental health illness or we have some kind of disease where most people are not comfortable with, which is something we're working towards, is to create less discomfort around mental illness. And I think we have to also remember the distinction between mental illness and mental health. Mental health is something that we have and we should preserve, and we should always look to improve and attain. Mental illness is when we're suffering a disease due to some kind of mental health injury. And so it's important for us to actually make the distinction always and pay attention to how do we help to preserve mental health and how do we deal with mental illnesses, because those are two different things. All right, so we are going to move on. We had Ria Dark presenting for us this afternoon, but I'm not quite sure what's going on. She has not been able, we haven't been able to get a hold of her. So I believe, Sandy, you're up next. Were you able to get your screen shared? I think we did make you co-host. Yes, you are. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce Sandy. And oh my goodness, you are in for a treat. This woman is just absolutely dynamic speaker, and you're going to enjoy her. So let me share and introduce Sandy with you. Sandy Boucher is a much loved speaker, thought leader, blogger, podcast, seminar facilitator, and best-selling author who has dedicated her life to empowering the marginalized, assisting them to develop a self that serves. As a proud member of the Seine River First Nation, Sandy began her speaking career in 2009. Now, more than a decade later, Sandy continues to use conversational English stories, humor, metaphors, and personal examples to empower men and women of all cultures and backgrounds. Sandy, welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much, Joyce, for inviting me to join you today. I'm really thrilled to be part of this diversity and global wellness in the workplace. I think all of those are so intermixed. And today is dedicated to mindset and mental health. So I've really enjoyed the presentation so far and really focusing on mental health, but I'm going to shift it a little bit and I'm going to talk about mindset and those preconceived biases that we might bring to the workplace. And if we are not aware of them, we could actually be triggering other people and making it more challenging for them. And of course, I'm coming at this from an Indigenous lens and that diversity conversation that I had so much fun in yesterday. So I am going to do a screen share here. And hopefully this is going to work. Woo, woo, woo. slideshow, play from start. Okay, I just want to see. Ta-da, can you guys see that? The big write-up about me. Awesome. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so the title of my presentation is The Mistaken Lens, A History of Assumptions. And what I really hope to achieve today, by the way, say hello to my cat. She's got to go now. She wants to play along, but we're not going to let her do that. What I really want you to do is become aware of your own thought processes. I will be thrilled if by the end of my presentation, you're starting to look at things differently, and maybe even the 6 o'clock news or whatever, wherever you get your news from, maybe you're looking at it a little bit differently and asking different questions. So first off, I did, as mentioned, as Joyce mentioned, I am Anishinaabe Kwe, Mishko Pagnon Kwe, Nadishnakas Mungdodam. I am First Nations, and that is the lens I look at the world through. So the presentation I'm about to share with you may come across as a little bit different from your norm. Just sit back, relax. It's a safe place. Hopefully, just enjoy the presentation. Now, like everybody else, normally I would be doing this live, but in the time of COVID, we've all switched over to Zoom meetings and virtual meetings. But I did want to invite you to take part in a little activity that I do at public events. And I'm going to explain why. It's going to seem a little strange to you at first, but bear with me. What I want you to do, what I'm hoping is that you have a piece of paper and a pen close by. And you don't need a huge piece of paper. You could actually even rip off the end, the corner of a piece of paper. But what I want to invite you to do is write the words, my ego, on the piece of paper. And I'm going to give you a couple seconds just to do that. And it doesn't matter how big or how legible. We're not going to be sharing it with anyone, obviously. I just want you to write those words. Once it's written, what I want you to do is fold up the little piece of paper. And then I want you to put it out of your reach. I want you to physically, and it's so important that you literally do this, physically take it and remove it from wherever you're working. Put it at the other side of your desk or on the next chair or whatever the case may be. Now, interestingly, it's usually the men that get nervous when we do this exercise. What are you doing? Where's my ego going? What are you doing here? And the reason why I'm doing this is I have such a short period of time with you. I have absolutely no interest in doing a battle of wills with you. I am not a threat. I am not your competition. I am here to share some information with you. So we're not going to get into a battle of what you know and what I know. Rather, what I invite you to do is leave the ego out of it. Listen to what I have to share. And at the end of this presentation, you have complete, total control to abandon and disregard everything I said if it doesn't fit into the person you are. But I invite you to see if something does resonate. What can you take from the presentation? Because I truly believe there is going to be something of value here for you. Okay, so now that we've done that, the other thing I want to share is something I call the 4 thank yous. And if you were at the summit yesterday and when I was sharing as part of the panel, I mentioned the medicine wheel, which is a teaching tool that is used by a lot of Indigenous nations. And by the way, I do want to point out here, I am Anishinaabe, I am Ojibwe. I am speaking today for me. I am not speaking for the Anishinaabe Nation. I'm not speaking for all Indigenous people. I'm definitely not speaking for all Indigenous women. That's something that has to be clarified because people tend to make that misconception. I believe there's 649 different nations in Canada, and we all have different teachings and incredible wisdom and things to offer, which is why diversity is so important. But I come at this from my Anishinaabe lens. In my nation, the medicine wheel, which is literally, think of a circle divided with the X through it, the 4 equal quadrants. It reminds us of so many things, the 4 life stages, the 4 sacred medicines, the 4 directions, the 4 parts of our being, mental, physical, spiritual, and emotional. I use the 4 thank yous at the beginning of every one of my speeches or workshops or seminars as a way to ground myself and as a way to honor my teachings in the country and on the land where they were born. So I'm from Northern Ontario. I'm Treaty 3, and I just wanted to share this with you. So the first thank you is to Creator, God, higher power, the universe, Dr. Phil, Oprah. I don't care who you go to for your teachings. That's none of my business. If it works for you, all the power to you. For me, it's Creator. And I like to say thank you to Creator because my teachings say that absolutely everything happens for a reason. And that means you are here right now hearing this for some reason. Something is going to be said that you need to hear. Now, I'm not egotistical enough to think it's definitely something I'm going to say because I'm just all that in a bag of chips and you definitely should be listening. It might be a comment that happens in the chat. It might be a conversation that happens during the break. It might be a conversation you have with your partner tonight because of what you heard in this presentation. The challenge, as always, is to stay here. We have less than an hour together and, phones ring and you're wondering what's going on next. It is so easy to get distracted. So please do me a favor and try your best just to stay here for the next little while. That's the first thank you. The second thank you is to the organizers, to Joyce, who has done so much work behind the scenes. I'm a motivational speaker. I'm the face that you see in the videos or on the stage holding the microphone, but literally I could not do what I do if it wasn't for amazing people like Joyce behind the scenes making this possible. So every chance you get during the summit, please send a huge thank you and gratitude to Joyce for bringing us all together and going through all that work. And we're just going to ignore the cat that wants to get in on this presentation. She's just loving the fact that I'm talking out loud to people. The third thank you is a teaching I got directly from my mom. And this is to the women in the room for a moment. It might apply to the guys too. I don't know. I'm not male. You'll have to tell me if it applies to you as well. But as women, when we get around that 15, 16, 17-year-old stage, that's when we tend to be at odds with our mom. It's part of the growing process and we're just breaking free. But often in many, many families, that's when you're really butting heads with your mom. And that definitely happened to me. So when I was at that stage, my mom used to always remind me that whatever I was attempting to do, that I had to remember those that came before. And what she meant by that was all the people that have helped you to get to this age and stage of your life. I don't know what age you are. I'm 56 years old, and I could not do my life. I would not enjoy the things I do without a whole bunch of people that helped me get to here. The reality is at some point in time, someone was feeding us and clothing us and making sure we were safe. In Indigenous families, often that is not the person that we wished had been there for us. But at this point in time, I just want to acknowledge that someone helped us get here. But to my mom, that wasn't good enough. And if you knew my mom, she always had to push it, that one extra step, just really had to push it. And she would say, we have to make a point to say thank you to all of the people that said no to us. All of those people, when we asked for, teach us something or give us a ride, loan us money, give us a job, whatever the case may be, if they said no, we have to thank them. Now, this is where she lost me. And this is where I'd be butting heads with her like, what? Excuse me, you're missing the point here, Mom. They said no. They didn't help me. Why would I thank them? Well, my mom had a teaching, a story to explain it. And what she would say is, imagine you're standing at one side of the room and whatever you're trying to achieve, that job you're trying to get, your driver's license, a degree, whatever it is at the other side of a room, the same room. And what she would say is, when we ask people for help, which takes a lot of nerve, we have to acknowledge that. When we ask people for help and they say no, it's like they take this gigantic boulder and they put it in between us and our goal. At that point, my mom would say, you're going to make one of two choices, and there's only two. The first choice, you're going to look at this huge rock, and you're going to decide, you know what? That looks like a lot of work. It's okay. I really didn't want that. I think I'm going to go that way. That's okay. That's totally fine. But according to my mom, if you make that decision, then that wasn't your path anyways. If you're going to give up that easy, then that wasn't what you're supposed to be doing. Whoever just said no to you helped you save time and maybe even a lot of money to help you realize that you should be going somewhere else. You need to go find what you're willing to fight for. That's option one. But there's option two, and everyone in my inner circle takes option two, including me. We look at that rock and we decide over, under, around, or through, we're getting past this rock. We're going to get what's on the other side. Now, in that case, my mom would say, geez, by saying no, they helped you find your determination, your persistence. They helped you to dig in your heels and decide, come heck or high water, you're going to get it. And guess what? Those are the exact skills you need to get what's on the other side of that rock. So in that case, we definitely have to say thank you. Now, there's one more thank you. And honestly, this is the one I lose sleep over. This is the one I think about all the time. This is the bar I set for myself. The fourth thank you, whoops, we're going to go back a slide, is to each one of you. Because every single time I give a speech or a seminar, whether it's an hour or a full day, I always remind myself that you are giving me something absolutely priceless, an hour out of your life. None of us are going to get to do this again. This is absolutely priceless. And when I decide what I'm going to share with you, that's the bar I have to hit. It has to be worth your time. And that's so important to me that at the end of this presentation, I'm going to ask you if it was worth your time. And so far, I've got a really good track record, and hopefully we're going to maintain that today. So now this whole summit is about workplace wellness. And I think we can all agree that constructive criticism is essential in any workplace, not just criticism, not criticism just to be mean or to judge someone, but constructive criticism, to look at the work that's done, to make suggestions on how we can improve. And it helps us to grow as employees, bosses, whatever the case may be. What I'm suggesting is we have to do the same thing with history. I'm coming to you as an Indigenous woman in Canada, and that is definitely a country that has to constructively criticize its history and the systems that have resulted. Now, if that sounds familiar, you may be more familiar with the term praxis, which is a term we use. It's the process of observing what's going on, learning from it, and then changing the behavior. Canada, the country as a whole, I think we're getting better at observing. We're definitely increasing our learning where it comes to Indigenous people in Canada's relationship with our nations. I'm not so sure we're at the change behavior stage yet. And that's really what I wanted to speak to today. Now I have this cute little cartoon. I'm all about cartoons. If we're going to discuss heavy topics, we might as well do it with cartoons. One of the things that we have to all get really comfy with is the fact that before the settlers got here to Turtle Island, the land that is now known as Canada, the US, Mexico, we had separate functioning communities. Now, a First Nations community here definitely didn't look like a European town or settlement, but just because they were different doesn't mean that only one was functioning. Here in our communities, we knew how to govern ourselves. We knew how to educate our children. We fed ourselves. We had all of the supports we needed to have a functioning society. But again, incredibly different from the European version. Now, I can see here, I'm going to apologize again now that I do a lot more national speaking. This definitely has an Ojibwe slant to it. It doesn't show the long houses. It doesn't show the beautiful totem poles of out west. This is definitely an Ojibwe slant on the First Nation community. But when the settlers got here, they were presented with our communities in our style. And this is where the first set of the most dangerous assumptions were made. And these assumptions continue today. What I'm talking about is what we now call cultural lens. And this is so much easier for me to explain to people now that I have to wear glasses. Your cultural lens, the lens you look through, is made up of all of your experiences, everything you've been taught, everything you've seen, everything you've heard, which is why I was so crystal clear to acknowledge that I'm Anishinaabe Kwe. That is the way I look at the world. As I mentioned yesterday, I am never going to look at it as a non-Indigenous person. I can't. That is not my lens. I can learn about your culture. I can even come to understand why things are important to you, but that's not the way I'm going to look at it. And my ego is parked on the side of the desk too. I can be beautifully humble and okay with that. The problem was, and I mean the settlers, everybody loves to hate on the settlers, but what we have to acknowledge is when they came here, they brought their cultural lens. There is no other way they could have seen our communities. The only reference they had was their communities. Now, with that information in mind, imagine a settler walking through a First Nation community, in this case, an Ojibwe community, an Anishinaabe community. What happened? They walk through the communities. You can just imagine it happening, and they're looking and they're going, oh my God, there's no town hall. These people don't govern themselves. Assumption mistake number one. Oh my God, there's no jail. They're lawless. They don't reprimand their people. They don't care how they behave. Mistake number two. Assuming we didn't have a justice system. Oh my God, there's no school. Not the brick and mortar pointy house or pointy roofed building that they were used to. So they assumed we didn't educate our children. And then the one that decimated our communities, they didn't see a church. So they assumed we had no spiritual faith. With those assumptions, white supremacy was born in the settlers' minds, how the European model was seen as superior to what was in front of them. And based on those assumptions, they decided that everything to do with First Nation culture and traditions should be disregarded. And that set off a chain of events, including the residential school era, that has resulted in our First Nations communities in the state they are today. If there's one thing I need you to remember is what you see in the news, the state and the challenges of our communities are not the natural manifestation of our communities. That's what happens to a community when you try to forcibly remove their culture. And I highly suggest, I have traveled to Finland when they were freaking out over the Syrian refugees, and everyone I spoke to, I warned them of what would happen if you try to remove someone's culture. Now, of course, that happened a long time ago, and eventually the two communities started working together. Here's another cartoon for you. But I would like to bring to your attention the fact that the bridge that was built between the settler communities and the First Nations communities is green. Far too often, these relationships only existed because mainstream, non-Indigenous Western society wanted a resource that the First Nations people were in the way of. The only reason the bridge was built was for money, even though the negotiations often used the term partnership. The other thing that's super important about this cartoon is the arrow above the bridge. And I call that the arrow of information, the flow of information. In this model, in this mindset, European settler descendants still believe that they have all the knowledge that they can teach the First Nation communities. We can teach you how to educate your children. We can teach you how to take care of your health. We can teach you how to build your economy. We can teach you how to govern yourselves. This is the save the Indian mentality. And unfortunately, this is still happening far too often. That assumption that the Indigenous people do not have this knowledge for themselves. Now I have a crazy question for you and something I want you to consider. I want you to think of the education of Indigenous people. Indigenous people like me going to college or university or getting a higher education. What do you think that's a good or a bad idea? Now I know that sounds like a crazy question, but Chief Tony Alexis, who is a dear friend and mentor of mine, would be the first to say, it all depends on the intent. If you think, and if Indigenous people feel they should get a higher education because they can better their own standing, their own financial situation, it would benefit their family, then absolutely it's a positive. But if you're a non-Indigenous person that thinks that Indigenous people should receive a higher education so they can fit in better, that's still assimilation. That's exactly why the residential schools were created, to help us to fit in, to adapt, to conform. And that is a negative as the schools have always been. So, what if instead of that conforming, that fitting in, that making Indigenous people fit into the box assigned to us, what if instead we looked at true, real inclusion for the first time, that we actually work together respectfully, hearing each other, maybe for the very first time? What if that was the intent? Well, again, a question for you. I want you to think of whatever workplace you work in, your office environment right now. And I want you to, now you may not know, some Indigenous people are not as obviously Indigenous as others, But if you had to guess, how many Indigenous people are currently working in your office? Are there any Indigenous people currently working in your office? I don't know where you're from. I don't know the country. And if you're in Canada, I don't know the province, but there's a really good chance, unless you're working for an Indigenous agency or in a First Nations community, that there's a low number of Indigenous people in your office. So that begs the second question. Why? How come? Why are there not more Indigenous people working there? Well, often what I hear, people just assume that Indigenous people aren't interested in working for your company, whatever it does. I would guess that you're wrong. I'd be willing to bet there's many Indigenous people that are interested in working for your company. So that may not be accurate. Even worse, the people that are at least honest with me assume that Indigenous people are unqualified to work in your office. And that's got some dangerous prejudices attached to it. What I'm inviting you to consider today is maybe, just maybe, what they're not interested in is assimilation. They're not interested in conforming to whatever culture exists in your office. Because to Indigenous people, and that may be totally new to you, and I want to backtrack for a sec. Most people assume if you get a job, you're going to have to adapt to that culture. But it's a different level for Indigenous people because we're being forced to adapt to a different culture every single day of our lives. The fact that I'm doing this presentation in English is adaptation. It's the equivalent of you going to work in Japan or in India or in South Africa. A totally different environment, and that's what's being asked of us. So maybe that's what we're not interested in. Because I can say firsthand, for me personally, the cultural values and processes that I follow, and I run my own company on purpose, so that I can conform to my processes rather than the outside world's, are a lot different from mainstream. For one, the one I always come up with is we really do not understand your worshiping of the clock. I really don't. How the clock governs when a conversation ends, when a conversation starts, it doesn't matter if anything's been resolved or not. You're going to cut off someone right mid-sentence because the clock says we have to. Now, I don't know if you can see it. Oh yeah, a big, huge clock in behind me. I love clocks. I happen to think they're very artistic and beautiful. I just don't run my life by it. I don't run it by the calendar either. I may have an incredibly hard work day on Saturday and decide to take Monday off because I honor my body's processes over an outside man-made process. So maybe that's what they don't want to give up. I mentioned this yesterday, and for those of you that weren't here, I think it bears repeating. I want to show you what inclusion looks like, and it's not difficult. It really isn't. My mom used to always say, wisdom is so simple, we make things complicated. But when it comes down to it, it is so simple. This is what diversity looks like. Now, if we were in seminar together, I would get you at this point in time to stand up and stand back to back with the person next to you. And my mom used to literally make me and my brothers doing this right around when we were teenagers again, when we were starting to consider maybe wanting to date someone or have someone as a partner. This is what she would make us do. So you imagine standing back to back with whoever you're thinking of. My mom would then get us to look around the room, and she would point out to us and help us to realize that we could see so much, but there was a part of the room that I couldn't see. The part that was right behind me, the part that was right in front of my brother. And my brother would look around the room and he would see a ton of stuff, but what he couldn't see, his blind spot, was obvious to me. It was right in front of me. My mom would say, this is what a true partnership looks like. This is a physical representation of, I've got your back. Because when you have a diverse workplace or a diverse board of directors, when one person comes up with a suggestion, the diverse other person can say, you know what, I see a problem with that. It's not because they're smarter. It's not because they're more educated. It's because they have a different view. That's why diversity is so important. We could see issues with the environment long before other people started talking about it. We see huge issues in the education system that everyone could benefit from. But we have to find our partner who is willing to listen. Remember, cultural lens. I can literally see things you can't. You can see things that I will never see. But if I work with you, then we both benefit. What you have to ask yourself is, with these diverse partners, do you listen when they say there's a problem? And that sounds so simplistic, but that is the challenge Indigenous people run into every single day. When I say someone's being racist and a white person says, well, no, they're not. I've never seen them act that way. That's because it's in your blind spot. That doesn't mean we're trying to prove to you something you will never see. But for us to be truly inclusive, you have to start trusting that we see something you can't, and vice versa. So you have to ask yourself, do you listen, or more, do you ask? Do you have a diverse team? If you're trying to service a diverse population, and by the way, here's some information for you, because I'd be willing to bet there's stats people in the audience. There's always people that like the details. From a business perspective, in 1996, which I would like to think wasn't that long ago, 2.8% of the Canadian population was Indigenous. 2.8%. 10 years later, in 2006, it had increased to 3.8. By 2016, another 10 years, we're up to 4.9%. Since 2006, the Indigenous population has grown by 42.5%, which is 4 times faster than the non-Indigenous population in Canada. I am saying, as a business person, as any person in business, you have to get better at servicing the Indigenous population, because we are rapidly choosing businesses that are and abandoning businesses that aren't. I live in the city of Thunder Bay. Here in Canada, Thunder Bay is known for its anti-Indigenous racism, and businesses here, the non-Indigenous clientele, are going elsewhere because we're taking our dollars to the businesses that are interested in diversity and inclusion. It's happening. What you need to ask yourself as a manager, as a staff person, as a board of director, are you willing to listen? And not just listen, but to change plans, processes, or policies based on what your diverse colleague or director tells you. Because if my brother told me there was a threat coming that I couldn't see and I chose not to listen, then I'm still going to be at risk. Your diverse colleagues can help you and even save you dollars, time, effort, but only if you're truly willing to listen. You have to change the mindset of Indigenous people. Indigenous people are not just impoverished. We're not just suffering. There are successful Indigenous as well. And yes, our communities are in rough times. Look at what history has done to them, but we're getting there. And there's many of us that are looking for partners. I showed you this bridge, this green bridge. There is another alternative. It's this one. And this is my goal for every single meeting and every project I take part in. Look, both communities are still running the way they are, but the bridge is now half red and half white. We meet you in the middle. You bring your requests and what you need. We'll bring what we request and what we need, and we'll negotiate in the middle as two strong entities. And look at the arrow of information now. It's flowing both ways. My teachings say that medicine wheel again, black, yellow, red, and white. It's when we share our teachings together, that's when the world finally comes together. Indigenous people have wisdom that could solve so many issues. We have to get better at sharing it. So you have to ask yourself and look at your office space. What is your intent? Is it assimilation? Just fit in, don't ask your questions, don't offer your opinion, or is it truly inclusion? And I, for one, hope it's inclusion. Because maybe it's time for that shift in mindset, time for a change in the attitudes we have towards Indigenous people. I hope maybe just meeting me has changed the mindset of a few of you as far as Indigenous people are concerned. We're not all shy. We're not all struggling over our words. And like I said, we're not all impoverished. I've been there, done that. But I'm living proof that we can heal and we can succeed. And it doesn't mean we have to conform. Now, I'm interested how many of you in the audience are parents. I am an Anishinaabe, love telling stories here. I'd be willing to bet quite a few of you are. And if you're a parent, I know when my kids were little, my kids are in the 30s now. I have grandkids, so that's not an issue. But when I was little, or when they were little, I wished I had eyes in the back of my head to see what they were doing when I was facing the other way. All you got to do is add a little diversity to your workplace. And that's exactly what you'll have, is the eyes in the back of your head. I hope that made sense. I am so easy to get hold of, sandyboucher.com. Just remember my name. Reach out anytime you have a question. I am always available to have a conversation. So that is my presentation. How do I get the screen to stop sharing, Joyce? Joyce, save me, Joyce.
So much, Sandy. Oh my goodness, what an amazing presentation. Let's give Sandy a hand.
Thank you, guys. You're a sweetheart.
Okay, so questions for Sandy. Sandy, what is a common question you often get after your presentation? What is a question that you often get?
First step. What's the first step?
The first
so
step.
One, yeah. So
Okay.
like how do we change it? How do we get Indigenous people to work with us?
Okay, good. Let's answer that.
Right? And honestly, again, that's the wrong mindset. So what I would suggest instead is, if you want Indigenous people engaged with you, become engaged with Indigenous people, right? You have Indigenous nations near wherever you are. There's a really good chance. Look at the news. What are they concerned about? What are their gatherings about? Go out to those gatherings if they're open to the public. Find out about the issues. Ask questions. Be interested, because then that shows you're willing to be a partner, and it definitely highlights, it might have them a little more interested in partnering with you. Just don't be surprised if they're hesitant at first. If there's one thing about Canadian history, it's taught us to be very leery of non-Indigenous people. That is not personal against you, even though it probably feels that way. That's Canadian history. And it takes a while to build the bridge between two people, but relationships are the solution to everything.
Interesting. So you start by going to their ceremonies. So could I just go to you know, they usually they have the powwow and they have the get together. Should I just show up and just attend? Is there a process? Do I need to seek some kind of invitation? How do I go into an Indigenous event or activity?
It totally depends. And there's one thing I want to say and be really crystal clear about. There is no one size fits all answer, right? Every gathering is different. Every nation is different. What their process is different, which is why it's so important to get to know your next door neighbor. If there's a gathering, for example, on June 21st, which is National Indigenous Day here in Canada, there tends to be a lot of powwows when we're not in the middle of COVID. Let's be real here. But before this year, there would be a lot of powwows. And I know in this area, those powwows were almost specifically to invite non-Indigenous people. It was, here's your chance to come out and ask your questions. Whereas other powwows might be to celebrate certain things in that community. And you're going to tell by the poster, if it says everyone welcome, they mean it. Just tread humbly. Don't go around touching things and just assuming things, you know, just be humble, and observe and learn. So.
Okay, so there's another comment. I work with a Northern Ontario Indigenous community and came to much greater understanding of how much systemic biases exist. When we encounter bias and ignorance, what in your experience is the best approach to opening the conversation and speaking up to build a bridge of understanding?
Okay, I see the question. I'm wondering who they're talking. They're talking about the First Nations people that are experiencing it, or they're talking to the people that have those biases.
It looks like they're looking at speaking to the people that are bringing on those biases, how to rebut them, how to respond, bridging that. Yeah.
Okay, for one, I'm going to acknowledge it's not a comfortable conversation. There is nothing comfortable about reconciliation. Pam Palmander is a well-known activist and lawyer, Indigenous lawyer, and she always says if it's comfortable, it's not reconciliation. So I'm going to acknowledge right off the bat, not going to be a comfortable situation. I also believe something has to be said. If you just ignore it, the problem is just going to continue. Now, in my work, I often hear the most horrible comments, right? The most racist, ridiculous comments. And it used to kick my blood pressure through the roof. Like I'd be like, what did you just say? For my own health and sanity, and I guess we're discussing mental health today, I got to a point where I realized that no matter what someone says, they're only sharing what they've been taught. And if they've been taught ludicrous things about Indigenous people, that's all they know. So I actually got to the point where I would hear these comments and I'd be thinking to myself, I wish you had never been taught that. I'd like to ask people where they heard it, right? What makes you think that? How many Indigenous people do you know? I find that still so many people think that every Indigenous person is the same, and that is so stereotypically problematic. It's ridiculous. But by starting to have the conversation and explaining that you know people that really you think they all have addiction problems. Well, geez, I know this person. Did you know that company is owned by an Indigenous person? And did you know that professor's an Indigenous person? And just start slowly chipping away at that mindset. That's how we slowly start changing the systems. I'm going to use the words of my elder here. We're not going to fix this by next Tuesday. That's the reality. It took us generations to get here, but if we keep having the conversations, what we have to do is upset the norm. We can't allow those conversations just to go unchallenged, or else our children are going to be dealing with what we didn't deal with. I hope that made sense.
Absolutely. And that makes sense. And I think we talked about that yesterday when we were talking about diversity and inclusion, that we all have a part to play. All of us have a part to play in the organization. It could be welcoming that person, saying welcome, giving them a smile, asking them if they understand the unwritten rules, right? There are so many things that we can do, whether you are in leadership or not. You can play a part into helping people understand the organizational culture. But also, more importantly, when you're in a conversation or when someone brings up negative biases or stereotype about a group, you have a responsibility to say, I do not share those values or those views, and I don't think we should be discussing those things when they can be harmful and hurtful to others. It's just a simple thing to say to someone. And sometimes that check gets people to say, you know what, that's true. We should really watch our words. And if that's all you can do, it's still valuable. Thank you, Sandy.
Another thing I just want to say, and I don't know if anyone else has ever tried this, I find it works amazingly. When someone says something like really out there, like really alarming from an Indigenous perspective, often if I can't think of anything else to say, all I say is, ouch, right? But I say it out loud and they're like, ouch, what, why ouch? And then it opens the door to me to say like, wow, okay, it sounded like, and I'm going to give them the door here, right? Give them the room to adjust. It sounded like you were saying all Indigenous people are whatever. Oh, no, that's not what they meant. Even if that is what they meant, we've now established that conversation isn't allowed here. No, right? And it's amazing. I think I did it by accident the first time. I was just so shocked with what they said. It was like, ouch, like, holy, did you seriously just say that? But it works. It absolutely works.
Yes, it is. We have lots of comments, so Sandy will be in the chat to chat with you guys, but I'm going to share some of them. You can answer. It says, although your representation is focused on Indigenous issues, it really speaks to good leadership. Diversity comes in so many forms. I believe good leadership is about listening and understanding to ensure we are being inclusive. Place your ego to the side and understand your biases. These are some of the things I am hearing. Thank you for your amazing presentation. So do we get to pick up the ego again, Sandy?
You know what, that is so funny. You know what I love when I do that live, at the end, I always invite them, you can go get your ego now. No one wants to be the first one. Right? They just kind of hesitate. Is anyone else going? Right? It's absolutely awesome. I did want to say one thing, a phrase, and maybe this is going to resonate with a few of you. A phrase we use often here in our nonprofits is nothing for us or about us without us. So whatever group you're talking about, if you want to plan an event for youth, nothing for us or about us without us. There should be youth on your planning committee. Exactly. If you want, look at you with this workplace wellness, you wanted it about diversity, you have a diversity of speakers. It only makes sense. If you're planning a program for elders, there should be elders in on your planning committee. But that's when the ego trips us up. We want to prove that we can do this. And that's where mental health is on the line, because the stress we put on ourselves to understand people we've never met is ridiculous. I have absolutely no idea how to plan a Japanese feast. If I ever had to do that, I would be dead in the water. But guess what? I have a couple of friends that I'm calling and going, help. I need you on the planning committee because I want this to be amazing. It's not a shot at my intelligence. It's not a shot at my education. It's just not my forte. My ego's parked over in the corner where it can stay there, right? So it's humility and working together, right?
It is. And you know, as we come together, as we understand diverse perspectives and how they fit into the workplace. And I think it's so important because there are many stereotypes and many reasons why there aren't more indigenous people or representation in various leaders of leadership and in various segments in the workplace or different even industries. I know one of the programs I was doing with one of the colleges, when I work with some of the post-secondary institution, my role is to look at the harassment and bullying and to create workplace wellness and respectful workplace. And we've seen situations where indigenous individuals in that college institution wanting to break into different industries and the challenges they face. But the idea of moving into to understand it was always the emphasis was always put on them conforming and not the other way around. And I love how you share that every day they are already conforming and it's just one more thing to do. So it can be very tiring. I think those of us who are from different diverse visible minority communities and so forth, we know how tiring it is to be always conforming and trying to live to a different code. So it is very important to share that message. And I think it's something that needs to be repeated in the workplace. So as leaders look at their recruitment, so those of you who are recruiters here or HR and in that, I hope you've gotten a different lens to looking at how can we do this differently? How can we start the conversation differently? How can we start and change our recruitment policies and processes so we can have more representation of Indigenous people in the workplace? Sandy, any last words?
Just on that topic, and it's something I worked in employment and training for 25 years, so helping people get a job, go back to school, or start their own business. So that's the old playground I used to run in. When it comes to, and everyone's always talking about hiring Indigenous people. I'm more interested in retaining Indigenous people, right? Like how many people are still on the workforce 2 years, 3 years, 5 years from now? That's what I'm interested in. And I honestly believe that the only way that's going to happen is, for lack of a better term here, we almost need that success coach, that mentor. Because honestly, in my younger years, I tried working for non-Indigenous agencies and businesses. I couldn't do it. It was like, you guys are nuts. I don't understand. Why do you care about a pencil? I need a pencil. Why are you? That's really going to break your budget if I take another pencil? Give me a break here. But I need, as an Indigenous person coming to work in your agency or in your office, for example, we are so used to being judged as not fitting in. So I'm probably not going to go to my supervisor or HR and say, I don't understand why my boss is so upset that I was 5 minutes late, right? There's no relationship built there yet, so we don't trust. But if there was an Indigenous person, even if they were external, that we can call without reprimand and say, like, it's a cultural problem. That's what it is, a cultural conflict. It's like, what's the big deal with the clock? I got my work done. I'm here. Like, why is the big deal? And someone that can help them understand to adapt. And that's an ongoing process. It's not, I think we really underestimate how huge that challenge is. And it is just so much easier to quit and go home. And it's not because Indigenous people don't want to be successful. It's that stress is that huge, right? So we have to really understand what we're expecting of our students and our new employees, especially if they're racialized, marginalized, Indigenous, people of color, whatever the case may be.
Wow, Sandy, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to invite you, Sandy, would you stay around and engage in the chat? I know there are some other comments and questions that you can probably speak to directly in the chat. With some, I know I've seen a few that I haven't been able to get to that probably would take longer to answer. So feel free to be in the chat. Are you going to also provide anything for our audience? Will you be did you have
I
any-
can give you the PDF of today's presentation. Absolutely. If you go to my website, there's a lot of different options. And again, if you have any question that's specific to whatever situation you're in, please feel free just to send me an email. I'd rather have the conversation, quick phone call, Zoom, email, whatever the case may be. If I can help build a bridge, that's what I'm here for. So awesome. Thank you so much. Miigwech.
It was a pleasure having you. Thank you. Thank you, Sandy. And I know Antoinette grabbed her before she leaves, and the other of you who had questions for Sandy, she's more than willing to chat with you. At this time, we're going to just take a stretch break, get up and move a little bit from side to side. Let's just stand from, if you're sitting, let's stand up and move around from side to side. Just move our bodies. I think it was Andrew who was telling us yesterday that when we sit, a lot of the blood pool in our hip, and we need to just wiggle your hip. So you need to just stand like this and stick your butt out and wiggle your hip. Move that hip so the blood flow in the hip moves. Ari, don't we just look cool on here? Yep, it's really good for us to do that because we want the blood flow not just to a brain. We want the blood flow to move from the hip up to the brain so that all of our body, our circulatory system is being moved, and we're flushing out all of the toxins. We've eaten lunch and we come back and we sit, and we want to do that. And this is something we can do all the time in our workplace. It takes less than 5 minutes, right? To move and move our bodies so that, because we are 90% water fluid. And what happens when you put water in a cup? It just sits there. So the more we move, the more our fluid in our body and our blood flows, and more of those free radicals move out of our system, and more of it. So the healthier we stay, because being healthy and staying well at work is part of what we want to do in the bigger picture. We want to be able to work longer, healthier, be more alert at work. And that also helps with preventing burnout, because the more we're moving and we are flexible, the more we can pay attention and retain knowledge. All right. So Ria, are you ready to go? Our next speaker for the day is Ria. And Ria is here, and I think she should be ready.
Yes, I am.
Ria. I don't think we can see you.
Hi.
Where is your camera? Oh, there you are. Okay.
How are you?
I am good. Wow, it's great to see you.
Great to see you too. And thank you so much, Sandy. I appreciate being flexible. Excuse me. And moving up. I really appreciate that. And I'm so happy to have had the opportunity to hear your presentation. And I can totally relate with the cats. I have 5 cats too. And a lot of them have jumped into my presentations before and literally startled me to death. And everyone who was watching me got startled alongside me. But for sure, we were all awake after that. So I think that's the most important thing. As Joyce was through the stretches.
I'm going to just read your bio, Ria, and introduce you to the audience, and then we'll let you go on with it.
Thanks, Joyce.
Ria Dak is the CEO and founder of Two Rogues Media Group and is the clinical director of Comprehensive Benefits Consultants, LLC. She possesses a unique set of experiences from the fields of education, human services, and the public-private sector. Ms. Dark is certified by the State of Ohio Counselor, Social Worker, and Marriage and Family Therapist Board as a licensed provider and a substance abuse professional for the Department of Transportation, as well as a national provider for Medicaid, Medicare. Ria, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. And we are going to look forward to Ria's presentation. And do you need everyone to put their camera on? Do you want to see faces? Just let us know what you want of us.
It's whatever they are most comfortable with.
Okay.
Because when we talk about mental health in the workplace, we have to consider that not everyone's going to feel like they're on all the time.
Yes.
Some people are more feel more comfortable. So whatever makes you guys feel comfortable, I'm just appreciative that you guys are here and I have the opportunity to speak to all of you. And thank you once again. What a great presentation by Sandy. And thanks for leading us through those stretching exercises. When you said that we're water and like the water stay still, standing water usually gets a lot of bacteria and pathogens and organisms, microorganisms. So I try to channel that when you say that now, Joy. I said running water is usually healthier. So I'll keep that in mind the next time I'm stuck on my chair for too long. And so thank you everyone so much. I appreciate it that we are here today to talk about mental health in the workplace. And just like the other speaker had mentioned, to thank Joyce as well for putting this together. It is so very important. A lot of the great keynote speakers that have spoken already, just some amazing content. And, a lot of the work that I'm doing as a mental health consultant for corporations, training EAP professionals and getting CEUs for mental health providers, we have been seeing a tremendous upheaval in the workplace. Whereas for obvious reasons, whereas before mental health was something that we were always trying to drive as an initiative, even some EAPs were really good at trying to drive wellness. We realize that there is a crisis right now in terms of the workplace. I myself, I tragically lost my husband last year, and I thought that, that was going to be the biggest challenge of my life. And now not only do I have the challenge of keeping the lights on, but being a career woman, and my children, at least where we are going to be remote, fully remote, a middle schooler and an elementary school child, at least until January 15th, 2021. So we have a lot of people who have, childcare crises. I myself being head of household, in addition to trying to continue my career, trying to train all the professionals so that they can be providers for their clients, training EAP professionals, getting CEUs, because the demand is just so very high right now. And this mental health in the workplace is critical. A lot of the sessions that I've been doing, hearing this echoed over and over and over again, that people are losing their ability to hang on, that it is no longer sustainable, that this is much longer than anyone had ever anticipated. We're moving into month 8, month 9, and now we're being asked to reconsider how we're going to do holidays. I know a lot of us were looking forward to this being the time that we can celebrate, kind of like the victory gardens that they used to plant during the world wars. This was going to be our time to bring in that harvest and to be able to come in and rejoice with our families that we beat this. Currently, there's no end in sight, and none of us have prepared for the impact, excuse me, and particularly the impact we're seeing, a much heavier weight being put upon our career women who historically have been the primary caregivers and now having to deal with all of this. And as I mentioned, for myself, career woman, nurse, cafeteria worker, hall monitor, tutor, and having to do all that and keep the lights on is a tremendous amount of pressure. And then also, of course, seeing everyone else struggle and having this, not just even, pandemic fatigue in terms of, protections, but, having to continue to work this way. With no end in sight. We see institutions, I consult a lot also with universities who's, they're struggling to keep the students engaged. We're seeing a lot of, increase in suicide, anxiety, and depression. It is not a good forecast, folks. And this is why I am so pleased today to be able to talk to us a little bit about how we can address mental health in the workplace and some best practices, how we can support everyone around us and ourselves to be able to get through this. But this is really, really challenging. And it's going to still be a long haul. And one of the things that I try to tell people throughout all of this is the only constant in all of this is you, what you can provide to others, what you can inspire others to do, how you can help people get on virtuous paths, how we can help each other make it through to make this sustainable. So we're going to take a look at some of these unique psychological impacts. Desmond Tutu had written a great book called Forgiveness. And in order for us to forgive something, which in essence is to let go of something that's continuing to be toxic towards us, we have to be able to name the pain and tell our story. So by understanding these unique psychological impacts, we have the words now to understand what's going on, and be able to verbalize this allows us to kind of have the ability to heal and come around. We're going to take a look at some intervention methods, the skills and the confidence to support anyone that you're serving, whether they're a business client, whether they're coworkers, whether you're your subordinates, to be able to develop a lot of that is very important. And, you know, what are some concerns that you have? I know we have a very robust Q&A. You know, I want us to be able to share some of those concerns and, you know, possibly see if I can help you address that with a lot of this, you know, new way of handling things, really having a very intricate understanding of how corporations conduct their EAP and their mental health. I'm here to help you figure out how you can continue to support those environments and yourselves. And then how can we increase our own personal psychological immunity, right? We all are, you know, really acutely aware of how important physical immunity is, but what about psychological immunity? You know, what about, you know, things like, hey, how much knowledge should I be consuming right now? And talking about media holidays, which we'll talk about here. But really, overall, how can we make this sustainable? How can we have moments of mindfulness, moments where experiencing joy and happiness, gallows humor, lightening up? This does not mean that we are not taking seriously the impact of a pathogen, civil unrest, contentious elections, but this means if I'm going to make it, if I'm going to be a light, if I'm going to help people be on a virtuous path, I need to hold myself accountable to develop balance and address some habits right now that do not serve me. You know, I was one of those parents who thought their kids were going to go back, and we got the announcement that, in fact, they weren't going back until 2021. 100% not prepared for that statement. And I had realized that my preoccupation with that disappointment and my concern for my children took up the headspace that I needed to find balance, to actually be available, to actually be in control of my emotions, to be responding as opposed to reacting emotionally. So let's take a look at all of these things. I'm hoping that when you leave here today, you'll have a deeper understanding of these psychological impacts, that you yourself will feel better equipped to be able to assist others through this, and to help us all get on a virtuous path to make it through this next chapter. And who knows? I mean, who knows how long this is going to last? What we do know is that we are here and we can do something about it. So, you know, we're looking at, you know, this outbreak triggered this response. And I know that when I first was, you know, told about this in March, I'm thinking to myself, do I barricade myself behind, you know, behind the doors? Do I lock ourselves in our basements? Do I take my 5 cats down with me in case I need to have them for dinner someday? You know, crazy thinking. Do I go and I head for the hills? You don't know. So everyone had this reaction where it's anger and conflict, and, you know, do we trust the news sources? And we have this out of control fear, which immobilized us to actually think about what we can do. And many of us turn to things like hoarding, turn to things like really panicking. And this emergency, right, led us to feeling a lot of this fear and this panic, and all of these psychological impacts that we're experiencing here, complexity, rumors, overload. But what we do know that it's needed is we need this higher level of professionalism. We need to call on ourselves to leave out any of our personal agendas, any of our personal opinions. That's something that I've been consulting with a lot of managers at work. We need to bring professionalism back into the workplace, where we don't talk about things that can be divisive, that we try to eliminate conversations that will create people to get angered, because it's so hard to do our jobs right now with all these gaps in how we used to do things, that the last thing that we need to do is to start bringing some of this into the workplace. And it's difficult to do because, you know, for a lot of people, this is the only source that we have. So there's so many aspects and dimensions to deal with. And so in turn, we feel weak and we feel helpless. And there's just all this uncertainty, which hasn't changed. You know, uncertainty has been leading to more uncertainty without any end in sight. And so being able to stay the course and for this to be sustainable is going to be even more challenging for all of us. And that's why it's really important for us to double down on reaching out to people and being able to offer services, making sure that all of us are providing as much assistance as possible, because as soon as we have a status quo, right? And I gave my own personal example, something else is going to suddenly happen. That's the only thing that you could probably rely on right now, is that expect the unexpected, because that's the only way that we're going to be able to get through this. So know to be prepared for the unknown, the unexpected, and to be unprepared. But when we can see that coming, when we can see that I'm going to expect the unexpected, it's going to minimize some of the shock and some of the suspicion around, well, what, this is wrong. Why would they do this? So, and also we need to kind of think about that we need to be nimble in our responses, because things are so fast developing and there isn't stability in our environments, in our communities. I'm going to talk about communal suffering in just a moment. And we have these high frequency changes, which leads to going from mental health to moving down the continuum to mental illness. So people begin to develop anxiety, depression. You know, I know that even here locally, we're seeing kids, you know, attempting suicide, committing suicide. As there's so much to unpack here, but once we understand what's going on here, we can all relate to a lot of these things. You know, now we can start to think about what can we do about this. So let's talk about the impact here. As we see people responding in this way with shock and anger and anxiety and depression and fear and mistrust and so on and so forth, you know, our work performance decreases. And you know, not only is our work performance decreasing, but those relationships that we have in the workplace begin to suffer. You know, we start to lose trust with each other, as I mentioned, bringing political agendas into the workplace. And so those relationships are really critical right now, not just because we need to continue to do business and provide services. Those relationships are important because we have so little connection now. And man is primarily, from primal man, we are the same humans that we've been for the past 50,000 years with some slight modifications to our frontal lobe. We are designed to have social connection and to have movement. When those relationships at work suffer, that is one less point of contact that we have. That's one less place that we can lean into to help get assistance, camaraderie, to tell our story, and our life becomes imbalanced. And so now we see people engaging in a lot of soft addictions. Video game streaming has gone up 100%. Alcohol consumption has gone up 60%. We see people who are compulsively shopping. I know there's more than one Amazon box on my front porch at times. We have people who are compulsively gambling, pornography, emotional eating, drugs and alcohol. As a substance abuse professional, obviously seeing so many more people turning to drugs and alcohol to numb the pain, to feel something, and everything in between. So now we see people engaging in negative coping mechanisms, which are going to, again, move us into that vicious cycle when we want to help everyone get into a virtuous path. So physical symptoms appear. People start to feel fatigued. People are losing sleep. People are, you know, their blood pressure is going up. Their diabetes numbers are going up. And we know how important that is for us to be healthy when we're talking about a world full of SARS-CoV-2, right? Another upper respiratory pathogen that we still don't know a lot about. So now, again, we're adding in health problems, right? And when people are unhealthy and they can get infected, they continue to pass it. So in essence, this is even important to help stop the spread of a pathogen, to help people learn how to have conversations with each other so that they can have good relationships, to have positive outcomes from those relationships instead of constantly arguing and all this mistrust that we have. And so this giant swirl, depression, anxiety, everything becoming overwhelming and feeling as if we have a lack of control. This needs to end here. And every single one of us has to hold not only ourselves accountable, but bring someone else along the way onto the virtuous path. We need to help each other out here. It's so very, very important right now because again, moving into the holidays, moving into winter, moving into like a long-term pattern here of uncertainty and unknown and limited resources and so many pressures on us. You know, I have this formula for stress, and it's stress is equal to when the pressures in our lives are greater than the resources that we have available to us. So S is equal to P greater than R. We are all missing out on resources right now. We are all experiencing so many pressures. So it's not hard to imagine why we're all feeling stressed. We need to help each other be a resource to each other, help people find resources, and also lean into, especially in the workplace, our EAPs, our employee assistance programs, which are programs that I work heavily with. They are ready. They have so many programs. They have webinars. They have been training the mental health professionals, getting their CUs, getting them prepared for this, helping them understand these psychological impacts. We need to encourage businesses and people who are involved in any type of professional job to lean into those EAPs, to be that resource. And in terms of pressure, at this juncture, we need to have what's called a cognitive shift. And we need to start saying, this is how it is. This is how it's going to be for the foreseeable future. And I just need to accept this for now and adapt. And so now, when we increase the resources and we reduce the pressures by having cognitive shifts and letting go of some of the things that don't serve us, now we have resources greater than our pressures that equals success. And that's what we're looking to do here. So let me talk a little bit about those three topics that I mentioned that are really unique to a pandemic. And again, things that we are not used to seeing. And these are some of those terms that I mentioned that are important. Communal suffering is when we watch our work, our health systems, our education, our economic systems, all of these systems that we have depended on up until this point as communities, these institutions that we rely on for all of these things, even the spaghetti shop down the street, destabilize, or they're gone. They're not available to us. This communal suffering is something that we are all currently struggling with. And the more we can recognize that, and the more we can use this language around, okay, we understand that you're missing out on some of these institutions. Let's talk about how we can replace them. This is how we can address some of that in terms of mental health. It's very important for us to recognize that we can't do business as usual. We cannot do life as usual because all of these things have destabilized. And when we can develop the awareness around this exactly, when we become aware of something, only then are we empowered to make new choices around them, to find out ways to fill in these gaps. And so communal suffering is a term that I want us all to take with us here today and to use that when we're reaching out to others and when we're helping companies and we're helping people that we know understand what's going on here and try to figure out how can we put in auxiliary systems or other types of supports to make up for this communal suffering. Another one is collective grief. We've all experienced a sense of losses, whether it's a sense of safety, a loss of freedom, social connections, finances, future. I have to grieve right now. We are all grieving the future that we thought we were going to have. And so this collective grief, is something that another burden that we all carry. And this helps all of us understand a little bit better, about mental health in the workplace. It helps us really grasp that concept of like, why are people unable to find joy, sustain, be mindful, stay away from negative copingness, because there's such a level of collective grief that we all also, not only are we each having this collective grief, but we're all experiencing it collectively. And in the past, when one of us were to have, an issue with something that we were grieving, we had people that we could turn to, but now everyone around us is in the same place. It's really hard to do. And so finally, the other concept that I want us to have as a takeaway from here is moral injury, that many of us have had to make really difficult choices that aren't in line with our values and beliefs. And that there's a lot of shame in that. And so again, I want us to leave here today with having some of that understanding about some of these. And when you can help people and companies and those that you consult with and those that you serve, when you can help them be able to, tell their story and name their hurt, right? That is where it leads to healing. And that's really important for all of us to do. One of the other issues, though, in our path to be able to get well, one of the other issues that we have to consider is that, we are experiencing large amount of helplessness. So while all these concepts are great, how do we get started, right? How do we kind of get that ball rolling, pull people out of this kind of entrenchedness that they have, or help people to do more than just kind of, trying to keep their head above water? We all feel kind of helpless right now. And in all the seminars just like Sandy said, we were doing things in person, all the webinars that I do, all the consultations that I do, all the trainings that I do, all of those things, I tell people resiliency is where it's at right now. We need to develop resiliency. And the first thing that we need to do is we need to kind of get ourselves out of this feeling of being victims, that we are helpless to influence anything that's going on. And that couldn't be further from the truth. We can be the architect of our lives, and we can design our future. And so rather than being helpless and feeling overwhelmed, we need to grieve the loss of the normal that we are used to and embrace this new reality. Embrace it. I know it's so hard to think in those terms, but that's where resiliency is at. Adapting. We have to let go of the past. It does not help us to fantasize about the good old days. Just even think about, back in the day when people used to say, back in the day, we would think about these individuals as being kind of stuck. So we need to kind of let that go and also not use that language around others, especially the people that we're working with and trying to do something productive. We need to stay out of that type of language and just say, hey, what can we do moving forward, right? Let's not involve others in lamenting this and doing this. And you know what? Having said that, though, if you are struggling or someone else is struggling, it's okay. It's absolutely okay. That's why we have mental health providers. That's why in companies, we have a very robust EAP. It's for this very reason. But that's the appropriate place to take that. We don't want to continue to do this to our coworkers and our co-lifers. Our co-lifers are the people that we do the business of life with. So it's important for all of us to say, I get it. I'm going to let it go. This is the new reality. It is for the foreseeable future. We are moving forward now, and that's where we're going to go. So that's how we get started. We grieve the past and we start moving forward to develop the resiliency that we need. Okay, so thinking about this, some of your clients, whether they are your professional clients, whether they are your actual clients, for those of us who are in the mental health field, maybe you're a coach, maybe you are a consultant, whatever the case may be, we have to understand that, it is challenging for us because we're social beings. And then thank you, resiliency, and I see someone making a comment, so I appreciate that, and I love reading these comments. It just took me a second to see them. We need to move from denial to acceptance. Absolutely, Joyce, thank you so much. And we have to honor the word resiliency is absolutely also the case. So let us show some of that vulnerability, but also let us tend to others. Let's take a look around us and see who's struggling here, or take a look inside of ourselves and say, what is my struggle right now, and who can help me? Ask for help, tend and befriend. Those social connections are so critical. Even if it's, I know a lot of people are doing a lot of Zoom calls, but one of the reasons why face-to-face is so much more powerful than just a Zoom call is because all of our senses are involved, right? Whether it's tactile touch, we can smell people, the environment around us, we actually get their audio in here, like an in-person kind of thing, right? So one of the things that I've been telling people to do is to involve some of your other senses, like, make recipes together. So like I'll make cookies, you make cookies, and we'll eat them at the same time. We're using the same recipe and compare that. And that whole process, we're together making them even though we're not together. When in the very beginning, when my children hadn't seen my mom from March until July, it was hard. And we were completely on lockdown. My kids were completely separated from all their playmates. Playgrounds were shut down. I sent my mom some riddle books, and then she would call the kids, and she would read riddles to them, and then they would, think together, stuff like that. So let us keep making sure that we challenge all of our clients. Again, whatever role it is that you're playing, whoever that you're serving as your client, what are some ways that we can keep those social connections alive? They are our primary resource for us. It's very important for us to make sure, and do not set the example. Ask for help when you need it as well. My cursor, okay. All right, so let's think about helping guide our workplaces, helping guide our clients. We want to talk about, outcomes that you're looking for. So when we're talking about mental health in the workplace, what are some outcomes that we're looking to do, and building those initiatives around it? Helping everyone understand we have a choice. We have a choice to be resilient. We have a choice to look at our lives as being the designers. We have the choice to accept this and to say, this is it. This is the reality now. We're never going back to that. And I can definitively say that, moving forward, this is always going to be a concern, is going to be a pathogen, is going to be the integrity of elections, is all going to be, addressing racism and other types of prejudices. We need to do these things. We need to be cognizant of these things. So we need to understand that this is a choice that we want to have, that we can make these decisions, and why we're doing it. These processes need to occur. And we also, once we put some of these policies into place, because dealing with systemic racism and dealing with racism in the workplace and other types of discriminations and other types of prejudices, right? We need to think about what are some outcomes that we're looking for. And those things do impact mental health. When people feel isolated, when people feel judged, a lot of things that Sandy talked about and other great speakers have been talking about here. I know another speaker the other day was just talking about, and I forget the gentleman's name, just like, people just want you to check in and say, hey, how are you doing? People want to know that you care about them. All of these things are very important for us for mental health, right? And I think one of the things that he said was, it's not what you know, but how much you care. And that's so important, right? And all of these things are very critical for mental health. So it's important for all of us to keep that in mind. Let's talk about immunity. Now, one of the things that we're all, overly familiar with is physical immunity, right? So we all know how important it is for us to be healthy in the age of a pathogen, how critical that is. And so now that we're thinking about immunity, I want us to think about some other layers here. And I'm going to kind of walk us through, but they all work together. Psychological immunity. And so it is important, if we are going to be sustainable, if we are going to make it. And not only that, you know, imagine, if you will, that you can be an innovator. You can be someone that creates new ways of doing business, that addresses mental health, that addresses discriminatory practices, that addresses letting people know that we care, that addresses fostering inclusion types of behaviors. You know, so psychological immunity requires us to make that choice that a lot of us have talked about, which is acceptance, right? And, you know, moving forward, I need to hold myself accountable and I need to develop resiliency. Once again, it's a caveat that I always put there. It's okay if you can't. And if you can't, and it's bigger than you, please seek out help. Everyone around you wants you to seek out help. And everyone around you is, myself included. You know, when I lost my husband tragically, I sought out the help of a mental health professional. I'm still seeing, you know, my shrink, as some people like to say it, like in a very casual fashion. And there's no shame in that. There should be no stigma in that, right? That should be something that we encourage people to do. Psychological immunity means I recognize when I can't and I get the help that I need, and that's okay. And we create environments where there is no stigma around mental health. And also for psychological immunity, we need to start thinking about looking forward. One of the big things that I tell people to do if you really want to work on your psychological immunity is get some goals back into your future. Again, a lot of us are still just kind of like, okay, I just want to get through this, Well, through this, who knows? So what are some professional goals that you have had that maybe you're not pursuing anymore? Or maybe what's a new professional goal that you can have that, you know, that can keep you looking forward and helping you be optimistic and make you feel as if you're growing, right? What about a personal goal? You know, just because there aren't any 5Ks happening right now doesn't mean you can't train for one, right? Maybe you want to become a better listener. Maybe you want to be a faster typer. Maybe you want to learn another language. You know, whatever the case may be, we need to put, for psychological immunity, we need to put personal and professional goals back on the map. And for me personally, I do yoga a lot. And last week I just decided, well, it looks like I'm gonna still have a lot of free time, especially around the holidays, right? And so what am I gonna do with that? And, you know, as I mentioned, I'm head of household here. After the kids go to bed, it's kind of quiet, right? And so if I don't have something there to fill some of that time, in addition to reading books and doing all the things that I like to do, you know, I might turn to some of those negative coping mechanisms, right? And that doesn't help. So I signed up to become a yoga instructor. So, you know, hopefully by December 31st, I will have completed all my hours and successfully passed my test. But that, look, I mean, that's that psychological immunity. It makes me happy. It makes me smile. It gives me something to look forward to. What are some of your personal and professional goals that maybe you need to put back on the map? And share that with people. And, you know, when you're consulting with the companies that you work with, or even maybe you're the head of your company, let's put some of those things back out there. That is part of psychological immunity. Physical immunity. Again, we are all aware that, you know, SARS, severe upper respiratory pathogens, that we need to have physical immunity. But we need to talk more than just that. We need to start thinking about, you know, our food supply. We need to start thinking about what we're putting into our bodies. We need to think about our bodies as being these machines that require movement. You don't have to be a yogi. You don't have to run a 5K. If you just walk 30 minutes every day, that's more than enough. You know, take your dog for a walk. Throw the Frisbee outside with your kids. Throw the ball. So many of us, and as Joyce had mentioned during the stretch break, so many of us are just kind of just sitting there all day long. I sit kind of low to the ground. And so I do move around a lot as a result of that. And I do kind of have myself, you know, very, very much open and be able to kind of move around. It's important for me to be able to do that. So think about your desks and think about like how you have your setup. And are you creating a setup that will lead to some of that physical immunity? I also make sure that I am in front of the most brightest part of the house so that I can have a lot of light. So that lends also to my physical immunity. Get outside, get into nature, encourage people to create incentives at work to, have people compete in a 5K virtually, but, they take their steps and they're all like working on an app or whatever the case may be. Physical immunity is critical. And for us to be plant-based, and that doesn't mean vegetarian or vegan, but that means, beans, nuts, seeds, vegetables, fruits, flowers are the predominant thing that we eat, drinking tons and tons of water, making sure we get movement, getting outside, getting fresh air, being around nature is so incredibly important, because when our bodies aren't well, right, then our brain chemistry isn't well. When we're not sleeping 7 to 8 hours a night, 80% of the time, we aren't allowing our bodies to heal. We're more susceptible to injury. We're not allowing our brains to flush out all of the information that we don't need and get rid of it. And to synthesize the ones that create real knowledge. And so these things, again, they work together. So very important. And then finally is knowledge immunity. When I first started doing a lot of these trainings at the beginning of all of this, one of the things that we did say, and I did say, and the people that had, all the materials that we all were giving out, we would say, hey, you know what? It's very important for us to stay abreast, know how to keep yourself safe, keep track of, all the information. My suggestion for knowledge immunity is the exact opposite right now. We pretty much know everything for the most part in terms of like critical unfolding. Take a holiday, take a media holiday, take a social media, huge social media holiday. I mean, Twitter is snarky. Facebook is hater. You look at Instagram and you see other people's highlight reels and you feel like, oh my gosh, what am I doing with myself? None of these things make us feel better. They actually make us feel worse about ourselves. We actually feel more frustrated for the most part. LinkedIn is probably one of the few places left where people are actually very kind to each other and helpful to each other and lift each other up. Let's hope that doesn't go by the wayside. But, I've never had a session on social media where I've said, oh, I feel great. That was awesome. Never. I'm always feeling frustrated and angry. It just doesn't serve us. And so let us stay away from some of those media cycles. And the other thing too, is I try to help people understand the media's job has always been, if it bleeds, it leads, it gets the leading story. Because, things that are alarming, once again, we're primal man. We are hardwired to pay attention to it because it's for survival. And so that's why everything is written that way, because the media people know that that's how they get your attention, your eyeballs, your clicks, your subscriptions, your data to sell, and advertising dollars to make from that. Take some time off. Give yourself a mental load, especially now that we're talking about, we don't even know when this is going to end. And hey, the holidays are not going to be the same. We really do need to create some headspace, let go of some of that mental load, allow our brains to expand, to be able to address some of the things that we need to address for mental health. And a lot of the topics that we talked about here today, showing care, looking at practices, business practices, mental health, all of those things that are so very important. So we need to adapt. We're going to adapt to having, higher work hygiene and higher work quality, even though that means that we're not going to be working together right now, okay? We need to adapt to that. That's resilience. We need to adapt to dining alone, but maybe this is a great time for you to practice mindfulness, right? We need to adapt to new ways of communicating. I know that when I'm communicating with someone now, I have to really pay attention because I don't understand what they're saying. So I have to really actively listen. And this is a great opportunity to do that. We need to adapt to these like new virtual meetings and to be able to, be okay with people having their cameras off or on, be okay with, people maybe having to step away because a kid came into the room, a dog came into the room, someone's at the door unexpectedly. There's a lot of that stuff that we need to adapt to, but also holding ourselves accountable, that if we do have our faces on, that we do show attentiveness, that we are a little bit careful about our backgrounds or put, virtual backgrounds on there. We need to adapt to that, and even taking it to the next level, as I mentioned, listening to albums together, doing a book club, doing where we have recipes together. Some people are doing cocktail hours, some people are doing coffee breaks. These adaptations also lead to that resiliency that we're talking about. So remember, people are going to have a lot of these sentiments. I hate this, I don't agree with this, whether it's they feel as if they're not safe enough to come back, or on the opposite end of the spectrum, they have too many restrictions, their freedoms being taken away from them. This is going to happen. We need to be sensitive that people are going to have a lot of these emotions and these sentiments around it. That's natural and that's normal. It's a challenge in the new reality for us to be able to figure out how we're going to handle these things. It's too much for me to handle. I'm scared. There's no need for this. How do I behave, right? I feel really isolated and lonely. All of these things, once again, are valid and they're going to be normal. We just need to learn, we need to learn how to, face these challenges. So how do we do that? Help people understand why we're doing the things that we're doing. People have a tendency to always fill in the blanks. And if we leave too many blanks, they're going to fill in the blanks possibly with information or, ideas maybe that don't assume positive intent. Find out what are some of the impacts this is going to have on my career, or communicating that to people helps with that mental health. There's a lot of uncertainty right now. And as much as we can be transparent, right? And we can say, okay, well, this is what we're doing now, but let me tell you, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, because things change all the time. To expect the unexpected should be the norm right now. What behaviors do I need to do well here? I need to be better about my time management. I need to be better about creating an atmosphere that when this door is closed, that means kids, you don't come into the office, right? Or with the music room, which is now my office. So where can I find support? Making sure that people know where they can get support. Again, especially in the workplace, EAPs are incredibly robust right now. They are a life concierge. They provide legal, they provide financial. There's so many things they can do. And what support can we also provide, and continuing to do that? And in many cases, I try to make sure that I do that, even if it's outside of my my professional life. I try to do that. So some of the struggles that we're all experiencing as a result of communal suffering, collective grief, and moral injury, a feeling out of control. This one always hits me. The constant pressure to achieve, because I feel like I have this responsibility to be everywhere and to do as much as I can because I want to help people. But that means sometimes that I need to cut the digital leash and I need to put this down. I need to say, look, I need to be present for me, or I need to be present for my friends, my family, whoever the case may be. There's going to be a lot of difficulty concentrating. And when you're experiencing that, take a step out, get some fresh air. I sometimes get in the habit of getting into crescendo eating, where I'm just going to start grabbing things. And I realize, it's time for me to step away from the kitchen, which is like literally right there. That's the other problem. Our kitchens are usually nearby. Feeling depressed, helpless and anxious. Childcare is another big struggle that we're seeing for a lot of people in the workforce. And that's think about what some of your current struggles are, and what are some of the things, our takeaways for you here, because we are leaders. We're leaders in our industry, but we also can be leaders through all of this and be able to provide that support as much as possible. And even ourselves, as I mentioned, it's always good for us to make sure that we are getting the support that we need also. So finding those balance priorities, right? So I know that these are things that are time bound, that are important. Those are the things I need to do first. I need to remove distractions during the time that I'm doing higher level cerebral functioning items, and then move to my email. I don't do email first thing in the morning. My first chunks in the morning is gratitude, positive self-talk, tactile with my fur babies and my children. And then I move into working on something that I need to work on before I answer to other people, which is what email is. Remove inappropriate, unnecessary activities. We're all really good about creating a budget for financial goals, right? So I want to pay off my house. I want to pay off my mortgage. my house, my car, and my student loans. And how am I going to do that? I don't have the money for this right now. Well, what do? We do a budget, right? Oh, it's one too many Starbucks, Ria. One too many, things you bought off Amazon. We need to cut that out. Maybe you scratch off tickets, maybe whatever the case may be. You look at the things that you're investing your time in and you say, this doesn't serve me. And the way that you can do that is you actually do a budget of your day. A lot of people find that they spend a lot of time in front of a screen. And so it's a lot of those things that we need to do for mental health in the workplace is to help our counterparts start creating those budgets of their time and help their employees do that as well, so they can regain some of that balance. Plan, schedule, make optimal use of your peak time. When's your peak time? Delegate, encourage people to delegate, reduce those distractions. Remember to keep those goals going. And, your space too around us, again, this working from home thing, for me, it's helpful to have some drums next to me when I'm frustrated, to be able to play on the harp. There's a piano next to me. So for me, this helps me quite a bit to stay energized and to feel good about what I'm doing. So think about, adding some of those things in there. Success is not final, failure is not fatal, is the courage to continue that counts. We all know who Winston Churchill is, and Joel Osteen, although he's a religious figure, that to me that's irrelevant, but I just love this quote. You must make a decision that you're going to move on. It won't happen automatically. You will have to rise up and say, I don't care how hard this is. I don't care how disappointed I am. I'm not going to let this get the best of me. That's a very critical, I think, quote, I think that can be an inspiration to all of us. And that's kind of that starting point. It's like, hey, this is hard. I got to keep going. And building resiliency. My favorite resiliency tool is this 3-letter word here, yet. And how does that work? How does the word resiliency, how does the word yet work? So here's how it works. I don't know how I'm going to be able to balance my work life and my mom life yet. I don't know how I'm going to continue to provide supports to all the trainings that I have to do and keep everything organized yet. So when we say yet, the first sentiment, which is, I don't know if I'm going to be able to continue to juggle work and life. If I stop there, this is a characteristic of mine that I've assigned to myself, right? And it's a limitation and a label. Boom. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this, done. When I say yet, that word pushes that off of you and becomes a behavior that I'm tasking myself to work on. And let me put it to you in a much more basic term that I think we're more familiar with. Little Jimmy says, oh, I'm not good at math, right? And what do we hear Jimmy say that? We're like, oh, Jimmy, what do you mean you're not good at math? Because we know when Jimmy says that, he labeled himself, he's not good at math, he's not going to try anymore, right? And what do we say? Jimmy, you're just not good at math yet. So I want you to think about some of those statements, and the yet is so very powerful. And if you're consulting business leaders and they're stuck, help them say, yet, let's talk about this. And one of these sessions that I did actually today, earlier, someone who is in a position to where they are getting funding for certain projects, right? They're meeting with their boss tomorrow, and they are going to tell their boss that they haven't figured out how to do this, right? And you sent me a message in LinkedIn and they said, I'm going to use it. I'm going to tell my boss that I haven't figured out how to do this yet. So that's exciting, right? That when we can help business leaders also kind of embody that and like, nope, it's not you. It's just something you haven't done yet. And we're going to do this. So always help people find out what the silver lining is. Although this is incredibly challenging for all of us, some of us have had some cool experiences, whether it's, wow, I really got to know my partner, or wow, I really got to know my partner. Or, for me, it's like, I've had the ability to expand my footprint globally. I've had the ability to, you know, be more a part of helping people, having a deeper meaning in my life, and having experiences with my kids that, you know, probably wouldn't have had in any normal year. So this holiday season, instead of me running around, you know, for holidays, this and this, you know, I'm just going to take them to a little cabin out in the woods, and we're going to have a very special time of it. What's your silver lining? And help everyone for mental health. We have to find the things that are going well, selective attention, things that are going well. You know, take some of those risks, seize those opportunities, innovate, take away the fear that holds you back. You can do this. And then approach our inner worlds as a construction zone. And, you know, the reality is it's here, it's going to be here. Who knows when it's going to not be here, and take some of those new holidays so that you can, you know, develop some of that mental load to move forward. Remember, you've been through things before. You got through things, and even not just personally, as I shared with you, you know, I lost my partner, you know, thinking about historical echoes, mass shootings, school mass shootings, terrorist attacks, Zika virus, world wars, West Nile virus, HIV, Ebola. We've gotten through this before. What worked for you? How did you get through the last time? Help everyone. And businesses, when we consult businesses, ask businesses, you've been through challenges before. How did you get through it? What didn't work? Help everyone see that, and to continue using patterns that worked, but maybe even, you know, patterns that might work better now in this new reality. Thinking of role models that we can channel: Oprah Winfrey, J.K. Rowling, Walt Disney, Michael Jordan, Albert Einstein. They got through amazing challenges and got to where they were. And, you know, finding the why, helping businesses clarify their vision and their values, and sharing that with their employees, and coming up with those collective goals. Okay, so innovate, okay, hold yourself accountable, be confident, stay motivated, right? Keep being creative, okay? That's right. We need to think about how we succeeded in the past. We are resilient, we are. What drives you? What are your needs? And looking at that and from a corporate standpoint and from a personal standpoint. Love this quote. When one door of happiness closes, another one opens, but often we look so long at that closed door that we don't see that one that has opened for us. So stop looking at the closed door. Let's look at the one that's ahead of us. It's there, we just need to step through it. Okay, and remember, some closing thoughts, that everything that you know now is going to change, and we have to still be productive despite these events. And then don't wait for things to happen to you. Keep working on that strategic model. What are some things that we anticipate being difficult, and be prepared for that? Be proactive. You know, we have people who are going to be attending funerals. How can we help them get through that? Both in the workplace, we need to make some accommodations around that. We need to think about, you know, focusing outward, you know, and focusing inward for, you know, problem solving skills, the roots of resiliency, having self-esteem, self-confidence. Helping others is one of the best ways that we can derive value and self-confidence, by the way. Optimism. My high school basketball coach said, 2 men looked out of the same jail's bars. One saw mud, the other saw stars. And then Sandy says, not your first day in the canoe. We have overcome before. I love that. Thank you. And the talent for serendipity, finding the things that are accidentally pleasant. We started raising caterpillars. Now we released Eastern Black Swallowtail and Monarch butterflies this season, which was incredible. It was an incredible gift. So remember, you know, helping businesses continue to break it down to what's important, even us ourselves as we conduct our businesses, you know, those tried and true models still rule. So we have to, again, get back to some of those basics is very important, you know, and some of those negative habits that we have, like perfectionism, staying organized, stay away from that negative thinking, and focus on what you can control, what you are still in charge of. And remember, nutrition, movement, laugh. You guys have seen me laugh in this session. I do try to laugh quite a bit, you know, talk with loved ones, get creative. We started doing model cars and things like that. Do things with your hands, practice gratitude every day, thank everything that's going well, and thank yourself. I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. And that's vintage SNL, Stuart Smalley, for anyone who knows. You know, learning how to be mindful, learning how to breathe and relax. Breathing is so important for lung health, making sure we're taking nice deep breaths through the nose, pausing, filling up our bellies, and then letting all the air out with a fire breath and emptying out those lungs, and continuing to feed our lungs with oxygenated air all the way into our capillaries to feed them. They're organs, they're living things. So happiness is not what you think, what you say. Happiness is when what you think, what you say, and what you do are in harmony. So true. And I define joy as a sustained sense of well-being and internal peace and a connection to what matters. Thank you everyone so much for joining today's session. And thank you so much for your service. I absolutely want to say also, thank you for allowing me to be a part of today's program. This is me, and those are my little kiddos over there that I was talking about. I really, really am moved by the level of commitment that we all have and the commitment for the long haul. And I know we can do it. So at this point, I'm done with the formal part of my program, and I would love to entertain any questions that you guys might have or anything else that you would like to share. If you have come up with any other best practices, I'd love to hear about them. Back to you, Joyce.
Wow, Ria, I love your presentation. There was so much heart in it and so much tips and ideas and suggestions. Wow, this was, how many of you there want to give? Let's give Ria a big hand. Wow. As a mom with 2 young kids and going through the grieving process, grief takes a long time. A year is not enough to grieve a partner. And, you know, heart goes out to you, and the work that you do is so, so, so necessary. There are people who are struggling in workplaces who are asking, what should we do? They don't have any ideas. You know, I get the fear. People get telling me about the fear they feel, the trepidation, for the uncertainty. And there are so many tips here on how they can deal with it, because you're right, something else is going to come up, and it really is just part of life. We are resilient. We have gone through wars and diseases, and we will go through this. So Ria, what is one question that you get often after this presentation? What is one thing that often comes up for you?
Yeah, so Joyce, like, I think one of the biggest things, you know, as I mentioned, consulting with firms and really working heavily with their EAP arms as a clinical consultant and helping managers try to figure out how they can support their employees, I think is the EAP process. Because right now, so many people are really, you know, struggling that, you know, how can we show support for people and, you know, at the same time still have, you know, productivity expectations. So some of my responses to that is, well, you know, first we have to continuously check in and make sure that we offer a high visibility for EAP, both in our messaging and also, you know, alleviating any stigma, but also, you know, by example, I tell all managers and HR representatives, you need to access EAP for whatever, whether it's to create a budget, whatever, because you can't tell someone to use an EAP service if you yourself haven't done it. So just to see what that process is like, but also making EAP something that is wholly not punitive in any way, shape, or form, and that we utilize EAP as a arm of help, right? So that's something we lead into. So we want to envelop the employee who may need some short-term accommodations. They may need a burst of services to where we give them that time, we give them access to those services, we give them those accommodations in order for them to get back up to speed, because you can't force it. We have to, some people are gonna need that help. And anything beyond that long term might be a disability thing, right? So we really don't know how people might be impacted. And so, you know, making sure that we really work hard. So a lot of managers want to try to understand how we can utilize that best, because it's an excellent resource that has been, you know, historically underutilized. I think more and more people are grasping the concept of how powerful an EAP can be, but I think that's one of my top questions.
And for those of you on here who probably wondering what EAP is, as Employee Assistance Program, and here in Canada we have EFAP, Employee and Family Assistance Program, where you get counseling and a lot of different social and psychosocial process support to help you if you're going through a difficult time or if you need additional support. So so that's what RIA works in that arena. I love the emphasis you put on the word resilience, because I think more than ever right now, I know where we are in Winnipeg, Manitoba, we are in the heart of Canada, and we are going through a set of lockdowns as well. As of tomorrow, we're locked down for a month. We're going to be, I know it's in Europe, it's the United States is a little bit different than most of the world, but most parts of the world is going through that phase, trying to stop, and we can do it. I mean, a month is nothing if we can get our life back to normal, right? It's the resilience of knowing we can do it. We've done before, we did it before, and it did slow the curve, so we can do it again, and it's going to make the difference again. So so we have a comment here. I like your idea of having fun times together online. Yes, that's important. In NGO, many volunteers do the lion's share of the work. Some people are resident to technology. Yeah, we definitely have people from all walks of life, volunteer groups, as well as in the workplace. People are getting used to technology, and it can be stressful for a lot of people. We have to be more compassionate and understanding. Any other questions for Ria? Wow, that was a lot of information. And Ria, you're going to have some handouts for the group that we will share with them.
Yes, of course. I'll send over a copy of this presentation in a PDF form. Absolutely.
Excellent. Great,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Wow. This has been a lot of information, and you've got excellent presentation, amazing. And Ria will be in the chat here for a few minutes, so you can reach out to her personally. If you have a comment or want to reach out to her personally, please do so. At this time, we're going to take a bit of a break. And so this is our mid-afternoon break, and it's now, what is it? What is the time? 3:50. And so we're going to come back in 10 minutes, and we will be, our next speaker is Essay. Essay is going to be talking to us about breath, and I will do an introduction to her, and we'll get started after that. But for now, let's take 10 minutes. We're going to do some dancing, stretching, breathing, and then we'll be back on. So I'm going to put the music on. Don't forget to move those hips and shoulders. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Joyce.
You are most welcome. So I hope you had some time to stretch and move yourself a bit, and we're going to get back into it with one of our afternoon presentation. And for this one, we are going to go ahead and I'm going to read the bio of Essie. She is our next presenter. Essie Megag is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Al Carmichael Center of Change, a wellness center devoted to helping individuals achieve positive transformative changes and empowerment for more fulfilling lives. She's a sought-after international speaker, health coach, and author of the upcoming book, Happiness for No Reason Simplified. She has lectured on mindful practices. She has practiced as a board-certified physician assistant for over a decade in multiple specialties of medicine. Essie, welcome. Let's check your volume. You need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Testing.
Yes, we can. Great.
So, okay. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you for having me here at this Global Workplace Summit. I say thanks to you and to the entire team. My name is Essie, and as Joyce has said, I am the president of the Chemical Center of Change, and I do wear many hats. I'm a healthcare coach, and I'm a provider. I've been practicing for 12 years now, and I'm a board certified PA. I'm also a certified hypnotherapist and an NLP practitioner. So it's 4:59 p.m. This Eastern Standard Time. That would be 4 o'clock. It's 4:59 Eastern Standard Time. So that would be at you, Joyce. That would be 3:59. So I would say let us start. Everyone is here on time, and we'll start on time. And since everyone is here on time, it means we're serious about learning. So let's start on time, and so you get the full boat of what I have in store for you today. So today we're going to be talking about breath and breath in the management as an adjunct in the management of stress, anxiety, and depression. By show of hands, how many of you here are currently undergoing some sort of stress or have undergone stress in the past? I'm going to put this in gallery view so I see all of you. Okay. Okay, so most of you are in the dark. Okay, great. I see a hand up. Awesome. All right. So the question again is, how many of you have undergone stress or are undergoing stress right now? Just show of hands, and you can use whatever way you can use to kind of signal that you can hear me. We appreciate it. Okay. All right, so I'll ask you another question. How many of you believe you can control your emotions? And you can also respond through the chat as well, so that I know that. Okay, great. Okay, I'm getting responses in the chat box. All right, so we can do that. We can use the chat box as well. So how many of you believe that you can control and manage your emotions? Okay. Okay. One said, of course, yes, yes. Okay. How about this? If you have a tool or a strategy that helps you control your stress and manage your emotions in a way that is safe, natural, and automatic, would that be a good thing for you? Someone said, sign me up. You're in the right class. You're in the right presentation, because that's exactly what you're going to be getting today. You're going to be living here with a tool that is safe, natural, and automatic that you can use to manage your stress and your emotions. Okay. So, Brett is a very, very powerful tool if you know how to use it. And today we're going to be focusing on using Brett to manage our stress. The people who have taken my class before in the past and people who have taken my seminar often say that these tools, they get excited as to the many, many changes they can bring to their life using this tool. And I believe you would too. I think you're absolutely going to get a lot of value from this presentation. And I think you're going to love it. And you're going to find it very, very helpful. And the reason why I say this with full confidence is because there is no better journey than journey into yourself. And there is no better tool than a tool that is naturally inbuilt inside of you. And that's all we're going to be doing today, is focusing on the tools that you already have. You don't have to pay for it. You just have to train it. You just have to be aware and know how to use it. Okay? All right. So we're going to have lots of fun. I have lots for you. But make sure you stay to the end of the presentation because I have a gift for you. And the gift is on trigger words that you can use to initiate change, not only in yourself, but also in others. So the change I'm talking about is positive change, not only in yourself, but in others as well. So without further ado, I'm going to share my slides with you. All right, give me a thumbs up if you can see my slides.
Yes, we can.
Great. Great. So just a few housekeeping rules before I begin. I encourage that everyone participate fully because the more you participate, the more you get out of this presentation, because this presentation is all about a journey into self. So we can get the maximum value, maximum outcome if you don't participate in it. The other thing too is I will be stirring up a lot of emotions. We are dealing the classes on emotions. So the whole purpose of that is to bring your awareness to your emotions so that you experience them without judgment. So bear with me, it's gonna be okay. The other thing also is that some of you might want to use this as an opportunity to heal. It's a healing opportunity to heal past wounds and past hurts, because we are going to be talking about emotions. And then lastly, I would recommend that we leave the questions. If you have any questions, kind of leave it towards the question and answer session. That way we can finish the material that I have for you. And then you're going to need a pen and a paper, because we're going to be doing a couple of exercises, reflection exercises that you're going to need to write. So if you can take a quick minute and grab a pen and paper, that would be amazing. Okay, so we should begin, and I'm going to read your statement. And as I read this statement, I want you to pay attention to your thoughts and your emotions. Whatever is coming up for you, I want you to be totally present to it, and then you can share it in the chat box. This is an interactive presentation, so please let me know how you're doing, okay, by sharing your feedback in the chat box. So again, just bring your attention to your thoughts and your emotion as I read the statement and see what's showing up for you. I do my thing and you do your thing. I am not in this world to live up to your expectations, and you are not in this world to live up to mine. You are you, and I am I. And if by chance we find each other, it's beautiful. If not, it can't be helped. What's coming up for you? Okay. Okay. That's great. It means that you are present. I got your attention and you are present. Okay, so the objective of this presentation, Brett, as an adjunct in the management of stress, anxiety, and depression, it's one main thing, and that is to bring awareness to your response patterns in stressful situations so that you may change them to produce better outcomes. So that's what we're going to be doing today, is to bring your awareness to how you respond to stress. That way you may change them to produce better outcomes. You cannot change anything you are not aware of. So the first thing, number one, is to become aware of how we respond in stress. And that way we can change them. Make sense? All right. So think of a time when you were stressed. And you could be, probably upset. If you're angry, if you're sad, if you're frustrated, how did you respond? Do you yell? What's your tonality? What's your pitch? Do you yell or do you scream? When you're anxious, perhaps, do you have what movement? Do you have body movements? Are you shaking? Like me, for instance, if I get anxious, I shake. My hand starts to twitch. It does its own thing. What is that for you? Like when you get anxious or you're upset, do you have some body movements? How about your breathing? Because every emotion has a pattern, a breathing pattern. When you're upset or have this distressful emotion, how's your breathing? Are you breathing fast or are you breathing slow? How's your physiology? How's your posture? Are you leaning forward, backwards? Is your shoulders up high or is it down? How's your body posture when you're upset? How about your vision? When you're upset, do you see things? Like, for instance, I have a client, when she's upset, she sees everything goes dark. Total dark. Some people see lights, some people it's totally dim. What is it? Do you see anything when you're upset? Okay. So make sure that I'm getting some responses, and you can write this down. You can write this down on a piece of paper. Okay. And then how long does it last? The duration. How long does it last for? How long do you get upset for? Does it take you a day, a month to get over it? Or does it take you minutes? And then how about this one? The sensation in your body. When you're upset or you're frustrated or feeling a distressful emotion, do you feel any pain, any body pain inside of you, or any kind of a sensation inside of you? Like for me, for instance, when I get upset, I have my belly, it's tight, right in the middle. I feel a tightness in my belly. So it's a signal. I initially feel it first before I get upset. So when I start feeling that tightness, I know I'm going to be upset. So what is it for you? And then how about your temperature? Do you feel hot or do you feel cold when you feel a distressful emotion, when you're upset or you're frustrated or you're sad? Is there a change in your body temperature? All right. So you could continue the exercise afterwards, but those are the main areas I want you to focus on. There are more, but those will work with those ones for now. Okay. So I will move on. All right. So we're going to answer 3 key questions in this presentation. The first question is, how is perception formed? And how does it play a role in creating your stress? What is the relationship between our perception of the world and the world as it is? What is your relationship? What is the relationship between how you see things and what it really is? And then lastly, how can actions be successful if our perceptions are so biased? How can we have successful actions? So all these 3 questions are going to be answered during our presentation today. So let's go over a couple of statistics. Did you know that stress, 59% of Americans are suffering from stress? And this statistics is from the World Health Organization, the American Psychological Association, the Gallup study. The Gallup study says it's about 55%, and there's some studies that say 59%, but still, it's still a significant number. And then anxiety. According to WHO, 1 in 13 persons suffer from anxiety globally. Did you know that anxiety is the most common mental illness in the United States? Did you also know that depression is among the leading causes of disability in the world? So these are alarming statistics. Now, well, how about workplace stress? Worldwide, there's about 35% of individuals suffering from workplace stress. The United States and Greece, they're running partners. They're the leading countries with the highest number of workplace stress, individuals suffering from workplace stress. So we all know that the different stresses, so many things contribute to our stress levels, things that are like in upsets in life, things not working out, we get stressed. There's so many stresses: divorce stress, stress from worrying, stress from should have done this, should have done that, stress from denying our negative emotions, we get stressed out from. We get stressed out from diet, from starvation, from just being in the right shape. You know, we get stressed from illnesses. We get stressed also that are transferred from our parents to the kids. We get stressed from caring for our parents. We get stressed from just being stressed. But there's so many stresses, but today we are going to concentrate on the number 1 contributor, the most significant contributor to our stress, and that is perception. We're going to be talking about perception because it is not so much as the bills or the people we're taking, the parents we're taking care of, or the divorce or the illnesses that causes stress. It's our perceptions of it that causes stress. And it's our perceptions that our body reacts to that triggers our stress response, which we'll talk about, that eventually, when it's triggered inappropriately, continuously leads to disease. And that is what I want to address today. So, perception. What is it? And how is it? How do we form perceptions? So we kind of talked about this slide. You know, we perceive a stressor. So be it bills, be it, you know, working with our colleagues, we perceive it, we perceive the stressor, and then what happens? There is a response to it, and our system, as you can see, this line, I'm just trying to make sure that this is moving. Okay. So we perceive the stressors, and this activates our response system, causes us emotional lots of pain, depending on what the situation is. And when we're in emotional pain, guess what? What happens? We're in survival mode. Our actions, our behavior, our decisions are not the same as when we are relaxed and we are not in survival mode. So how is perception formed? We're going to look at that through the NLP map. Now, if you look at this, can you see my arrow? Can you guys see my arrow here? Not sure if you could. But Joyce, can you see my arrow? I just want to make sure you're able to see my icon. Can you see this?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So when you look at this map and this individual, this could be any one of us, looking at this globe, you see that his internal presentation of this globe is different. But he's looking at this globe. It's all circular. But look at it. See how it appears. But why is that? The reason for this is because it goes through filters. We have biological filters as well as acquired filters. And by the time this information goes through the filters, it's changed. But it's not that it's changed that is really the problem. See what the problem is. We react based on this information that is being the way we interpret it, basically. So we react based on this information as we have processed it. So look at this. We see the environment, we perceive it through our 5 senses, it goes through our filters, we make an internal presentation of it, and we react based on this internal presentation. We speak based off what we see, we express it, we act on it, our attitude, and it goes on and on and on, based on the internal image. So let's do a quick experiment. I don't want you to take my word for it. I want us to do a quick experiment, and let's try this out. Now, if you would, I'm going to say a couple of items, and I want you to tell me what comes to your mind when I say these things. I'm going to say a couple of words, and tell me the first thing that comes to your mind. Just write it out. Furniture. If you can respond in the chat box, please, so I can make sure that I haven't lost anyone here. So, furniture. Tell me what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Very good. Okay. Color. Color. What's the first thing that comes to your mind? Okay. How about fruits? So let's see. Okay. Amazing. So I'm going to read some of your responses. So for color, Some people said blue, Teresa, blue. And some saw pink when I said color. So, but I said color. But you imaged it as blue, right, Teresa? And someone imaged it as pink, but I said color. And then I said fruits. What came to your mind was apple, and some banana, and some oranges. But I said fruits, but it's imaged differently, right? And this is not a bad thing. It's just to bring you awareness to the perception, to the different ways we perceive things, so that we may work with it. We may work with so it's like being the driver. If you know that our perception is limited, then you're able to let go and not hold on so much to this perception as, you know what, this is it, and it's absolutely this way, and it's nothing but this way, it's just this way. And you're able, if you just realize that our perception, we can't see it all. We can't see the world as it is. Then we're able to let go and be open to the possibilities, to the multiple possibilities that exist in life. So what does this have to do with stress? Perception is one of the things that triggers our stress response. How does the body know that it's stressed in the first place? How does it know? Perception is one of those things that triggers it. And what is the stress response that we're talking about? So what happens? The stress response is our emergency reaction system, also called the fight or flight response. It is what keeps us safe. It is the way our body reacts to things in the environment it considers as threats. But the problem is, we are always triggering this stress response even when we're not in emergencies, even when there is no life-threatening danger. There's no danger or life-threatening situation to us. So what happens in the stress response? What happens when the stress response is triggered? A few things. So there is a command center in the brain. It's called the hypothalamus that becomes activated. And the hypothalamus, once it's activated, it starts off a whole cascade of hormone changes in our body. So you get secretions of cortisol, adrenaline, that all of this leads to increase in our heart rates, increase in our eyes become dilated. We get sweaty palms. We get our digestion is slowed down. So it prepares us for fight or flight. But this is not a way of living. We shouldn't be in this hype situation all the time. But we trigger this stress response even when there is nothing going on. So for instance, the different ways we trigger it, it's like constantly replaying a trauma or a distressful situation. We're constantly internalizing it. And the body does not know the difference between what is actually happening in reality versus what's happening in our minds. If we react the same way. So once we start to relive and revision past pains and past hurts or things, a distressful situation that's happened at work, guess what you're doing to your body? Reactivating the stress response. And it is continuous, repetitive activating of this stress response that leads to diseases, which you all know about. Heart disease, hypertension, diabetes, anxiety, depression. It's an endless list. And we see this all the time. So, what can we do about it? We can have an emergency stress relief kit. Have a toolkit. And so that you can consciously turn off the alarm when you know it's been triggered. And the first way to know it's triggered is by the first exercise we did. It's becoming aware of how you respond. So when you start feeling that tightness in your belly, or you start feeling yourself yelling, you start feeling that heated emotion or that temperature change, then you know that, yes, I have triggered my stress response. It's time to pull out my emergency stress relief kit, my toolkit, so I can turn it off. Turn off the alarm. So what does this entail? Turning off the alarm. Turning off the alarm is basically activating the sister partner to the fight or flight response, which is a part of the sympathetic nervous system. So you are activating the sister partner, which is the parasympathetic nervous system. And there's so many ways you can do this that is just natural. And that is what we're going to be concentrating on today, is one of the ways that you can activate this relaxation process, to activate this rest system. And how do you do that? Specifically, there's a nerve called the vagus nerve, right here, if you can see this. That's the vagus nerve that controls the parasympathetic nervous system, the relax or the rest system. And the activity we're going to be doing today is basically activating this vagus nerve in a natural and safe way. Because you can also, you don't want to over-activate your vagus nerve, because that's a problem too. So you want to do it in a natural and safe way. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be using breath specifically as one of those natural tools that you can use to activate your parasympathetic nervous system, your vagus nerve. So what is the parasympathetic, or what's the relevance of activating the parasympathetic nervous system? So one, it boosts your immune system, the vagus nerve. It's the vagus nerve. It's in control of your immunity. It's one of those things that controls your immunity. So it boosts your immune system. You are also decreasing. So let's say in instances where your heart rate is elevated, you're also decreasing your heart rate by activating or stimulating the vagus nerve. The other things too is the anti-inflammatory effect. You know, the vagus nerve, the parasympathetic nervous system controls that anti-inflammatory. So the other thing too is the regulation of your blood pressure is also controlled by the parasympathetic nervous system, the vagus nerve. So there are just so many benefits to it. However, our concentration today is on the breath. So how do we breathe to manage stress? This is one of my favorite tools, the simple as ABC technique. I love this tool because it not only manages your emotion, it manages your thoughts as well and your perceptions. So it brings your awareness to how you're feeling, and then it manages your thoughts and your emotions and your perceptions, which we're going to go over it. So what else can I give to you that is better than a tool that is natural for you to manage your stress, manage your thoughts, manage your perceptions, and manage your emotions? It's a no-brainer. So I love this tool and I talk about it all the time. And today you're going to be able to use this as well. And you'll be able to use this right away in decreasing your stress levels. So what is A? A stands for awareness. So become aware of the emotion, so that uncomfortable emotion. So there are different things. I mean, I like to use emotion as a marker as opposed to, let's say, when, let's say if you're anxious, you start feeling your pants sweaty or sweaty pants, or your heart rate's elevated. Everyone is different, and there's so many different levels of stress that not every stress would produce like an elevated heart rate, for instance. So, but the emotions is more consistent. So I usually start with the emotions. So A is being aware of that distressful emotion. So that sensation, that tightness in my stomach, as I told you about when I'm angry, I feel that tightness in my stomach. Is becoming aware of that emotion. Okay, this is an intense emotion. Oh my goodness, when I get upset, okay, wow, that's very intense. What is this emotion? Oh my goodness, I can't even think. Wow, when I'm upset, I can't think straight. Oh wow, I can't even function anymore. I'm just stuck in this emotion. I feel constricted. Right? Those are all descriptions of the way we feel in this emotion. So, but instead of judging it, you realize it. Number A, become aware of it. Don't judge it as bad or good. Because once we start to judge our emotions, we tend to fight it because the body does not like pain. So when you start to judge it as bad, the body obviously, of course, sees it as it's gonna fight. We fight bad things. We fight pain. We don't want it. Who likes pain? So when you start to process that emotion as bad and label it, you will fight it. So first is become aware of that emotion, regardless of what it is. So let's say it's anger, and you describe anger as an intense emotion, or an emotion that stimulates an action of what you want to. It's just an outburst of an emotional outburst, just as overwhelming. Whatever way you're going to describe it, just realize and feel it. Feel this emotion, and then you can snap out of it. You can snap out of it by just changing your breath. You disassociate from this state. And for lack of a better word, I'm going to call it the problem state. I'm saying it's a problem state because when we're in this emotion, we tend to do things that are problematic. So I'll call it problem state for now. So you disassociate from this emotion by just changing your breath. Because every emotion, as I said, has a breathing pattern. So take a deep breath, slow deep breathing. And by breathing, you are activating your vagus nerve. This slow deep breathing, you're activating your vagus nerve. And guess what? The benefits of the vagus nerve, activating your vagus nerve, as we just went through, you're boosting your immunity, right? You're slowing down that heart rate, right? There's more flow of information to your frontal lobe, you're thinking clearly, your focus, right? Right, all that benefits you're getting by just stimulating your vagus nerve. So now you're breathing in, and when you breathe out, the vagus nerve runs, as I showed you in that diagram, right behind our throat, our larynx. You want to, when you breathe in, you want to feel it at the back of your throat. You breathe in, and out. You make that sound. You know, because sound also is another thing that activates the vagus nerve, but we're not talking about that yet. But you breathe in and then ah. So slow, deep breaths. And then you move to C. C is change. You want to change to a resourceful state. Remember now, the anger, the frustration, what all of those kept you constricted. You could feel you're not able to function. You don't need to be told, like, I can't function in this emotion. I'm so like, oh, dumbfounded when I'm in this emotion. I can't think. So now you're changing from that problem state or that constricted state to a more expanded state. And the way you do it and see, it's basically you imagine a time when you were happy, when you were productive, when you were resourceful, and then you follow it with your trigger word. I am quality. I am quality. Now say that, you will say that to yourself and see how your body reacts. Internally say that to yourself. I am quality. And feel the response when you say that. Feel how your body responds to that. I am quality. So that's like one trigger word. So I'm going to go over it again. So A is when you feel that distressful state, you become aware of that emotion. So how do you become aware of the emotion? You already know where you did exercise 1. You already know how you respond. Your body signals you that, oh, something is off. You know, it's the sweaty pants, the heart rate elevated, the tightness in the body, the change in temperature. Something's going on. You know when something is up. So you feel that sensation, you feel that emotion in you, and then don't judge it. You approach it with curiosity. As I said, oh, wow, what is this emotion? What's this emotion? Wow, it's intense. Oh, emotion. Wow, you're intense. I can't think. Oh, wow. Oh. You know, and it doesn't have to be obviously those words. I'm over dramatizing it, but it's also, you know, it also gets you out of that state as well, you know. So you just interact in some way and just acknowledge the presence of that emotion. And then you go into B, you break state, you breathe. And you do those deep breathing, activate the vagus nerve, right? And then you go into C. C is change to a resourceful state. So you think about a time, you imagine a time you were in a productive state, followed by changing the thought. And which is a trigger words I just mentioned. I am quality. You can use any trigger words. So what is this process doing for you? You're changing your thoughts. You're training your mind to replace negative thoughts all the time. As soon as it comes up, boom, you're replacing it. That is a training that a lot of us don't do. So you train your mind, first of all, as soon as it comes on, without you even thinking, it becomes automatic. Okay, a negative thought comes up, I change it to a more empowering, a more powerful thought process. Okay, so that's one. The other thing too is like you breathing. Okay, so you're activating your vagus nerve, which is natural. So your natural, how do I describe a more natural process? Your immunity, you're boosting your immunity, you're thinking clearly, you know, all of the benefits, the health benefits, you know, of activating your vagus nerve. Okay, so using your breath to do that. And then remember, you're becoming aware. A lot of us are not aware. Are not aware of what's going on inside of us. You're becoming aware of everything, like how you react to emotions, what's going on. You're becoming taking responsibility for how you react to your own emotions. As simple as ABC. So emotional triggers. Emotional trigger words. What are those words that we can say to ourselves and to others that can initiate change, positive change? We use them, I mean, the marketers use it on us all the time. When we go to the grocery store, we tend to lean towards the things that say quality, quality. I love things that when they offer me money back guarantee, I have to see that money back guarantee. What? Okay, I'm getting this money back guaranteed. Proven, proven strategies, right? We like that, proven strategies. Subconsciously, we're gravitating, moving forward towards that direction, right? Towards those things that say these things. But why? Because it triggers trust. These things trigger trust. But how about we use these words on us too? I used one example. I gave one example earlier. I am quality. Feel it. I am quality. When you feel that emotion that is holding you back, and you've changed your breath, changed the breathing, you envision your powerful, resourceful state, and then say to yourself, I will get through this, guaranteed. How does that feel? I will get through this, guaranteed. So those are all words you can use. So how about belongings? You can use that. Like when we speak to our spouse, oh babe, I will join you. Oh, I will join you. Right? A sense of belonging. Let's do this together. Together we are one. Together we are one. How does that feel? Together we are one. So these are all words that subconsciously, when they are said, you might not even be aware of it. We gravitate towards it. Use them. So how can I use the ABC process? Simple. There is no need for a child to witness parents arguing if they have a tool to manage their emotions. There is no need for a kid to be traumatized from parents arguing if they have a tool to manage their emotions and their stress levels. There is no need for the worker to fall on the bottle, the alcoholic bottle, when he's stressed at work, if he has a tool to manage his emotions and his thoughts and his stress levels. There is no need for the healthcare worker who is excessively worried to be distressed with worry if she has a tool to manage her stress and her emotions. So those are different ways you can use the breathing technique. So now, what are people saying about breath work? This is a tool that is naturally inbuilt in you. If you've not started using it, you are missing out. Because this is an inexpensive tool. You don't have to pay, it's already in you. So this is what people are saying. Forbes, how to decrease back to college anxiety, just breathe. Yale, to improve students' mental health, Yale student finds, teach them to breathe. Harvard Business Review, why breathing is so effective at reducing stress. Psychology Today, Corona got you anxious? Breathing is best, new studies shows. So there are plenty studies about breath, about the effect of breath, the effect of breathing if you know how to use it. And I advise you all today on this call to use it. So, in summary, how can I change my response in stressful emotions, in stressful situations? And question number 3 was, how can our actions be successful if our perception is so biased? And the answer is change the processing. What do I mean by that? In stressful situations, change the processing. Is there something that is keeping you up at night that you can't sleep? Is there something that is keeping you throughout the day just walking on the streets, not even knowing your environment because you are heavy in thoughts, thinking, worrying, excessive triggering of your stress response? Change the processing. So 1, ask yourself, is there a visible threat? Is my life being endangered? And if it's no, turn off the alarm. Turn off the stress response. Turn off this cascade that is going on inside of you every time you trigger your stress response. Turn it off. View emotions with curiosity rather than judgment. Question your thoughts and perceptions. There is no one way of seeing things. Be open to the possibilities that exist in life. So, how can actions be successful? When our perceptions are biased, is by being open to the possibilities that exist. If you know that we can't see the world as it actually is because of our biological filters and our acquired filters, then be open to letting go of your perceptions and be open to the possibilities that exist in life. So that's it for me. And I have a book coming up. If you like what you've just heard, I have a book coming up that's soon to be released. It's titled Happiness for No Reason. And in this book, I give multiple strategies in managing your emotions, your thoughts, and your perceptions. And if you want to be informed and be updated when it's going to be released, please follow us. You can follow us there. You can reach me there. And thank you. And I'll open it to questions and answers. Questions.
Wow, Essay. What is one question you get frequently after your presentation? Thank you so much for a powerful presentation. Let's give Essay a hand, guys. This was really great. There was so many things that we need to think about with our breath and our thoughts and our perception. And I love how you paid attention to it and really got us to start thinking about it. I really, really enjoyed that. And so my question was, what is one favorite question that you get asked often that you want to spend some time and answer for us today?
Thank you. Thank you, Joyce. That's a great one. A lot of people ask me, once you are heated, is it possible to go through the steps, the ABC steps? And the answer is initially, the first time you might find that it's obviously difficult. However, it's a training, it's a process that you are training your body. You're teaching it how to respond. And the more you do it, it becomes automatic that even to a point, you will say, as simple as ABC, and your body responds the same way.
Mm-hmm. This is so we're going to be creating the neural pathways and the memory to be able to respond. This is such an important topic and aspect as we go through right now, as we see what people are going through and we see the challenges that people are facing with COVID-19 and all the different stresses in life. It really does give people tools. As you said, it's something that they can take away and implement without any cost, which is great. Any question for Essay? You had excellent presentation, lots of takeaway. These were some of the feedback we get. Thank you so much. Love the title of the book. It sounds really great. Any questions? Was there anything? If we look at our reflections for the afternoon, we had some powerful presentation, and they all tend, if you notice the trend or the theme for the day, it really lined up. And so our speakers were very, very well placed today. If you think about going way back in the morning from Dr. Rabin all the way down, patients, Ali, Linda, the Surreal team, Sandy, Ria, Essay, all very well placed on how we can manage our emotions so we can preserve our mental health. I got my Apollo on, and it's keeping me going because it's been a very long day. We have multiple days, and then of course we are having an email issue because many people who register did not get the link apparently. So it's been very, it's just an added thing. And I love the presentation this morning, this afternoon from Ria. She talked about things always happen. Things do happen. It doesn't matter how much you plan. It doesn't matter what you do. We've been planning this for months. We have everything lined up. My team have put hours and hours into putting everything. And then we're having people calling and phoning and say, we have signed up and we haven't received the link. And and it's not just one person. Then you're like, what's going on? And you check and you're like, thousands of emails haven't gone out and haven't been received or opened. And so you realize that something is always going to happen, and the perception, how we receive it and how we look at it is going to make a difference in how our body responds to it. So I really like that. So right now, as I'm facing that, my question for you is, what would be a good way to rethink that, my perception? Take my situation, for instance.
Very good, Joyce. I think you already did. Like, you just kind of like, that we can plan all we want, and life is just, we can't control what life throws at us, but we can control our responses to life events, and which is what you did. You said, okay, this is happening. I can make a choice to be like, okay, will this keep me up throughout the night? I'm going to keep worrying about it, or I can activate that vagus nerve and, get clarity as to what I'm going to do. Like, how, can I remain relaxed and at the same time tackle this problem, And research has shown that our state absolutely determines the outcome. So let's say, for instance, if we're in survival mode, and we're so fearful and so frightened, we do things out of desperation. So it's like, okay, I'm in pain. I'm in emotional pain. I'm going to just grab what I can right now, whatever it is that I can do right now to relieve this pain. However, your response is also different. Let's say if you were relaxed, so you wouldn't grab those things that you grabbed when you were in pain. You most likely will think about it. And then you're able to be more productive, which is what you already did. So, okay, I'm not going to stress about this. Life is life, but I can control my responses in a way that is not affecting my health and in a way that I can be more productive.
Absolutely, because it's a choice. Do I spend my time and be present here with the people who are here, or do I go trying to chase the thousands of people who possibly could have been here? And I do want to honor everyone who's here and spend the time and really here with my presenters, because this is being recorded. Thank goodness for recording. Absolutely. Any other questions for Essie? Do you want to get her to give you a diagnosis? Just like I did, jumping in. Oh dear. That's, we do have to learn to laugh at ourselves, and we do have to learn to find the joy in the human situations, because we have no control over certain things. And I think COVID-19 has shown us more than ever that, you know what, we really don't have that much control. It really is not something that we can control as much as we think we have control. It's a mindset, but it's not. We don't have that much control. Life is going to throw hurdles at us, and we just have to grow with them. So I want to say a big thank you, Essie. I really enjoyed your presentation, and those thoughts and those pieces. I know I'll be looking at that presentation over and over again myself, and learning more from it. And definitely we'll be in touch and we'll be talking more. I can't wait to do more with our speakers and presenters here. So guys, thank you all for being here this afternoon. This is where we do our dinner break. We're going to change, put on our relaxing clothes, and in an hour, we're going to come back online, and we're going to have a presentation from Hannah, who is in New Zealand. It's going to be their morning there. So she's going to join us in her morning, and she's going to be presenting on Inspire, Empower, and Motivate Change. So that's going to be something I'm looking forward to. And we'll be back, and you're welcome to be in sweatsuit. I will not be looking like this myself. We're going to relax. We're leaving our facility now. We're actually going to head home, and we'll be joining that session from a different location, and it's going to be a relaxed session. We have sessions today, tomorrow and Friday from people from New Zealand and Australia, and on their time zones. So it'll be lovely to chill in our evening while they are presenting in their morning. So we're looking forward to that. Join us again there after supper, and we'll see you back then. Thank you all for being here. What is your takeaway? Let's do some reflections and takeaway while we're here. What are some key things that you have seen or reflections that you have over the day? So we can start with Essie. What were some things that stood out for you that you're going to take back as a takeaway? What are you going to take back to yourself, to your workplace, to your families? Because really what we learn at work does impact our lives, and that's the big piece about it. That's why work, and if you were here this morning and listened to my opening, I said the workplace is a great place to teach and to have an impact on health and well-being, because people already, workplace is already synonymous to learning, and people take the learning back to their work, to their families. So very, very important. So Ria said how critical it is to be mindful of our breath. Yes, that came up. It's a theme that came up over and over again today. Yes, it was. Any other takeaways or reflections? What were some things that stood out for you that you're taking away? There are so many words I have from today. We talk about preventing burnout. We have the power to change from Teresa. Yes, we do. It's all about perception, right? It doesn't matter what we're seeing. It's how we think about it and how we perceive it, because things are always going to come up, and it doesn't matter how successful you are, how young or how old you are, whatever instance you are in your life, there's something. What will be a challenge for me may not be a challenge to others. And so it's critical for us to remember that always and pay attention to that in our interactions with others and when we see things come up with us. So Teresa, thank you for that. Any other takeaways? We love takeaways here because we know what happens with the brain if we if we get you to identify your takeaways before you leave the session, the room, it's more likely for you to actually implement them and remember them and recall them after. So this is an exercise I do all the time with my training. I always get people to do the takeaways because that's when it's fresh enough in your mind and you can start reprogramming and start bringing it forward. And then it actually is embedded a little bit more, and you can actually remember it to share with coworkers and friends. We learned a lot today, so big thank you to all of our speakers. Today we had Dr. Robin started off with our keynotes. We had Patience with our stretch. We had Ali with our emotional resilience, Linda Crockett with workplace bullying. We had the Sororiel team on mental health. Wow, what a great presentation. We had Sandy Butcher on the mistaken lenses and the dialogue with Indigenous people and how we can improve that. Then we had Ria Dark on mental health in the workplace and the cost and some amazing tips on how we can improve that. And Essay just reminded us of the power of our breath and breathing to manage stress. Thank you all very much. And I hope I see you this evening when we regroup in an hour where we're going to have a presentation. Actually, it's at 6:20, so it's not an hour. At 6:20 p.m. And then we will wrap that up with my favorite thing to do. I'll be sharing with you guys. I did laughter yoga years and years ago, and it's something I practice. I'll be needing it tonight. I will share with you guys. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Have a good dinner break, and we'll see you back here at 6:20 p.m. Central Time. Be well. Essay, thank you so much.
Thank you.